you.
And I'm going to launch the live streaming.
Thanks.
We're good.
Thank you.
We are live.
Whoa. And we have an echo. More live than we wanted to be. Well, good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock, so I think we'll go ahead and start. Welcome and thank you all for being here. This might be our next to last entirely virtual commission meeting. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the February 18th, 2022 commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on Oregon's South Coast in Congressional District 4, and will introduce the commissioners. Vice Chair Zarnowitz, will you go ahead?
Yes, Jill Zarnowitz, and near the town of Yamhill in Congressional District 1.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield-Hyde in Congressional District 2, and I'm in Paisley, Oregon this morning.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. So I'm Commissioner King. I represent Portland in Congressional District 3, well, all of Congressional District 3, but I'm currently in headquarters this morning in Salem.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, Mark Labhart, Eastern Oregon rep. I should have been in Iceland, but I'm not. Had some surgery, so I'm home recuperating and by video. Thank you.
Glad you're here. And Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yes, good morning also. Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon. Glad to be here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Khalil had a family emergency and will not be here today. Director Melcher, will you go ahead and introduce yourself too?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for being with us. My name is Kurt Melcher. I'm the director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife here in Salem headquarters.
Thank you. Michelle Tate, will you introduce yourself and give us any logistics we need?
Good morning. My name is Michelle Tate. I'm here today to support the commission and the directors so that we can hold this meeting via Zoom. We do have a very full agenda today. We've got quite a few people signed up under public forum. When I move folks over from the attendee into the meeting room, you'll experience a slight blip on your screen. Then you will reappear in the meeting room, and it'll be the same when I move you back out into the attendee list. If there's any disruptions, we'll go ahead and I'll mute folks or remove them from the room. This afternoon, we have a executive session. Commissioners should have received a link for that meeting, and that's all I think I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Just for today's meeting, we do have a fairly lengthy agenda. We will take occasional breaks, including one for lunch, depending on how long the meeting runs. And I thank you all again for being here and staying with us through all these Zoom meetings. And thank you to the staff for what we're all about to hear. So let's go to the director's report. Director Melcher.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. Good morning again. We do have, under the director's report, we did provide you all the field reports in written form, so we won't go over those here today unless you all have questions. It is a pretty busy week here at ODFW with legislative business continuing. And so this morning, both Deputy Director Hearn and Deputy Director Culvert are at a full Ways and Means hearing on a couple of items that were in the Natural Resource Subcommittee last week. So since Shannon is not here, I will deliver the expenditure report in her stead. And then if there are questions that I cannot answer, we will return to those later in the day when she is available. So you all have a copy of our expenditure report in your commission packet. I would highlight a couple things. As noted in the memo, we ended the year with about just under $60 million in unrestricted cash reserves, which is pretty good. That's down though from, I think, our high of about 65 million. That's to be expected. December is typically our lowest revenue month in terms of license sales in particular. And then I would just note that while not in the memo, our January sales have been pretty strong. And I believe our January ending month balance is about $64 million. So we're holding right in there steady where we like to be. And so that's good. I would note that our 23-25 budget development process is underway, at least not necessarily the external side of it, but the internal work and all the work that our budget staff have to do in preparation for later this year, the commission adoption of our agency request budget. There are, I did want to note on the audit, with regard to our audit update, we are in the process right now of recruiting for our internal auditor. That position has been vacant, and early recruitment indicators are pretty weak with not a lot of interest. So we may actually extend that position opening and or look for other alternatives. You have the lengthy financial report, the one-page essentially spreadsheet summary in the packet. I would say here that, of course, we're still quite early in the biennium. And so while there's a little bit of scatter in these, biennium percent expenditures, I think in large part we're precisely where we would expect to be at this stage. And I think, Chair Wall, that concludes the expenditure report, and I'm happy to address any questions or, if needed, defer them till later in the meeting.
I don't see hands up. I do have one question. Could you say just a bit about the federal money and when when you think we'll have a good sense of how much that'll be and how it will play out?
Sure. Thanks, Chair Wall. And so when you refer to the federal money, I believe you're referring to the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Is that your reference?
Yep.
Okay. Because we do, of course, as you all know, we receive lots of other federal funds, and we did just receive our annual wildlife and sport fish restoration apportionment, which is an annual occurrence. That's not a new program. And just before I go to the Recovering America's Wildlife side of things, the wildlife sport fish restoration apportionments were really good, in particular on the wildlife side as it relates to those federal excise taxes on arms and ammunition. So that's good and good news there. With regard to the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, that piece of legislation, of course, it had a hearing in the House Natural Resources Committee about a month or so ago and did move out of that committee with bipartisan support. The companion piece of legislation is in the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee right now. It had a hearing, it was several weeks ago, maybe it was a month ago as well. And there's still some work going on really behind the scenes and some potential amendments that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and the bill sponsors are working to address some concerns from individual legislators. I think when that legislation passes, ultimately, and of course these are preliminary estimates, but ultimately it would result in about $26 million per year to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for implementation of our state wildlife action plans and other conservation work. So that's $52 million per biennium. That is, very large and will be a huge opportunity as we move forward. So that's the preliminary summary. I think there's some, like I say, there's still some work, but we're actually still very optimistic with regard to that piece of legislation. I know there's some urgency among the bill sponsors, of which there are many. It's not just a one sponsor, piece of legislation. On the House side, I think there's about 140 sponsors, and then the Senate side, I think there's, I want to say 35 sponsors. So we're still very optimistic, and there's some urgency that they want to really get that moving here in the next several months, as opposed to waiting until the election season really kicks in.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep you posted on that, and hopefully with good news. Well, with that, then we'll conclude the expenditure report, and we'll go to our standing monthly item on adapting to climate and ocean change. And we do have Dr. Braby here in the room. I believe we had some requests from commissioners to hear an update on what the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council is doing and has been working on. And Dr. Braby, of course, sits in my seat on that council, and I'm very appreciative of her for doing that. And she, of course, Charlotte Regular Whitefield is the staff on that council, the ODFW staff. And of course, you all may know that Charlotte is actually started this week, has rotated into the director's office and is serving as our Oregon Conservation and Recreation funded coordinator. But nonetheless, I see Charlotte on this screen as well as on the slide, so I'll hand it off to Dr. Braby and perhaps Dr. Whitefield as well.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for the invitation to come back. Just confirming you can see my slides appropriately this morning. Great. This presentation is near and dear to my heart, also to Charlotte's heart, and so we're both on today to present this information, answer questions as you have them. And this has been a real labor of love for both of us in building the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council for Oregon. And I will focus today largely on forward-looking projects, but I'll hint here and there on some of the work that we've accomplished over the years as well. But as you all well understand, this is about looking to the future and trying to anticipate impacts on the resources we care about and do our best to be prepared for those changes and building resilience as we can. So I did want to focus on three themes in our work, both backward looking and forward looking. And these include statewide alignment among initiatives on climate and ocean change, collaboration, and cultural change that is needed to go along with the ocean and climate change that we're seeing. So the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council was a legislatively built body. It's comprised of multiple agencies and then representatives from ocean institutions, from fishing interests, shellfishing interests, tribal interests, and conservation. And so it's really a small but diverse group of people who have come together to work on these issues collaboratively and come up with priorities for the state. Our first report was filed in 2018 in compliance with the bill, has a huge amount of information about what the council was thinking at the time, and it's really been our springboard forward and really set the foundation for our work. The governor subsequently asked the council to build Oregon's action plan around ocean acidification and hypoxia, and we are right in the middle of implementing that plan, which spans the years from 2019 to 2025. All of our work is built around themes and framework that was first put forward by the Ocean Acidification Alliance, of which Oregon is a founding member. And these themes will look very familiar. Theme 1 is science and monitoring. Theme 2 is mitigation of carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas, and ocean acidification and hypoxia. Theme 3 is building adaptation and resilience. Theme 4 is raising awareness, and theme 5 is committing resources to action. And this is the most awkward phrasing here, which is really about building institutions and building the capacity to address the changes we need through policy, through partnerships, coordination, etc. Hard to get all of those concepts in a nice buzzword. I also wanted to connect these themes, which you see in initiatives not only in Oregon but worldwide, with our own climate and ocean change policy, which you adopted just 2 short, brief years ago, and look at that structure and how it relates. The basic structure of the policy is to set out the purpose, expectations, and goals for Fish and Wildlife Commission and the department, identify implementation and coordination principles, and then key principles for that management. And if you do a crosswalk, you'll see that science, operations and mitigation of footprint, resilience building, raising awareness, and institution building are all part of both of these documents and the intent behind them, as well as our implementation strategies for both. So this is really nice alignment, and these principles or areas of nexus and alignment are repeated in statewide initiatives like the Climate Adaptation Framework and individual policies within other agencies. One of the things that we've done as a council that's very central to ODFW's planning and operations is built what we have called the multi-agency report on ocean acidification and hypoxia. And this was the work of 8 different agencies led by ODFW staff, Charlotte and myself, to bring the agencies together to really explore our authorities under rule and statute and the programs that are already established, as well as focus on future opportunities where our programs and authorities could be put to use to implement these 5 themes and make progress on these 5 themes. This was finished in 2021 and has established kind of a baseline for these 8 agencies to think about how to build in some of the program work that we need to address, how we might restructure existing resources or augment our existing resources with additional resources as we have budget opportunity to do so. For ODFW, the initiatives that are listed in this report include estuary assessment of the so-called SEEKR team, which is our shellfish and estuarine assessment team, which also was just funded through House Bill 3114 in the 2021 session. And I'll focus on that bill a little bit more. This bill provided short-term funding in a number of areas. And this year, the SEEKR team is using those funds to augment the efforts to assess Tillamook Bay, which is not only one of Oregon's most important estuaries for salmon, shellfish, eelgrass beds, and so on, but is also currently the topic of significant work by the department and stakeholders on considering sport and commercial harvest, as well as ecosystem services in Tillamook Bay. And you'll hear from Steve Rumrell later this morning, who's part of that leadership team leading those discussions in Tillamook Bay. You'll see some other topics here: harmful algal blooms, climate and ocean change communications, nearshore research, and climate ready fisheries. These are all initiatives where we have some work ongoing and have ideas about how to augment the work that we're doing in the future, given opportunity to do so. And really, this is a suite of initiatives that are set up to help us understand the changes that we're seeing and be really quantitative about them, and thereby set forward strategic ways that we can really make progress on these and be prepared for future change. So our next steps really is to decide how we can build on the efforts we're doing, like I said, through restructuring or augmentation, and continue and really increase that collaboration across agencies. And as I've said before, these are all aligned both with the policy as well as the statewide climate adaptation framework. I mentioned House Bill 3114, and while it has a lot of components to it, it was largely a funding bill to invest in a number of projects. Most of them are science monitoring projects, but there is some diversity there. Much of the funding, over half of the funding in the bill went to the Oregon Ocean Science Trust, or OOST, in 7 grant projects equaling over $1 million. And that included monitoring best management practices for estuary resources, particularly thinking about aquaculture and ecosystem services working together, as well as some communications planning. One of the OOST grants, just for example, is funding intertidal monitoring at marine reserves. ODFW also received direct allocations from the bill, just right around $500,000. And these, as I mentioned, are going towards our shellfish and estuary assessment team to augment the team that is working for a short period of time. OSU also received direct allocation for 3 projects focusing on monitoring and research. And for example, there was a piece of that funding that went to the molluscan broodstock program to promote cultivation and outplanting and restoration of native oysters. So just with this brief overview, House Bill 3114 has really moved the needle on our ability to understand a number of things on how ocean acidification and hypoxia are affecting Oregon resources, and help us make better decisions in the future. Really important investment. I wanted to kind of jump from the legislative funding to a couple of key things that are in the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council's work plan for the next year or 2 or 3. And I'm starting with an initiative by our sister agency, the Department of Environmental Quality, in developing water quality criteria for ocean acidification and hypoxia. And as background, every other year, the department files what's called an integrated report with the US EPA, identifying waters of the state and their status under the Clean Water Act. In the last integrated report, which was filed in 2020, the Department of Environmental Quality, for the first time in the nation, listed ocean waters as impaired for ocean acidification and hypoxia. This was really water breaking instead of land breaking move by the department. And the listing, instead of being listed as impaired, was listed as potentially being impaired. And this really started a process that continues today in trying to help the department identify some key parameters that I'll explain in a minute. The other thing that they did in this report was list ocean waters as impaired for shellfish harvest, which is a beneficial use due to harmful algal bloom biotoxins. And that is an actual impairment listing, or 5A listing. This year and next year, the department is hosting and convening a methodology work group to try and address the 3B listings in the first bullet. And this is pulling together scientific experts from across the West Coast, and will give us a roadmap for when and how the department, DEQ, can determine if ocean waters truly are impaired. And to give you a sense of why that is not an easy thing to do, I will show you a data set which is dissolved oxygen offshore of the coast of Oregon. The small map inset shows the land in gray, and then the blue, red, and green dots are samples of water where oxygen was analyzed. And then the graph itself, and I'll use my cursor, hopefully you can see this. Here at the surface of the ocean, you have a lot of variation in dissolved oxygen. And as you go deeper, waters tend to lose their oxygen. They go from high oxygen to low oxygen. But what I really want you to notice is that here, there's a lot of red data. That's recent data. The blue data is historical data. And so what this graph shows us is that over time, oxygen samples have gone from high oxygen content to low oxygen content. And this is just a very large scale pattern, hundreds, thousands of samples that need to be taken into consideration to kind of set the bar for what we say is okay for oxygen content in the ocean, and what we say is impaired and is actually a problem, so that the department has a tool that they can use that's scientifically rigorous to make these determinations over time. I'm really happy to say that Charlotte has been involved in this process with the Department of Environmental Quality and is going to continue to participate in that working group along with me over the next year or year and a half to help shape this process. The other thing I wanted to focus on is communications. And this is so essential, as we all know. This particular project is a combination of bringing fishermen and scientists together to talk about observations on the water, to talk about collaborative research opportunities. And by scientists, I mean agency scientists as well as academic and NGO scientists. And in addition to that, developing easier ways for all of us to talk to each other, such as through a mobile app. So we have hosted either as a state or as an OAH council fishermen scientist roundtables 3 times in the past, including last year during the pandemic. And we are in the throes of planning another one for April 2022. These roundtables have really generated fantastic research collaborations that have helped us understand hypoxia impacts on crab behavior, pink shrimp vulnerability. These are really important state fisheries and understanding the connections of these fisheries and vulnerability to ocean change. So we're looking forward to that conversation in April. And then to support that conversation happening year round instead of just once a year in a roundtable with a select few folks who can quote unquote get in the room, whether it's virtual or in person. We are in our 2nd year of talking about how to build a phone app, mobile app way of establishing communication. Fishermen are out on the water, whether they're sport fishermen or commercial fishermen in particular. They're out on the water, they're seeing these resources, they understand in an intuitive way much more than we can sitting most of our time in our labs, our offices, and so on. And yet that expertise, that resource goes untapped most of the time. And so this phone app is a concept where we hope we will be able to not only capture some of their observations and expertise, but feed some of the expertise back to them so that it becomes a win-win for them to participate, see their own data, see other people's data when they're out on the water to help them with their fishing interests. So more to come on that, but that is a really exciting new project for us. Then as part of our help with the Ocean Science Trust and the competitive grants that I mentioned under House Bill 3114, this year we will hold an annual State of the OAH symposium that will include the recipients, grant recipients of that bill, bring everybody together, talk about experimental design, talk about plans for the funding, share ideas, align work, build collaborations. And here, this picture is showing you Oregon State University's new auditorium at the Marine Studies Initiative building here at Hatfield Marine Science Center. It's a beautiful auditorium. We might be able to actually use it and have real live people in it interacting in this symposium. And I am just thrilled that not only is it here, but we hopefully are getting to the point where we can plan that kind of event. Lastly, I do want to focus on one of the grant projects in House Bill 3114, and this is really important work. There was a line item for building a communications plan for Oregon on OAH. This grant project will run from this year into 2024, and the plan will bring together Ocean Science Trust board members, OAH council members, public and stakeholders to really figure out what kinds of positive actions we can take collectively in our own work, our own network, our own sphere of influence, and really kind of collectively take a stab at making progress on ocean change. As much as ODFW has expertise and capacity, we don't have enough. We need everybody in Oregon to help with this. We cannot do it alone. The same is true for climate change. ODFW has a ton of expertise, a ton of capacity, but it's not enough. We can't do it alone. And so this communications plan really is aimed at trying to motivate folks to kind of recognize the power that they have and employ that power. That includes ourselves as well as our collaborators and partners. So with that, I am going to end the presentation. I really appreciate being invited to share some of this information. Charlotte and I would be happy to answer questions now or in the future, and really appreciate the Commission's leadership on climate and ocean change generally. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Karin. And it does look like we have a question from Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. Karin, thank you for the presentation. Very informative. I'm just, when we talk about habitat, a lot of times people immediately think of terrestrial habitat, and it's all about habitat, they say, and I agree. But we need to talk about habitat in the ocean. And so I'm just pleased as punch to hear you say that we've begun to move the needle and move the needle on research, move the needle on understanding, moving the needle on science, move the needle on collaboration, all the things that you've mentioned. And I'm just pleased as punch, because if you think about the ocean habitat and you think about all the species, whether it be commercial or non-commercial, like whales and all the things that go on out in the ocean, we need to understand it a lot better. And so I'm very, very pleased to see that we're beginning to move the needle, and we do have some more work to do. So thank you and your staff. Charlotte, we look forward to you on OCRF, but thank you for your work with Karin on this. And I'm just excited that we're beginning to say we need to put a lot more emphasis on the ocean, and we're doing that, and we're moving the needle. So appreciate that very much.
Thank you. We have another question, a question or a comment from Commissioner Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner King.
Yeah, this was great to hear about, and I really appreciate you giving the presentation and the work that you and others have done. And it strikes me using the fishermen is a great idea. Birders have been using the public for a long time, monitoring populations of birds, backyard bird event is happening today and over the weekend. And that's, I think that's a great thing to do, and not, be at adverse communications with the fishermen, which we sometimes are with, rules and regs. So thank you very much. And this is very exciting.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you for your presentation, Karen. Nice to meet you. My question is, and we can talk separately, I'm happy to do that, but I think I want to say one of my very first comments, like way back in December when we were talking about Rogue South Coast, was my concern about the ocean, and that the ocean is our biggest biome, and it's right now probably the one that's the most sideways. But as other people have noted, because we live on land, we kind of think about it last. And it is the ocean right now that is driving most of the weather change. So much of what we're seeing that we see on land is because of what's happening at sea. And I'm wondering, what intrigues me the most is the communications aspect and some of the storytelling aspect. And are we really getting traction and getting people to really understand that? And I would love to hear your thoughts, and I would love to even have a separate meeting about like sort of this communications grant and how are we reaching out to people and making sure that they quote get it. Like as Commissioner Labhart says, we're slowly getting traction, but I think that because we don't live on the ocean, it's just sort of out there and people don't really get it. I think we need, several steps to really kind of home in on why this is important, why these 8 agencies are involved, what exactly we're doing, and so communication on a more basic level. Hopefully I'm making sense to you and you can reply.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner King. You're making perfect sense to me. And I appreciate your comments. We would love to get you involved. I would love to talk to you about the communications pieces. I think one of the things that really resonates with your comments for me is that, the ocean is mysterious because we don't live there. Some of us live on it. Some of us go into it every once in a while, but we don't understand it in the same way that we understand a forest or a river or a plain. And so it is difficult to measure. It's difficult to track. It's difficult to understand how it intersects with us as humans on land. And also it is not owned by any entity, any single entity, in the same way that we have property rights on land, where if we own a piece of property, we can shepherd it in a particular way. So that public trust aspect and the fact that it is a mysterious resource makes it very difficult, but also super interesting. And as a biologist, it is just so gratifying to understand a little bit more and a little bit more. So I really appreciate your enthusiasm, the Commission's enthusiasm in being on this journey with us, and really encourage you all to help with communications planning and helping us understand how to really promote ocean understanding and awareness as part of your overall climate and ocean change strategy as a Commission. So thank you.
Surely. And one other follow-on question. So the grants that have they happened? And there are things are in process right now with certain organizations, or is that ongoing? Can you explain that a little bit?
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner King. This is just starting. So the bill was passed in June at the end of the long session. And we have been collaborating with the Ocean Science Trust on the competitive RFP announcements. Those are largely out. We have 2 grants out of 7 that have not been completed yet, but the other 5 have just been awarded and are going to start work in March. So we're just at the beginning of seeing that funding really start to bloom and come to life. The direct allocations to OSU and to ODFW are a little bit ahead of that because they didn't have to go through the competitive grant process. And so we're just getting those funds on the ground right now.
Karen, I have 3 questions. I think they're pretty brief, so I'll just start through them if I could. The first one is, could you say a bit more about the categorization of the ocean that EPA just did, and whether, especially whether it's specific to Oregon or if that potential listing is the entire West Coast?
Thank you. I am going to, Chair Wall, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask Charlotte to answer that since she's our lead, and would love to have her address that for you.
All right.
Oh, great. Thank you. Chair Wall, hope you're able to hear and see me.
Yes.
Excellent.
And thank you for your
So
work on
to your
this.
question, oh, thank you very much. So to your question, the listings that Dr. Braby specifically mentioned are specific at this time to Oregon. So the 3B and also the 5A. However, those categorizations are actually federally mandated, and other states such as Washington and California are looking at applying them to their own state waters as well. So currently it is only within the state waters of Oregon, but most likely in the coming years, those listings will extend across the West Coast.
Thank you, that helps. The second question I have is whether Director Melcher mentioned that you sit on the councils, the Cross West Coast Council for him. Is this work that we're doing in Oregon already changing the way you can participate in those conversations, especially about this climate change stuff?
Thank you, Chair Wall. So I may not be understanding your question directly, but the OAH Council that I described today is just for Oregon. So that's an Oregon specific activity. And the bill designated ODFW to co-chair that council with OSU. And so Kurt has designated me in his stead to co-chair that council. And then we also participate regionally with the states of California, Washington, and the province of British Columbia through the Pacific Coast Collaborative, which is a governor level agreement. And there's an ocean acidification working group that we are part of, and we is Charlotte and myself, where we align and coordinate our work with that group as we can. We do Oregon for Oregon, but where we can build that collaboration and alignment across that wider space, we do. And then the Ocean Acidification Alliance is international. And so there's these layers of amplification from the work that we're doing for Oregon in Oregon up to the regional level, and then internationally through our work on the Ocean Acidification Alliance.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, you talked about raising awareness and the roundtable, and I agree with Vice Chair Zarnowitz that it's terrific that we're involving the fishing industry in that as well. Is there a plan to also involve the sort of broader citizen science community? So
thank you, Chair Wall.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, there are 2 ways that we are engaging more broadly than fishermen. One is that we have convened and hosted the Oregon Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Monitoring Group for a number of years now. And it's a voluntary kind of ad hoc group. We call people to the table. We talk about initiatives that we're doing, monitoring, awareness campaigns, and so on. That group includes a number of NGO representatives. It's federal and state agencies, tribal representatives. It's a real diverse group. The Fisherman's app, I think my vision for that is that we have some dedicated volunteers to help us launch it, and then it can be used by anybody who wants to use it. It would not necessarily be, only fishermen in the hands of fishermen talking to a select group of scientists. We want it to start there, but to be something that can expand into a broader communication tool for dedicated but diverse participants.
Thank you. That's real helpful. That's it on my questions, and I don't see other hands up. So we'll thank you both and give it back to the director. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Charlotte. Let's see, next up on the agenda under the director's report, we do have 7 temporary rules that require your ratification. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have in advance of that, or if I can't answer your questions, I'll phone the appropriate friend.
I don't see other hands. I have one quick one. Can you just say a bit about what was the driver for the electronic fish tickets for commercial clams? Did something change?
Well, we have Dr. Braby here, and I'm going to look to her, or perhaps I see Dr. Rumrell has come on camera, so maybe he wants to answer that question. But I suspect it's just to improve our ability to track towards, we do have harvest quotas in place and have not implemented electronic tickets on the clam fishery. So I'm suspecting that's why we did it, and it's probably coming as a permanent rule in the future, but I'll look to our marine program I see him kind of nodding, so.
Thank you, Director Melcher. That is exactly right. Electronic fish tickets help us with accountability and real-time tracking of harvest quotas. And so that is a really important tool for us. And you'll hear more about that next month.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, can I get a motion on this one, on the temporary rules?
Yeah, I would move to ratify the 7 temporary rules set forth on today's agenda.
Second.
Is there a second?
Labhart seconds.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 7 temporary rules. Are there any questions, comments? Any other ones? Seeing none, can I get a vote on this one? Those in favor of ratification, thumbs up if you will, please. Looks like everybody says yes, and it passes, and we will then, those are ratified. Anything else on the director's report, Director Melcher, or we'll go to Exhibit A?
Well, thanks, Chair Wall. I do have, I have a couple items under other business, and then I believe there may be a few commissioner updates, and then of course we have public forum. So, with your permission, I'll go to some other business items.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, very good. This was mentioned briefly earlier, but I wanted to just maybe put a finer point on it, and that is that we have been planning our April commission meeting to be in Astoria, and it looks like, at least right now, that our plans are going to hold. Certainly, we're going to be prepared to pivot if needed, but at this time, we're planning to have an in-person meeting in April in Astoria. And I just wanted to give you all the heads up on that. And then Chair Wall, I think you mentioned it, but in March, though, we will continue to meet on the Zoom platform. So our March meeting will be on this platform, as it has been now for the last 2 years. One other note on the March meeting is that I am going to be in Spokane that week with Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies business. And so since it's remote, I will plan on participating on that Friday. However, I may also hand some agenda items off to Deputy Director Colbert to handle through the commission process. So I just wanted to give you all a heads up on that. Any questions on those items? Last note on that, we of course are going to reinstitute our tradition, if you will, associated with commission meetings outside of Salem, and we are planning a tour on the Thursday prior. So if you're available and your calendars are open, we will have a commission tour on the Thursday prior to the Friday meeting in April. And I've already had the Clatsop County Commission and Commission Chair Mark Quila reach out to want to help and has some ideas for commission tour in Astoria. So we'll be working with the local electeds there to put together some viewing opportunities and question and answer, a field trip, so to speak, for a nice field trip for a change.
It will be a great change.
Okay. The only other thing I had under other business then was I wanted to follow up with you all on the request for a declaratory ruling that the commission received on January 31st. And this is a request for a declaratory ruling related to our planned upcoming release of steelhead smolts in the North Umpqua River. I think, as you all will remember, back in, I believe it was in December, I mentioned to you that staff was actually already in the process of conducting an assessment of summer steelhead, wild summer steelhead in particular in the North Umpqua River, and looking at limiting factors and looking at this issue as to whether the hatchery fish release is a contributing limiting factor to the very poor returns that we saw last year. That evaluation is currently underway and it's not completed yet. Staff is still working on that. We do expect to have that assessment and a recommendation completed here in the next month or so. And that will be an item that ultimately will appear on the April commission agenda for commission consideration. There's a number of things that, there's a number of other pieces, if you will, to this assessment that we're working on. It's not just related to the hatchery summer steelhead release. And then also I would just note that we will be consulting with the tribes on this. And this is if we ultimately end up recommending eliminating that release this year, and I think what has been proposed is a pause where you don't release the fish this year. While that may seem like a minor pause, it's actually, given the life history of these fish, it could well be if not the end of, a very serious limiting factor in terms of future production, because you won't have brood stock, and we're not interested in mining a very limited wild fish population for hatchery brood stock. I know there's been some concerns. We've seen the concerns that have been raised because those fish, of course, they're a Rock Creek production product at Rock Creek Hatchery. And of course, as you all know, Rock Creek Hatchery is no longer. Almost the entire facility was lost in the Archie Creek fire. And so those fish have been reared here for the last year at Coal River Hatchery. And we've heard some concern because there was recently a transfer of those fish from Coal Rivers back to the Rock Creek rearing facility. That is merely that's our normal production process. If in fact we're going to release these fish in April, which is an open question, they need to be acclimated and on station at Rock Creek. So it does not foretell any pre-decision with regard to that production. And so we received this declaratory ruling, or request for a declaratory ruling. We would just reiterate to the commission that we're already in the process, already in this decision-making process. And that while, we think there may be some technical legal issues with the declaratory ruling, our preference is not to reject it on those for those reasons, but in fact to address the request for declaratory ruling as if it were completely legally sufficient. And so what we're looking for from the commission here today is direction on how to move forward with that. There's three alternatives. You all can delegate that decision to me. You all could reject, and our recommendation is, of course, you reject the petition, but you all could reject that petition today, or you could decide to move forward and accept the petition. So with that, I'd be open to any questions.
Commissioners, questions, Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
I just have a quick question. If we don't release the fish, what do we do with them?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wong, Commissioner Zarnowitz. That's a really good question. And actually, we will transfer that production to a standing water, essentially a resident trout fishery, one that doesn't have, it won't conflict with anadromous fish production. So we won't simply euthanize the fish. We will transfer them into essentially into our catchable trout program.
Okay, that's what I was hoping if that happened.
Other questions, commissioners, or comments? I have one question that would go, I think, to Annika, and that is whether you could give us an example of what a declaratory ruling is, just as a way to illuminate the issue.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Sure. So a declaratory ruling, the statute, it's designed to allow a person to seek an agency opinion on a legal question. So as applied to a particular set of facts that affect that person. So I think an example that I can give you is a business owner may request a declaratory ruling. They set out a set of facts in the petition pertaining to her business and ask the agency to issue a ruling on whether, given her set of facts about her business, for example, whether a license is required under the agency's rules. So because a declaratory ruling is only binding upon that petitioner and the agency, that will indicate to that person, whether to go out for her business to get a license. Notably, I think the biggest thing about declaratory rulings is that where there are disputed facts, the issuance of a declaratory ruling is not appropriate. An agency decision to deny a petition, just as a side note here, it's not a ruling on the questions presented. It's just the agency declining the opportunity to issue a declaratory ruling on the question asked. So for example, if this business owner asked the question, am I required to get these licenses? The agency is never required. It's wholly discretionary whether they will then decide to commence a proceeding to indicate to that person whether their license is required. Does that help?
That does. Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Labhart, you had a question?
Well, I actually pulled it down. I was going to try to move us in to see if we could, I won't solve the problem, but move us in a direction here. I kind of lean toward not punting this to the director. I think that's relegating our responsibility. I think it ought to be a commission decision whether we accept or deny, and not just say, well, we're going to punt to the director and let him take the heat for it. I think we're in a position where we have to make tough policy decisions, and sure, he's willing to do that if we direct him to, but then I got to thinking about it just a little bit, and we're still going to deal with this in April. The subject matter will be a commission decision in April on whether we release or no release. So that will still come before us. But I was going to try to move us see if we could move in a direction and have a conversation about whether we want to punt this to the director or whether we want to take the heat for whatever the decision is. So
Thank you. Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I agree with that, with Commissioner Labhart, that we should take our decision, make our decision on it.
Thank you. Anybody else have comments or questions? I would just add that I applaud and appreciate the idea of us taking any heat on this one or anything that comes toward us on this issue. I think that we would, in either case, be in a position to take that, but I appreciate stepping up and making this a choice. The even more important thing to me is that we will make this decision in April and it will be in front of the commission, so people will know what is happening with this one. It looks like we have a hand up from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, thank you. Trying to find my raised hand again. I want to take the heat, take the tomatoes. And so, yes, that's what I'm for as well. And I'm glad that this issue is coming before us officially in April, so that we have plenty of time either way for what needs to happen here. So that's my weighing in, and I'm going to try to lower my hand here. There we go. And mute.
Thank you. Since we're moving toward making a choice, would someone like to make a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion, and I'm going to preface this that the department's working on information that we'll see in April. And so I move to deny the administrative petition, considering the deficiencies of the petition and the comprehensive analysis of wild summer steelhead health in the Umpqua Basin, which is underway and will be the subject of a commission decision at the April commission meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Zarnowitz and seconded by Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde to deny the administrative petition as read into the record by Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing no hands up, can we have a vote on this? Those in favor of the motion, will you give a thumbs up, please? Any people opposed, since I don't see every person's picture? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Director Melcher, for the background on that one and framing up of it. So we can go then, if there is nothing else under other business, we can go to commission updates. And I think the first one of those is back to Vice Chair Zarnowitz with the Beaver Management Work Group.
Trap check.
You're doing. You're right. Sorry. Go ahead. You were doing both of them, but that's the meeting on the 24th. Never mind. Go ahead. Trap check.
Okay. As you may know, that the trap check work group dissolved back in January, and the department decided to move forward with taking the information that was gathered from that and move forward with recommendations. I've been participating along with Commissioner Khalil, and this is our status. So we have, we've been, the group that has been continuing to work is Kevin Blakely and Derek Broman from the Wildlife Division, and myself and Commissioner Khalil. We met this week to begin our discussions with the first group that we identified from the work group, which was the landowning or land managing advocates or representatives. And we also had a meeting before we met with them to discuss the damage trap check times currently in the rule, and that just specifically to predatory damage. The Department of Kevin Blakely with the Wildlife Division had also met with Wildlife Services and some others. And Derek Broman had researched history quite in detail of how we got to the predatory trap check intervals that we have today in rule. And so there was some good information provided there. Then we met with as I mentioned, the landowner and manager group, which represented Oregon Farm Bureau, Association of Oregon Counties, and the Oregon Forest Industries Council. We met, of course, virtually. And we discussed the several possible changes with them. They have significant concerns still about some of the timelines that we're examining. And I'm not going to go into detail about those timelines because we still have to meet with the other groups, which will include the Oregon Hunters Association and Oregon Trappers Association as one group, and then the Oregon Humane Society, Oregon Audubon, and Center for Biological Diversity as the other group. And so the landowner manager group will take what we discussed back to their constituents and come back to us with any ideas that they have. So, and then the next meetings will be for the other groups that I mentioned. That's where we are.
Thank you. Questions of Vice Chair Zarnowitz on trap check? Could you also, just before we leave this one, I don't see other hands up, but could you mention timing? What we know about it so far? Yeah.
Timing of when to bring this back to the commission?
Yeah, please.
Yes, we're going to bring it back to the commission for June. For June, when we have the fur bearer regulations. And so that would be part of the fur bearer regulations proposal.
I don't see other hands up on this one, so we'll go to Commissioner Hatfield Hyde for the Beaver Management Work Group update if we can.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. And the Beaver Management Work Group continues to meet in good faith. And I believe that they will have recommendations for the commission. And I have been scrambling this morning because we had a meeting where Commissioner Zarnowitz and Chair Wall and I went over the timeline of when this is coming to fruition. And I've been scrambling around this morning trying to find that timeline list. Do you guys have that timeline in your head? Because we were also talking about trap check issues, and I have it all. I can't recall where we are. So help me.
My memory is, I think we were looking at the April meeting, recognizing that might be a bit optimistic, but if we could bring it back in April, that would be terrific. It might slip to May, is my understanding, but we're trying not to have them on the same month, these
Right.
two groups.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I really appreciate you bailing me out there. I think it was just getting really confusing, but yes. So look forward to this is what I'm trying to say. When it comes, it'll be good. I hope.
We'll count on that. And thank you for your ongoing work on it to both of you. Let's move then to a public forum. And as Michelle Tate mentioned, there are several people who would like to speak. We will start with Michael Eng, and I would mention that each person has 3 minutes under public forum, and these are items not already on our agenda in this form. So could we go ahead with Michael Eng, and then we'll have Srusti Kamal and then David Moskowitz.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for providing this opportunity to testify before the commission. My name is Mike Eng. My wife, Monica, and I are retired and live in rural Wallowa County, directly adjacent to the Lost Dean Wildlife Area. By way of background, I was a federal law enforcement officer with the National Park Service, during which I investigated wildlife poaching, including conducting undercover multi-agency operations. In the short time I have available, I'd like to bring to your attention 4 issues involving the Lost Dean Wildlife Area. Number 1, confusion over the interpretation and lack of enforcement of the specific rules of the Lost Dean Wildlife Area, specifically Section 3, as amended on May 6, 2021, which states that, quote, discharging firearms is prohibited except while hunting, as authorized during game bird and game mammal seasons, as well as the general rules for all ODFW lands, especially regarding the failure to post rules. Number 2, persistent numerous instances of suspected poaching of antlerless mule deer over several years involving the Lost Dean Wildlife Area. Number 3, preventable wildfire ignition risks from uncontrolled motor vehicle travel within the Lost Dean Wildlife Area. Number 4, possible need for the commission to consider establishing a safety zone in the lower portion of the wildlife area due to increased visitation and the number of dwellings in close proximity to the northwest, west, and southwest boundaries of the wildlife area. So firstly, on numerous occasions when I have observed target shooting in the Lost Dean Wildlife Area and reported it to the Oregon State Police, I have been told that since cougar season is open year-round statewide, the discharge of firearms in the wildlife area is therefore also allowed year-round. I was also told by an OSP officer that the new amended rule was, quote, a bad rule, unquote, because it was difficult to interpret and enforce, and because the Wallowa County District Attorney was unwilling to prosecute such a case. Therefore, it wasn't worth OSP's limited time and manpower to even investigate it. The district attorney told me that she would likely not prosecute an illegal shooting case brought to her because she would have difficulty proving knowledge and intent, since ODF&W has not posted rules for the wildlife area. Regarding the pattern of suspected poaching, I have reported this on the TIP, the Turn-In Poachers website, but was never contacted for any follow-up. Thirdly, I have observed numerous occasions when motor vehicles have driven through knee-high dry grass meadows in the Lost Dean Wildlife Area during high and extreme fire conditions. And finally, because of the current condition of uncontrolled target shooting, along with the increased number of dwellings around the boundary of the wildlife area, I would encourage the commission to give careful consideration to the possible need to establish a safety zone in the lower portion of the wildlife area. It would be a shame to wait until a tragedy occurs to address this situation. Please take a look at the map and the written testimony I've submitted for more details about these issues. Thank you very much for your consideration.
And thank you for testifying as well as your long work on this. Commissioners, are there questions? Then I see none. So thank you very much, Mr. Eng. And we will go on to Srusti Kamal. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Srusti Kamal and I'm the Senior Representative for Defenders of Wildlife. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of my organization, as well as our partners, Whale and Dolphin Conservation and Center for Biological Diversity. Today, I'd like to talk to you about a topic very closely related to salmon recovery and highlight the connection between salmon and one of the world's most endangered marine mammal population that calls the Pacific Northwest its home, the southern resident orcas. This unique community or ecotype of orcas is different from all other orcas. Southern residents are a fish-eating population and almost exclusively eat salmon, especially Chinook. Hence, the health of individual whales, as well as the wider population, is closely related to salmon abundance throughout their range. As salmon have declined, the whales have followed. Today, they just number 73 individuals in 3 pods, J, K, and L. Without enough to eat and documented emaciation in some members, they are unable to have healthy calves and are losing key older members and the cultural traditions that help to define them as a unique community. If that sounds like I'm talking about a human community, it's because the Southern residents share many parallels with our lives. They live in close-knit family groups, teach their young calves critical survival skills, and depend on their grandmothers for leadership. Each pod is led by a matriarch. Many of the same issues that impact the lives of Oregonians also impact these whales: lack of food, pollution, and climate change. Now, when you mention Southern resident orcas in the Pacific Northwest, people tend to think of them as Washington's orcas. But we are gaining more insight into how they're connected to Oregon's environment and how actions in our state can contribute to their survival. For example, the Southern residents migrate long distances along the West Coast during winters, including Oregon's waters, feeding on Oregon salmon during this time, which is also one of the harshest seasons for them. The Oregon Conservation Strategy lists them as a strategy species, but our commitment to save the Southern residents from going extinct has not extended any further than naming them on the list, which is why I'm bringing these whales in front of you today to acknowledge and recognize that they are Oregon's orcas too, and we have an obligation to help in their recovery, especially as the impacts of climate change increase in frequency and intensity, such as drought, low river flow, and snowpack loss, and further drive the declines of salmon that the orcas depend on. I will conclude with the fact that Southern resident orcas are a fantastic representation of the far-ranging impacts that salmon recovery can have, and there is so much our state can do to help in their recovery. We would like to work with the Commission to identify ways that Oregon can be a part of the solution. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to working with you on this important issue.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions at this point? Seeing none, we'll thank you and move to David Moskowitz next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. And I had intended to kind of take us all down the North Umpqua River to the best of my abilities to talk about the place that is really unique. But the discussion during the commission update and about the petition and the action the commission just took really changes how I feel about taking you to this special place. What just happened is a continuation of poor communication from ODFW staff, starting at the director. I've testified to you many, many times. I respect Kurt and many of his staff. But it's been a case of hide the ball here on the Umpqua, and we're frankly sick and tired of it. The allegations that our petition has legal deficiencies, that's a conclusion of law coming from your attorneys, but it's only one side of the story. Making a decision or taking some kind of commission action in April, which is going to be based on a department assessment that is not going to be complete. The earliest we're going to see that is the end of March. These fish, the plans to release these hatchery fish into the Umpqua, where you are violating your PHOS guidelines and have been for like 20 years. which is made clear in this petition. Those are the facts. Not having the opportunity to make our case is completely antithetical to engaging your responsibility to engage the public. The North Umpqua River is perhaps the most famous summer steelhead river in the world. And it's been fished by princes and presidents, movie stars, writers, governors, from Tom McCall to John Kitzhaber, Ted Kulongowski. And it's been shepherded and protected by people who have sat in the very seats you're in. Frank Moore, Jim Van Loan, Dan Callahan. This is, I apologize for my tone, but I am outraged by this. The communication, the engagement of citizens, the licensed buying public, the people who just want to know that these wild fish are not going to go away, all have a right to be heard. And that was denied today. I'm trying to see if I can find the clock, because I know I'm regularly known for going well over my timeline. The 3 minutes that you give each member of the public. But I am extremely disappointed in how this activity about Rock Creek and the North Umpqua has been handled practically since the get-go. And it's not over. Please let me know if I'm sure I'm past my time. And if I have gone past, I apologize.
You are, yes.
All right.
Thank you for noticing.
Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I don't see questions, David, so we'll go on to Kirk Blaine and then Jeff Dose. Thank you.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, I'm Kirk Blaine, Southern Oregon Regional Coordinator for Native Fish Society, and I reside in Roseburg. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today through public forum. I call in today after a morning trail run on the North Umpqua River, where flows are extremely low for this time of year, similar to many other Oregon coastal rivers. I'm deeply disappointed by your decision to deny the petition for declaratory ruling earlier today. The wild summer steelhead population is struggling. Last summer, 347 wild summer steelhead crossed Winchester Dam on the North Umpqua River. That's just 8% of the desired abundance goal, and only 29% of the critical abundance goal of 1,200 fish. Critical abundance levels ODFW and the Commission set when they adopted the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan in 2014, and similar to ones that you, the Commission, set in December for the Rogues and South Coast Conservation Management Plan during the adoption of the RSP. The North Umpqua wild summer steelhead have reached catastrophic critical abundance levels last summer, and management changes are necessary in order to conserve and restore what we have left. Status quo management clearly is not working. In 2020, the Archie Creek fire burned 26,161 acres along the North Umpqua River and Rock Creek watershed. I ran through it this morning. Shaded riparian areas have been lost and water temperatures warmer than ever before. This past summer, between June 20th and August 21st, water temperatures were in excess of 69.8 degrees Fahrenheit, just above Rock Creek and the North Umpqua River. Temperatures are lethal to juvenile salmon and steelhead, and climate change is exponentially challenging this watershed and its wild fish. Wild populations of summer steelhead in the North Umpqua River need all the help they can get. Out of all the limiting factors indicated in the CMP, hatchery fish are directly manageable by ODFW staff. We must eliminate any and all factors contributing to the decline of wild summer steelhead. This is the third time I've testified to the commission on this topic. I've had countless conversations with staff asking for change. I continue to feel as though my concerns about reaching critical abundance and adhering to the PHOS triggers identified in the CMP are not being acknowledged or addressed by the department. I'm deeply concerned that the petition for declaratory ruling was denied. I do not believe the department will dive deep into the current issues at hand in the upcoming assessment. Why create a conservation management plan without following the basic triggers and guidelines the department or the commission laid out within the conservation management plan? I want to thank you guys for testifying today, allowing me to testify, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Kirk. I don't see questions at this time, so we'll go ahead and talk to or hear from Jeff Dose next. Thanks, Kirk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jeff, just before you start and before we start the timer, I do see a hand up and I want to check to see, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, did you have a question or was your hand still up for another one?
I do have a question. I appreciate the testimony of both the previous speakers. But what I would like to do, just for a minute, if it's okay, Chair Wall, is ask Director Melcher, or maybe this question goes to Sean, what the process is that we're going through right now around this issue. Just share once again. I know we talked about it earlier, but I think we need to clarify how the commission is planning on addressing this issue.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I think, as I described earlier under the other business item, the staff is in the process of conducting the review. We will be coming back to you in April with the results of that review and ultimately a decision on whether to suspend the North Umpqua summer steelhead hatchery release or not. And that is in fact where we are. There are some other steps in there, of course, and we, our tribal partners have a lot of interest in these issues, and we will be consulting with the tribes before we make any recommendation to you all, but it will be before the commission as an agenda item in April.
And then a follow-up question, Kurt, on that is, will the public have full opportunity to weigh in at that time?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, it will be an agenda item with public testimony, both written and oral.
So in no way will there be an inability for the public to weigh in on this?
Well, I think that's double negative, but I'll say yes, correct.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. I just want to make it clear that in no way the decision we just made is stopping public testimony on this issue, because we very, very much want to hear from the breadth of public testimony on this. And I think that there's nothing that's stopping that. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you, Chair Wall.
You're welcome. And we'll go back to Jeff Dose.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you some thoughts and ideas on a topic of great importance, obviously, to a number of folks, including many of my friends and fellow anglers. My name is Jeff Dose. I reside in Roseburg. I'm a retired fisheries biologist, worked for 31 years in the Umpqua Basin. I'm a member of several conservation groups, and as president of Steamboaters, I'm signatory to the petition that you discussed earlier. I'm also disappointed that you chose to not go along with that petition, but it's done. The topic I'd like to address, of course, is the status of wild summer steelhead in the North Umpqua River and what can be done. Scientific community is very clear that the impacts from hatcheries on wild populations are negative, and the degree of the loss of vitality of the wild populations is a factor based on the number of hatchery fish and their interactions. In the years since the passage or the adoption of the coastal management plan, there's been a number of environmental changes in the North Umpqua watershed that were not even considered, I think, when the CMP was first proposed. This includes large wildfires and also change conditions from accelerated climate change. Also, the status of the population, as was mentioned earlier, of wild summer steelhead in the North Umpqua has declined significantly. The 2021 return of wild summers to the North Umpqua was by far the lowest ever since counting began in 1946. There is a potential action that you, the commission, can take with regard to biological factors. However, the department has limited authority regarding a multitude of environmental factors, such as land management practices, water usage, ocean productivity, and climate change. However, you do have considerable authority with biological factors, as I said. The environmental and biological conditions affecting the long-term persistence and abundance of North Umpqua wild summer steelhead represent a great risk. But the benefits from a solid, robust run of wild North Umpqua summer steelhead is great, but it is threatened. There is an action that you, the commission, can take to reverse this trajectory, and that is to direct the ODFW to eliminate the North Umpqua summer steelhead hatchery program for at least 2 generations. And that includes not releasing existing juveniles and cease any planned broodstock collection in the future. It won't solve all the problems, but it will go a long ways towards the goal, and it is something you do have control of. One final thought: the genetic diversity inherent in wild steelhead population provides for a greatly improved resiliency that will be needed to cope with changing environmental factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We don't have questions at this point from any of the commissioners, so we'll go on also to Rob Kirschner and then Mark Sherwood. So Rob Kirschner, go ahead.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Rob Kirschner, and I am the Legal and Policy Director for the Conservation Angler. I'm here to discuss 2 concerns regarding the Coal River's hatchery smolts. First, ODF&W's covert smolt transfer in January, and to request the Commission to reconsider its decision on our petition for declaratory ruling. ODF&W knows we do not want these smolts released into the North Umpqua River, and we have strong legal reasons for that are not legally deficient. On January 7th, we sent a letter to Director Melcher asking ODF&W not to release them. We also asked to meet. We never received a response. Director Melcher talked about these smolts during the January 12th Commission meeting. We did not hear about their travel itinerary. Unbeknownst to the coalition and apparently top brass at ODF&W, on January 19th, someone from ODF&W loaded up 78,000 summer steelhead smolts at the Coal River's hatchery, drove them to the Rock Creek hatchery, and dumped them into a raceway. The coalition learned about that operation on February 10th, when the Columbia Basin Bulletin ran a story about our petition. Our understanding was that the smolts would be moved in March. You can imagine our surprise when we heard they were moved in January. A cynical person would wonder if the department maneuvered things so that the smolts are already at Rock Creek when the commission gets to the petition, and then frame the commission's choice as to either kill the smolts or release them. Yesterday, we heard those were the 2 options. Apparently, those options changed 15 minutes ago. We understand ODF&W might produce a population status assessment in late March. ODF&W has not explained how that assessment will address the issues raised in our petition, which are focused on the department's 20-year failure to meet PHOS targets set in the Coastal Multi-Species Management Plan. In any case, we support ODF&W's goal to assess population viability and the many threats to North Umpqua summer steelhead. In the meantime, we urge the Commission to focus on the immediate threat posed by hatchery summer steelhead smolts at Rock Creek Hatchery. We respectfully request that the Commission reconsider our petition. The one-sided hearing about it this morning without any substantive discussion about its merits is inappropriate. I agree with others. The action taken this morning was an outrage. The department is attempting to bury the conversation about PHOS. The Commission should wonder why that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And we also don't have questions yet, any hands up, so we will move on to Mark Sherwood. Go ahead, Mark.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I actually going to be speaking a little bit about the Rogue South Coast, giving a little bit of an update related to monitoring items. I, of course, only have 3 minutes, but I did want to say it would be great to get clarification on the record regarding the Commission's decision in April, and if that will be affecting not only smolt releases in the future for summer steelhead in Rock Creek, or sorry, for the North Umpqua, and if it will also include this year's smolt releases. It sounded from what Director Melcher suggested, just kind of it would affect releases, but not clarity on if there will be if that decision will determine whether or not hatchery fish are released this year into the North Umpqua. So I'm gonna talk now a little bit about just some updates on the Rogue South Coast plan. So as a stakeholder and a community member, I want to provide a few updates. Of course, we see the monitoring, which was critical to the Rogue South Coast plan, as really, really important. It furnishes the data critical for making management changes necessary to adapt to a changing environment and safeguard sustainable fishing opportunities. As you all know, monitoring was kind of the most solid common ground among all stakeholders. And I want to share some appreciation. We've been working with many stakeholders, including including the Oregon Anglers Alliance and electeds like David Brock Smith and Deputy Director Culvert to amend and advance legislation in the short session to enable the steelhead endorsements, the wild steelhead fishing and harvest fees that will both facilitate and fund monitoring for the adult steelhead populations. We were surprised that these fees did not go into effect immediately for this season. But if the legislation passes in the short session, these fees for monitoring will go into effect for 22-23, so for next year. If they don't pass in this short session, then we won't actually see those fees go into effect until 24. So another really important thing that's supposed to be underway are creel surveys on the Rogue and the Chetco, which is basically where anglers are interviewed about their angling, how many fish they've caught, et cetera. We've been told that these surveys are occurring by the department, but I continue to field regular calls from folks who are out fishing these rivers consistently and have not seen any creel surveyors or have not been asked about their fishing. It would be really helpful if ODFW would do some press on these surveys, help communicate to the public about their frequency and purpose, perhaps share a framework for how these surveys are being conducted, because we're just there seems to be a disconnect between what we're hearing is being done and what folks are observing. In February, Rogue summer steelhead are spawning, and one of the things that the RSP outlined was doing spawning surveys for these summer steelhead, which are, of course, among the state's sensitive species. We've made several inquiries to the district biologists to see if these surveys are occurring and if there's any need for volunteers. We've not heard anything back. So just want to say we hope that they're happening. We would love to help. We've also not seen any reporting from the 2020-2021 winter steelhead spawning surveys that happened last year. And it's been a year. So commissioners, I just want to urge you to ensure that the public receives timely public reporting on the information collected on wild steelhead. That was, a key part of the Rogue South Coast plan that you adopted. This monitoring is supposed to be happening this year. We would love to see the reporting happen this year. We also welcome more public engagement from the department to help conduct spawning surveys this spring. And we want to thank you for your time and continued attention to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And we do have a hand up from one of the commissioners. We don't typically immediately answer questions like the one you raised, but we will get back to you next week. And it depends, of course, in part on what the outcome of the analysis is, but we can get back to you next week on your question. Could we go to Commissioner Labhart for a question or comment?
Thank you, Chair Walt. So this is mainly back to the House bill. And since Debbie's not on, maybe Kurt could answer this, but the assessment, as I understand in statute, those are set by the legislature, not by the commission. And so clarify that for me, Kurt, just to make sure of that. And then second of all, thanks to all your work, because Debbie was able to get that amendment through David Brock Smith onto Gomberg's bill. And so I think it's going to move forward. And as a result of that, we're going to get that assessment a year earlier than we would have otherwise. It would have been in the 23-25 session. So there was a lot of good work done behind the scenes, Mark, with you and others to get that going. But just to clarify for the public, we don't set those statute, do we, Director?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wall and Commissioner Labhart. No, all of our fees are in statute, and so you know, the commission does not really have the, you know, we don't just flip a switch and implement a new fee. We go through a legislative process, so that is in fact what we were able to do, and of course that bill is still in process. It has not been, you know, it's not, the ink is not dry yet. It is sitting in Ways and Means. And so we're still working at, and Debbie Culvert is actually in the room now, and I see she's raising her hand, so I'll let her speak.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, Director Melcher, that's correct. You know, we do have to take any fee proposals to the legislature. And we would have done that in the February short session, but the agencies don't get priority bills in the short session. We have to go to the long sessions. So that would have been next year. We were, as Commissioner Labhart mentioned, you know, it was really just opportunistic that there was a bill introduced that had a relating clause that was broad enough that we were able to work with Representative Brock Smith and a number of our stakeholders to develop amendments and add those rogue South Coast fees in. And we're really hopeful that we can get them with enough support over the next 10 days, manage to actually get them adopted a year earlier than what we had originally anticipated.
It's a great outcome. Thank you. I don't see other hands up, and so we will go on to Steve Fick and then Jim Wells for public forum, and that would be the end then of public forum. So Steve Fick.
Do you hear me?
Now we can, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair Wall, Commission, Director Melcher, thanks for the opportunity today. I'm calling in again to reiterate my asking you to continue with the adaptive process, the management process of the Columbia River Management Plan. This is something that has economically damaged our commercial fisheries and our communities in this area. I'm very pleased to see that you're coming up in April, and you'll get a little better sense of the community in general and how it's all intertwined with a lot of what our community is about. So it's important that we get corrective adaptive management changes to move along with the spirit of Senate Bill 830 and the Columbia River Management Plan. Washington did through 2020 in March, I believe March, May, June, and July, their PRC, they wrote a plan that their commission approved in September. And it's a I looked at it and there's a lot of positives in that template that could work collaboratively between the states. I would encourage you to consider some conservation measures in addition to that from the state of Oregon's perspective. And I would ask that you, at least in the interim, let Director Melcher have a conversation and make some changes so that we can move the fisheries forward within the guidelines of state and federal harvest guidelines. The other thing is, I just wanted to, I was listening in on the ocean comments there, and I have to make a comment on that. I think we as a nation need to start getting a little tougher with where we buy our product from and boycott those dirty energy sources that make our products. And I think Oregon, we should have a discussion both with resources and at the state level of how we could create some sort of a pilot plan for the rest of the nation to look at. We have over 4,000 coal generated plants in this world, and there's 2,000 more coming online in the next 10 years. And we don't often think about how and where our products come from. So that directly affects what's going to happen with our oceans. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Let's go to Jim Wells.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners and Mr. Melcher. This is Jim Wells calling in from Astoria, representing Salmon for All. I just wanted to talk to you briefly this morning about Columbia River Fall Coho. Give you a little review from 2021. There was about 650,000 fall coho to the Columbia River mouth in 2021. And of that, we were able to harvest 8,550. That's all with our tangle nets, 3 3/4 inch net.
Hi, Darren.
That took 19 periods to do that.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting to do my 3 minutes with the commission. I'm coming over there in a minute.
Excuse me.
I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Steve, could you put your phone on mute, please? And let's go ahead back to Jim.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we harvested about 8,550 out of that 650,000 to the river mouth using the 3 3/4 inch tangle net. And it was about 19 periods to do that, long fishing, a lot of them 18 hours long. Very ineffective net to use for a coho fishery. Looking forward to this coming fall, the forecast has come out now, and there's going to be real close to 1 million Columbia River coho to the ocean. And of those, it's a big late run. There's forecasted right at 400,000. And that's going to come after the recreational fishery. They've already taken their bite out of the ocean and out of buoy 10. And there's hardly any recreational fishermen left at all to harvest. So those that think that the recreational industry deserves, most of the fish in all instances, they've already had their shot at those fish, and they're basically done for the year. All I'm asking is for you guys to, in your PRC meeting, to have a discussion about opening up the gear in the toolbox. Washington's already done that. And no matter what gear is going to be used, it's going to be held to within the ESA impacts. And in the past, we've used our 6-inch gill net, and that is a good way to harvest those fish. And I'm asking you to trust your staff and let them make a decision. If there's enough impacts with steelhead or upriver bright salmon, then you should be able to use the gear that stays within the ESA impacts to harvest those fish. And like the gentleman that all just testified on the North Umpqua summer steelhead issue, they brought up PHOS, and that's part of this issue as well. The more of those fish that we can harvest, it's the better for the economics and the PHOS issue. They're there to be harvested, and the taxpayer is paid to raise them. So let's get them in the pipeline if we can. And there's such a huge demand for salmon now out there in the marketplace that it only makes sense to utilize them if we can. And that's about it. I just would like you to consider that in your PERC meetings and make it a topic and talk to the Washington people about why they did what they did. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. And it looks like Commissioner Labhart has a question.
No, I don't. I was going to have a comment after we were done with questions, if that's okay, Chairman.
Yes, it is. And we are at that point. So we'll start with the exhibits after your comment.
Okay, so thank you. So normally the commission doesn't take action on items that come up, but I wanted to, and this isn't really an action item, but on Mr. Michael Yang's comments, I just wanted to make sure that he, and this isn't an action item, but because he had talked to us once before about some of his concerns, and as a result of that, both the commission and the department have taken action. And so I wanted to make sure that he understood that. There's been conversations with staff, and they understand and share his concerns that were brought to the commission. I've talked to Nick Myatt, the Eastern Oregon Regional Manager, about that, and they clearly hear him and understand that. The department has responded to those concerns by modifying the rules on the Lostine Wildlife Management Area last year to prohibit overnight camping and open fires. And currently the staff are implementing a project to reduce off-road travel by constructing a well-defined parking lot, gating, and primitive through the wildlife management area. And they're also looking to resolve concerns regarding the illegal shooting that he mentioned and poaching that oftentimes takes place from a vehicle. Nick mentioned that those improvements will be completed this year. And ODF&W will ensure the revised rules are posted adequately on the Lostine Wildlife Management Area to provide that enforceability that he talked about. Staff has discussed Mr. Yang's concerns with the OSP troopers during their annual enforcement coordination meetings, and will continue to refer potential poaching cases to OSP. Other than the actions that are fully implemented, the staffs indicated they will continue to monitor their effectiveness and partnership with their neighbors, and will consider further adaptation as needed. And the Grand Wanda Watershed Manager, Dan Marvin, will reach out to Mr. Yang next week to follow up regarding the issues raised in his letter. And as we all know, it takes a while for government to move. And so, they heard him, and they are moving and hopefully addressing his concerns. So not an addressing to his question, but just to let him know that things are moving in a direction that hopefully is positive for him. So just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, Chair Wall. Yeah, I'm glad Commissioner Labhart brought that up. I was going to mention that too. I saw that email that came in from Nick Myatt yesterday evening, and that's a lot of those concerns are being addressed. So I'm glad Commissioner Labhart brought that up. Yeah, and I guess I have a question going back to the Umpqua. I don't have the updated. I have an Umpqua file, but I don't have the updated counts on last year's. I heard it say, I think I heard one of the people that testified say there was like 347 something. I know it was a very low population of wild fish over Winchester Dam, but maybe Sean or somebody could tell me what the count was of the hatchery fish that went over Winchester last year.
Sean, are you available? And can you go ahead? Thank you.
Sure. Well, Commissioner Spellbrink, I am available, but I can't actually answer that question off the top of my head. So I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. I know it was very low also. Isn't that true?
It was very low. Yeah. And we actually didn't collect very many bird.
Right. Okay. Anyway. And then I guess on top of that, I just wanted to, voice my support for our director. And I take issue with any conspiracy accusations. And I have high confidence level that the director and department are following established ODF and W policy. I just like to put that out there.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions or comments? Seeing none, let's go to Exhibit A, minutes, and we'll take care of that one, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. We have the minutes from the January 14th meeting. Are there any questions or revisions? If not, could I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the January 14th, 2022 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the January 14th, 2022 meeting minutes. Those in favor, could you give a thumbs up? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, those are approved. Let's come back in 10 minutes and we will start with Exhibit B, which is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and we'll start at 5 after. So thank you, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Michelle, can you still hear me?
Yes, Mary, I can hear you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I hadn't gotten off.
Yep.
Excuse me, Mary.
Yes.
I am traveling, so I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so I'm not going to have video on. Is that an issue?
It is not. Were you planning to, we can do just video. Were you planning to testify? I don't
I
have.
am, I can do just audio. I'm afraid the internet connection is going to come in and out if I do video.
Either one is just fine. So what we're going to do is hear staff, and then we'll go to the three of you the three representatives from the tribe who will testify. And we often have to go to just video or just audio in order to make this work.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to double check.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely not a problem. And good seeing you, Chair Kennedy.
Okay, I think, welcome back, everyone. I think we're ready to start Exhibit B, which is an ODF&W Grand Ronde Tribe Memorandum of Understanding for Shellfish Licensing. And as some of you just heard, what we will do is have staff introduce this item, and then we'll go first to the tribal chair, and then two other representatives from the Grand Ronde Tribe, and then we'll ask questions. So if we could have Chris Kern do the presentation. Director Melcher, is there anything you wanted to say about this one before we start, or does that work for you?
No, I don't have anything more to say. I'll hand it off to Chris. Look forward to the presentation. And as you all know, commissioners, we have a long history of working with the Grand Ronde Tribe and other Oregon tribes, and this is just our latest iteration. So appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. I'm working on sharing my screen now. Is that
Yes,
visible to folks?
it is.
Okay. And sorry, I'm doing okay. Can you, I'm sorry, I'm having to redo some stuff here and I'm a bit out of practice. Are you seeing the first slide?
We are, yes.
Okay,
Shellfish
thank
MOU,
you.
yes.
A bit rusty. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, Chris Kern, currently the acting ODFW West Region Manager. Here today to present to you outcome of a joint effort between the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and ODFW. Excuse me. And while I'm currently in an interim role, my more normal role as one of the Fish Division Deputy Administrators, this is an issue I've been working on for a while now. So actually quite pleased to be able to bring it to you with the tribe here today for your consideration. And for a little bit of background, in 2004, we implemented a new recreational shellfish license for harvesting shellfish species. Prior to that, there was no license required to recreationally harvest shellfish in Oregon. And so we took this task up at the request of the tribe, and during our discussions, there were some limitations suggested to keep this scope very narrow, particularly focused on a license discussion. So among that, this is would propose the new rule would implement the memorandum of understanding for licensing requirements for harvested shellfish by members of the tribe. It applies in the Trask Wildlife Unit and the ocean adjacent to that unit, and I'll speak to that a little bit in a moment. The goal really was to identify a regulatory approach that could allow members from the tribe to harvest shellfish in this area without requiring an individual state-issued license. This is a new agreement, but it's actually similar to some other ones we've had over the last several years, including a memorandum of understanding with the Grand Ronde tribe regarding harvest of salmon at Willamette Falls and some other ones. But the real take home here is this is a pretty narrow scope. This is a quick presentation, but the simplicity of it, I don't want to be taken as not an important issue. I think this is very important, despite the fact that it's going to be a pretty short presentation. So speaking of the geographic scope, excuse me, you may wonder why the Trask Wildlife Unit is referenced. Essentially, it's because while only a portion of the unit includes areas that support shellfish, there is a history of the use of this specific boundary for some other fishing and hunting activities the tribe conducts. And so that's why we essentially chose the same boundary for simplicity and to make it consistent. And during the discussions, what's not in that unit definition that we normally use is these two lines you see in the ocean areas for Barview Jetty and the south bank of the Salmon River. And those are lines that were suggested during the discussion by tribal representatives that just make it real clear where the boundary ends and starts, and that helps with both the activities the membership may take so they know where the boundaries are, as well as law enforcement. But just to clarify, that's not part of the normal definition of the boundary. So the MOU and the rule focus on the licensing requirement for harvest of shellfish species. The statutory language for licensing for Fish and Wildlife in Oregon specifies the commission as the entity that issues that license. And there are some statutory examples of exceptions, but there isn't one that applies in this particular case. And so we've worked to implement an approach that's similar to what we've used in some other MOUs, in that essentially ODFW would issue an annual special gathering permit to the tribe. And then the tribe would then issue their own documentation to individual members to convey that state-issued permit to members. And that documentation is what the tribal members would carry in the field when they're harvesting shellfish. So if the rule is adopted today, Chair Wall would sign the MOU. And my understanding is, hopefully we'll hear this in the tribal testimony as well, but I think the tribal council already approved the MOU last week or on the 9th. And so assuming all that carries forward as recommended, the process would be the tribe would annually request from Director Melcher a gathering permit, which we would issue. And then again, the tribe would issue whatever documentation they would like to their individual members. And I think I've said it 2 or 3 times already. This is a similar process to what we've used on some other ones. And so, as I said, it's a short presentation. So my recommendation is that the commission adopt the rules as outlined in the draft OAR, which is in attachment 3, and also authorize Chair Wall to sign the MOU on behalf of the commission. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chris. If there are immediate questions, let's just take a short one and then we'll go right to the tribal representatives for testimony. So it looks like Commissioner King has a question before we go to the testimony.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. Hopefully it is quick. I don't have any objection or anything. I'm just, when you say you issue a special permit, and then does that delineate, is it the same standards, like, 15 clams a day as it would be for the rest of us, or is it different? Or does it delineate, or does it depend on the tribe, or et cetera?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, good question. I must have missed it in my presentation. In this particular MOU, the specific regulations for the gathering itself, other than the license, would remain the same as what's in our general sport fishing regulation booklet for simplicity. And that means that if we change that booklet at some point, that would carry through as well. So the permit itself is simply a single permit to the tribe, and then the tribe would then issue their own licensing, but the other regulations would essentially stay the same for now.
Thank you. And I don't see other hands, so we'll welcome Chairwoman Kennedy to testify, and then we'll go to Michael Langley, who is the Tribal Council Secretary, and then Stacia Hernandez, who is the Chief of Staff for the tribe. So Chairwoman Kennedy, go ahead.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, to be given this opportunity to testify. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair, and the Commission. Also great to see you, Director Melcher. I appreciate it. I have worked with the Fish and Wildlife Commission throughout my entire career on Tribal Council. I'm serving my 21st year, but I served on our first council back in the early 80s. So it's been a long process. Since my first interactions with the Commission and ODF&W, the partnership between the two entities has grown and strengthened. We have worked together to restore ceremonial hunting for tribal members in the Trask unit. We are currently working together to address sea lion issues on the Willamette River, and we have gladly provided ODF&W with office space to carry out their work there. With this MOU, we are further strengthening our partnership while providing clarity to Grand Ronde tribal members. The first thing this MOA does is address an inherent problem with the consent decree, an agreement that doesn't allow for changes even when state regulations do happen. For example, the tribal membership had full rights to gather shellfish at no cost at the time the consent decree was written. Excuse me. However, the shellfish rule applied in 2004 revoked and restricted these rights and provided no means to correct this issue. With this MOU, we can finally correct that. The second thing this MOU does is provide clarity to the tribal membership. As written, the consent decree and current shellfish regulations do not match up. This creates significant confusion for our tribal members, and many avoid gathering because of fear surrounding a potential misinterpretation of the regulation. By applying the same gathering nights as any shellfish permit holder through this MOU, tribal harvesters gain clear and easy to interpret boundaries and regulations. In closing, we are good stewards of our lands, and our years of partnership with ODF&W have been part of that stewardship. This MOU allows us to strengthen our cultural practices around shellfish, our roles as natural resources manager, all while strengthening our partnership with you. I thank you for this opportunity to present this testimony and urge you to vote in favor of this MOU. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair. And we will go now to, I don't see questions immediately, but there may be someone we hear from all three of you. So if we could go to Michael Langley, and I think that he is just audio. So go ahead, Michael.
Shisan, good morning, Commission members. Hayumasi, thank you for this opportunity to share. As a tribal member, I was born and raised in Tillamook during the termination era. The home I lived in from age 3 is still the home my mom lives in now. Shortly prior to termination, my grandfather, who also served as tribal council secretary, had already moved his family to Tillamook County chasing work to feed them. However, like everyone else, termination itself did not stop my family from continuing to be Indian. We kept doing those things we always did, which meant hunting, fishing, and harvesting in the Trask unit, including the ocean areas. It is not a surprise that Grandpa reluctantly chose to move to Tillamook County. My family has deep ties in and around the Tillamook area. Some of our family ties include the Native people from Hobsonville that never moved to the reservation in Grand Ronde, choosing and being allowed to remain in this unofficial tribal area instead. Although we harvested throughout Tillamook County, the bay around Hobsonville was one of our favorite spots for clamming. There were 5 very active boys in my family, so hunting, fishing, and harvesting of the many varieties of clams, as well as for Dungeness crab, was a means of survival. However, it was also a family event, and not just for my own immediate family. Cousins would come that had been relocated through termination efforts away from the reservation, including to the San Francisco Bay Area. Even now, these cousins mention the fishing, hunting, and shellfish times as lasting memories of when life was good, and they felt a connection they cannot get in a concrete jungle. Through the years, non-Native as well as other Native friends from college would also be initiated into our clamming. They would marvel at how this was a complete family effort, from the gathering, the cleaning and processing, and the cleanup and usage of the remains to supplement gardening efforts. They, like us, love to hear the stories from Grandpa's era and prior that he remembered, to Dad's era, and of course, our own more recent stories. Many of these stories are only told during these outings, as if they bubble up from the bay, awakening from our disturbance and patiently awaiting our return. Even on a day that harvesting was not as successful, the stories and family outing itself were a success. Soon, my own grandchildren will be participating. Perhaps their stories will celebrate a new era in our collective history. For hopefully you can see this MOU isn't just about our past. This is about our connection to our ancestors through this harvest, and our 2 entities continuing to collaborate so tribal members like my family can connect with that part of who they are as they are. Thank you for listening and hearing my words. All the Kevin.
Thank you, Michael. I don't see hands up with questions, so we'll go to the next tribal representative, who is Stacia Hernandez. Stacia?
Good morning. This is Chair Kennedy speaking again. We have Andrew Freeman, who is a tribal member, rather than Stacia Hernandez speaking this morning.
Okay, then we'll make the switch and welcome you, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew Freeman.
Good morning, members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you this morning. My name is Andrew Freeman. I'm a member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. Our ability to harvest isn't just about putting food on the tables. It's about returning to the areas and practices that once sustained our ancestors, strengthening our cultural ties through these activities and passing these cultural practices on to the younger generations so those practices can live on through future generations. It is important for me to share our traditional ways with my children. This agreement will allow me to do that. Hunting and fishing and gathering gives me a sense of connection to our ancestors and the land. When I'm able to share that connection with my children and the youth, it comes full circle. The sooner we can get our people out there practicing our traditional ways, the more it will strengthen our culture. I've personally seen the positive results that the hunting and fishing opportunities that we've gotten have impacted our tribal culture. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there questions of Andrew? Looks like there aren't any questions of any of the three of you. I would like to mention that it's particularly, I don't know what the right word is, but the chair mentioned a couple types of strengthening that will come from this, both supporting the cultural activities and also the relationship and working relationship with the department. I think both of those are important. And the connections that Michael Langley talked about are the ones we keep hearing about, and it's particularly moving to hear those. So just wanted to make that comment. And it looks like we have a couple people on the commission who would like to make either a comment or ask a question. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Sorry, finding my unmute. Just to Chair Kennedy and the representatives from the Grand Ronde Tribe, I just want to thank you for your work with the department too, and your willingness to engage in this. And I work a lot with the sovereign tribes in the Klamath River Basin, and I just know how deeply important it is when we can find ways like this that work. And I just wish the absolute best for your community and your hunting, fishing, gathering, for your children, your connection to the land. It really is a big deal. So thank you so much. And I'll leave it there. And I'd like to make the motion, but I can't because I can't find the motion in my packet. So consider me having made it in spirit, right? Because I love this so much. Thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, we have a couple other comments, so you have a bit of time if you'd like, if you can find the motion, and we'll come back to you. Otherwise, we'll have somebody else make it. But in the meantime, Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner King.
Well, I'm gonna have to fight Commissioner Hyde for making the motion. And my argument, Commissioner, is I spent 30 years in Tillamook, 12 years as a county commissioner, had the opportunity to work with the Grand Ronde Tribe on a number of issues, and I would be honored to make this motion if you so would allow me to. But after Dr. King's done with her question.
Let's go. Yes, go ahead, Dr. King.
Oh, no questions per se, just reiterating what everyone else has said, that this is amazing. But I think also this touches on something far more universal. I think it was Michael with the presentation about like the connectedness and families and how moving that is. And we think about how separated we've all been in these certain time, in this last 2 years. Like we've not had a commission meeting, we've not been in person. And with our Astoria meeting, if that happens, and it should, one of the outings is going to be clam digging. And it is so important. I do that often with just friends, and it is so much more than about getting the clams. It's about being outside. It's about children learning. It's about being a way to share, whether it's stories, whether it's just company. I mean, people come that don't even like clams and they're just out there. So, I mean, that is just so important. Sometimes if you're super lucky, you can see kind of the Roosevelt elk, coming, to take a peek at the sea, I mean, it is such a larger issue than just the harvest. And I think that is what, we kind of get all tied up in rules and regulations. And sometimes we need to remember that human connection. And for those of us that have been apart for so long and we finally get to have it, I think it's going to be special. And the fact that, we're voting on this, and maybe the next time we meet in person, we'll be able to clam ourselves. I think that's the perfect circle. So I won't fight for making the motions. Maybe I'll be able to second it. But yes, this is good stuff. And it's nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I think we're all going to fight over the opportunity to make the motion. But anyway, and I just wanted to reiterate, I know talking with Director Melcher, I know the value he places on our relationship with our tribal partners. And I think you can see that's echoed here by the commissioners. We really highly value this relationship. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
Yeah, this is, I can't say things as quite as elegantly as Commissioner King, but I do want to also thank, as I have this opportunity, the Grand Ronde Tribe, because they were there for the whole community of the area, Yamhill County, with COVID vaccines. And so many people were searching for those and could not get them through public health or their medical providers. And the Grand Ronde Tribe, when you had extras, then people could go there, and that helped people tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman, did you want to add something, or would you like us to just keep rolling?
I just really appreciate all the kind words, the heartfelt words, and the insights and understanding that all the commission members have in looking at this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Chris Kern would like to weigh in. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Chair Wall, and I apologize. I know it's a bit unusual, but I just wanted to wrap up for myself, if I could, that, and the Chair Kennedy mentioned the partnership, and, I've worked with the Grand Ronde Tribe more probably over the last 10 years. And I will say that this issue, the sea lion work that has occurred, the Willamette Falls ceremonial work has been some of the kind of high points of my job for the last 10 years. I haven't been directly involved in all of those, but just being associated with them has been nice. And I think it bears, it's been stated already, but what I bring forward here is a relatively simple administrative set of words on some paper, but clearly it means a whole lot more than just is reflected by those words. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you for those and for the long work that got us here. It's a great spot to be in. I think we'll go back to Commissioner Labhart and look for a motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Before I give the motion, Chair Kennedy and Michael, when I retired as county commissioner, there was a number of people there that wished me well, but probably the most emotional part of that whole ceremony was the tribe presenting me with a ceremonial blanket and wrapping it around me and talking about the relationship that the county has, the people of Tillamook County have with the Grand Ronde Tribe, and it meant the world to me. So Madam Chair, I move to adopt OAR 635-041-0620 as proposed by staff, as shown in attachment 3.
And I would like to second that.
Go ahead. You have just done that, I think. And I think it's pretty clear where this one is going. Let me just check with the director. Do we need to mention the other part about authorizing signature, or is that assumed?
I think, Chair Wall, I think that would be good, just at least for the record, since you will be signing the MOU, that would be appropriate to add that into the motion.
And authorize the chair on behalf of the commission to sign the MOU.
Thank you. And that's okay with the second? It's been moved and seconded to adopt the memorandum of understanding as read into the record by Commissioner Labhart, seconded by Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Those in favor, could we get a thumbs up? And I think we know what the answers are here. So thank you to everyone. And this is a great one to have. So thank you for testifying. And we'll move on then to the next one. And this one will be signed. And I'm happy to sign it, actually. So we'll go to Exhibit C then, which is the 2023 culvert repair programmatic agreement. And I think that Pete Bakey is online for this one. To the fish passage liaison.
Yeah, let me get my presentation up.
Okay, we'll give you a minute.
Okay.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, for the record, Sean Clements, Deputy Administrator, Fish Division. I get to do the introduction for this one. I know you all had a preview of this program last month, but I'm bringing it back forward for renewal, and Pete's going to be taking the presentation today. I just want to say this is really a textbook example of a program that's doing great things for aquatic species. And from my point of view, and I think Darby is too, it's exactly what we had in mind when we were drafting the climate policy, in terms of when you look at those sections about statewide alignment between state agencies and shared priorities, putting things in place in areas where habitat's going to be resilient now and into the future. So Pete's going to go into details of the program, but there's one slide here that really stood out to me when I saw it. You'll see it when you get there. It's a map of Oregon. Just put some perspective on the scale of things that these folks have been able to accomplish in the last 6 years. And it's just really outstanding. And so Pete is going to take it away here. Cheers.
Thank you,
Great.
Sean.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Pete Bakey. I am currently the ODFW ODOT Fish Passage Liaison, and I'm here to discuss the proposed 2023 Culvert Repair Programmatic Agreement. With me today are Mac Lind, ODOT's Deputy Delivery and Operations Manager, John Rash, ODOT's Environmental Section Manager, Alan Gillette, ODOT's Aquatic Resources Lead, and also Ken Beerley and Terry Turner, who are members of our Fish Passage Task Force. Before I get started, I just wanted to provide some context for the need for the Culvert Repair Programmatic Agreement. Based on recent culvert inventories, many of the culverts underneath the transportation network are in critical to poor condition. ODOT owns and operates about 36,000 culverts, and about 11,500 of those are in poor critical condition. Culvert replacement needs are exceeding ODOT's funding, and the failing culvert infrastructure needs to be maintained to ensure public safety and traffic mobility. We certainly don't want these culverts getting to the point where we have these failures. And these failures require a quick response time by ODOT, which greatly increase the cost of dealing with them. Construction activities that invoke the requirement to address fish passage associated with culverts are clearly defined in rule. The major repairs that occur on these culverts triggers ODFW's fish passage rules. ODFW has the authority to programmatically approve multiple artificial obstructions of the same type. It is underneath this section rule that we have developed a solution to allow ODOT to repair multiple culverts under a programmatic agreement. Oregon's fish passage administrative rules allow the use of programmatic approvals to address fish passage for multiple artificial obstructions of the same type and under certain circumstances, so long as the structures meet criteria determined by the department. Some of this criteria includes that the owner demonstrates prior experience providing fish passage, which ODOT certainly has, and that they allow ODFW to inspect these projects, and they do annual reporting. And the terms to this programmatic agreement are in that CRPA document. The commission has approved the initial programmatic agreement in 2015, and also the one we're currently under, which is the 2018 CRPA, and the current one we're under will expire at the end of this year. The culvert repair programmatic agreement allows ODOT to make these short-term repairs to culverts without meeting full fish passage criteria if significant improvements are made to fish passage. Given that these repairs delay the time which full fish passage is provided in the future, ODOT provides fish passage compensation funds to ODFW. ODFW manages and uses these funds to leverage high-priority fish passage projects throughout the state. This fund is off the state highway system. Additionally, ODOT dedicates $4.2 million annually to address the highest priority fish passage projects on the state highway system, and that's regardless of the structural condition of the structure. And that is ODOT's fish passage program. ODOT still has the ability to provide full passage and seek a waiver exemption, which is the traditional routes. Category 1 habitat is rare, but critical habitat and culverts in these areas are excluded from this agreement. And again, I'll point out that the fish passage conditions at these culverts repaired under the agreement improve. I'd like to emphasize that they are still providing passage at these sites. These are not waivers or an exemption. Vice Chair Zarnowitz asked at the last commission how many projects were going through the regular process. So I took a look at 2021. And for that year, we had 16 fish passage approvals for ODOT, 2 waivers, 2 exemptions, and we approved 5 CRPA projects. And again, I just reiterate that this has been approved in 2015 and 2018. The fish passage program leverages the resources we have to get the highest priority projects completed. We place heavy emphasis on the fish passage priority list, which prioritizes based on habitat quality, grouping of barriers, the presence of listed endangered and threatened species, the level or absence of passage at a barrier, and the species diversity. We also consider guidance provided by our conservation recovery program when considering basin priorities, and we also get that local knowledge from our district biologists. This fish passage priority list is also used by other organizations when they're doing passage work. In addition, we know that climate change is going to impact the suitability of different habitats and that access to some areas will be really critical for populations. To find those areas, we are doing a statewide assessment of current and future habitat suitability to identify areas where ODFW will focus its efforts protecting and restoring aquatic habitats. The results of this assessment will be incorporated into future updates of the fish passage priority list. I would like to add also that prior to the first 2015 CRPA, ODOT was directing their fish passage funds to maintenance mostly and culvert failure needs, not necessarily those areas where fish need it the most. With the CRPA, ODOT and ODFW develop a 10-year list where ODOT fish passage funds are directed towards the highest priority fish passage issues on the state highway system. Additionally, through the Fish Passage Conservation Fund, which ODFW manages, that provides us the funding to work on our highest priorities. So I kind of want to give an example of what some CRPA projects look like. This is Pass Creek on I-5. This is between Cottage Grove and Curtin. And you can see on the upper left there, we've got a partial barrier. It's perched. It's a little difficult for fish to get in this. Certainly is going to be an issue for fish at certain life stages. So to address this, ODOT did their repair. We put fish blocks in the culvert. That is to basically reduce some velocities and create some hydraulic complexity. And ODOT additionally built a rough and riffle downstream, which you can see in the middle picture there. And basically what that does is it backs water up, eliminates that jump, and allows fish easier access into that culvert. And I did kind of want to say that when we go out and scope these with ODOT, they're looking at whether the culvert is fixable. Sometimes they're too far deteriorated that's not possible. But to address the fish passage issues, we can really get to 3 things with these. One would be like the jump into the culvert. We can deal with velocities in the culvert by putting like fish rocks or weirs or something in there to try and slow that down, and also depth. And so those are really the features we're working with. Velocity generally we're dealing with inside the culvert. Some of those other things, sometimes we have to address things outside the culvert like this rough and riffle. And I kind of wanted to show this one too. This is OR 22 west of Salem. This is a pretty marginal habitat, but it does have native migratory fish. And so I just wanted to point out that a lot of the culverts we're getting to are these areas that have marginal or poor habitat. The stream in this area is basically going through like ditched farm fields, but we do get some high velocities in the winter. This particular area, it does dry up in the summer, but fish will use it in the winter. And so again, we've got these fish blocks in here to try and break up some of the velocities and help with passage under certain conditions. And the other thing I would say too on these CRPA projects is we do a lot of monitoring. If the repair locations show that the fish passage improvements are not functioning as intended, or we're not to the engineer's designs, we go out and do additional work to bring these up to what we agreed to. So we definitely monitor these, fix these when things happen. Sometimes we'll get really high flows that'll move things around a lot. So we do deal with that. The original 2015 CRPA, it was a 3-year pilot project, and it was only limited to culverts on the west of the Cascades, excluding the North Coast Basin. At the time, we had a pilot mitigation banking project with ODOT in the North Coast Basin. We didn't want to overtax our district biologists. It provided 1.8 million to the Fish Passage Compensation Fund. It funded an ODFW ODOT liaison position. And under that first agreement, we were able to repair 15 projects. And this is a Fish Passage Compensation project completed under the first agreement. The Opal Springs Dam is on Crooked River in Jefferson County. A fish ladder was installed, the ODFW Fish Passage criteria. And this dam is really low in the Crooked River system, over 100 miles of habitat above it. And it's providing passage for ESA listed bull trout and summer steelhead, as well as red band trout, spring chinook, and other native species. So for the 2018 CRPA, we took the lessons learned from the first agreement. We did change it to a 5-year agreement term. We expanded the service area to statewide. At this point, I think both agencies felt like this was working really well. We created a 10-year priority list. And again, that's where ODOT has their pot of fish passage funds. And so ODFW and ODOT get together and we come up with a list that we're going to work on of projects that are on the highway system and basically work to work on those. It did add a liaison position. So we have 2 now. Under this agreement, we've received $2.5 million for that Fish Passage Compensation Fund, which is the one that ODFW manages. And we've approved 33 projects under the CRPA agreement so far. And again, under this agreement, ODOT, this is the ODOT Fish Passage Fund, they continue to provide $4.2 million annually to address high priority fish passage issues at ODOT structures. This is Honey Creek. It's on the it's a tributary to the North Umpqua River. And you can see on the left, not the best passage conditions. And now it is a full spanning bridge. And so fish have basically a volitional run of the river access through this, which is great. The work on the 10-year list is addressing, since we've been doing the CRPA, is addressing 16 fish passage priority barriers. ODOT originally started paying this fund voluntarily for the Oregon plan, started in 1997. So between 1997 and 2021, ODOT has completed 156 of these projects on the state highway system, and they've opened up over 500 miles of volitional fish passage. So this map shows the Fish Passage Compensation Fund projects that we've approved under the 2015 and 2018 agreements. We have had 4 projects drop out, but this is showing the miles there is showing the projects that have been completed and we expect to be completed going forward, how many miles, which is about 840 miles of access and 3,000 acres of lake habitat. And so also on this, we've been able to knock off 24 projects off the priority list, which has just been great. And so just kind of wanted to show, what we're doing with these. Definitely getting a lot of bang for the compensation fund. ODOT's continuing to do work on the state highway system. I know those bars seem a little off, but a couple things to consider. ODOT projects are significantly more expensive than projects off the highway system. Travel management, which they deal with, can be very expensive. ODOT is fully funding their projects, where the compensation fund, generally, we are contributing to projects that already have other funds. We're helping them get over the finish line or getting in early and getting them started on getting funding. So we are leveraging our funds with other funds to get projects done. And just getting great work there. It's amazing how much habitat we're getting open. So I kind of wanted to give some examples of the types of projects that and barriers that we're addressing with these fish passage compensation funds. These are complete removal projects. On the upper left there is Forest Creek in the Rogue Basin. That is completely gone now. And it's just volitional run of the river passage. On the upper right there is in Salt Creek. This is a real typical kind of dam that we have in Oregon. It's just a push-up dam. These have been removed and the irrigation has been handled in a way where it's not impacting fish. So the irrigator can still get their water and fish have full passage. On the lower left is Harbolt Dam. That has been removed. And on the lower right is Brownell Dam, which is very low in the Umatilla. There's over 200 miles of habitat on it. This was a partial barrier, but it's definitely great to have this thing out of there. So it is completely removed. So for the proposed 2023 CRPA agreement, both agencies feel like this program's working well. We're trying to make it a 10-year agreement. It will continue the 2 liaison positions. For the Fish Passage Compensation Fund, we are adding inflation to make sure that our ability to get projects done is keeping up with inflation. Prior to the prior agreements didn't allow culverts with tide gates. So we're going to allow those culverts if the tide gate is going to be removed. We'll check in at the 5-year mark to make sure that everything is working well. If not, we'll make some adjustments. And if we need additional compensation funds because the number of projects is getting up there, we can do that at any point through the agreement. And ODOT is expecting 15 projects a year. The initial payment will be $4.41 million to the Fish Passage Compensation Fund. And yeah, like I said, if we need more additional funds, we'll deal with it. In conclusion, we believe the agreement will provide improved fish passage conditions for native migratory fish species over the status quo, with the fish passage improvements that will be made at each site and the $4.41 million fund. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ken Beerley. He's a member of our Fish Passage Task Force. He has a public at large position. And if you have questions for him, a great time to ask him. And then after that, I'd like to give Mac Lind with ODOT a chance to give ODOT's perspective on the culvert repair programmatic agreement.
Thank you, Pete. And is Ken ready to make a presentation or just ready to answer questions?
He's going to provide the Fish Passage Task Force recommendation. Should be pretty quick.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
With that clue, I will introduce myself. My name is Ken Beerley. I reside in Salem, Oregon. I've been a member of the Oregon Fish Passage Task Force since November of 2015. And as a task force member, our role is to advise the director and the department on fish passage issue. It's a statutory responsibility under ORS 509-590. I'm familiar with this, with the culvert repair agreements. Was the first one who was appointed to the task force in the middle of the first one, but we get regular reports from staff on the progress of the fish passage task, the culvert repair agreements, and we're deeply involved in both reviewing projects when we could actually go out and look at projects as a group. And but in 2015, at the end of the 3-year agreement, the Fish Passage Task Force looked at the accomplishments and looked at the trade-offs that were involved and recommended to the commission in 2017 that they had go forward with the current agreement, that 5-year agreement that was adopted by the commission in December of 2017. The current proposal extends the agreement for 10 years. The proposed agreement and activities are the subject of task force meeting, culminated in a review and recommendation for approval on the December 2021 meeting of the Fish Passage Task Force. And while the task force was unanimous in agreement that continuing this relationship between ODOT and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife was in the state's best interest and assured benefits to fish access, there was significant discussion about the price or the cost of certainty, because what this program provides is a level of certainty for repair on the part of ODOT. And so the real issue, the struggle that we struggled with was what is an appropriate compensation cost? And Pete was able to show you the significant benefits from the compensation fund And there was a debate about what would be adequate. And while we were unable to resolve and make recommendation on that, there was unanimous support for continuation of this relationship because one, they provided improved passage at each one of these repair sites, and two, the compensation fund was a significant benefit for the native migratory fish. So the Fish Passage Task Force in December recommended to the director and to the commission to approve the agreement.
Thank you.
Be glad to answer questions. And I wanted to thank you for running long. It got me out of a dentist appointment.
Well, there's a measure of effectiveness, isn't it? It looks like we have a couple questions. So let's go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you. Ken, it's great to see you here. And so thank you for presenting. I guess one of the things, and I know that we're at, the commissioners are going to do a passage task for passage training type thing. I'm not using the right word. To kind of get the commission more broadly understanding how the fish passage task force works. You've been on this a long time. I just want to say that when I was looking through these recommendations, I felt like the bar that we asked the state to meet on passage is different than the bar we ask private entities to meet, in terms of when we get into that issue of I don't know, the terms I'm trying to say, net benefit or the trade-offs. And it's just this whole fish passage thing has been really confusing to me since I came on the commission. And I'm glad, though, that you're here today sort of representing the task force and also saying that maybe you guys are grappling with some of these issues as well, even though you sent it forward to us. So I have a lot in there, and part of it is kind of a question, and I hope I made some sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. It is a significant issue. If you look at the number of road crossings and other types of impediments to fish passage throughout the waterways of Oregon, it is a daunting task to try to deal with those. We have the state has invested relatively lightly in staffing for that. And so there is little, and until 2001, when the statute was passed, there wasn't a whole lot of effort put forward to seriously address it in any systematic manner. And so there is an incredible amount of catch up, and particularly when you're looking at the infrastructure, 35,000 crossings that ODOT has to deal with, and trying to balance public safety with fish passage has been a huge problem. They've taken it on pretty seriously, and trying to find ways to do incremental repair that improves fish passage, yet prevents full passage or prevents full cost of passage to meet criteria is really a struggle. And that's, I think everybody struggles with that, because the alternative would be to wait until it fails, and then it is an emergency replacement, and the costs even to the public even climb further. So I don't have a good answer. It is a conundrum that a lot of folks have wrestled with.
Well, would you agree that it's a conundrum across the public-private way of looking this, because the reality is on the in terms of the private-ish side of these issues, the need is absolutely immense, right? And where is the bar? So how do we, I guess my question is, how are we going to get there? Because, and with this, you guys are finding a way, right? Like maybe imperfectly, and it makes everybody uncomfortable, but you've figured out how to kind of make that work.
And there's one other answer, and that is on the compensation fund provides funds that could be applied to private, high priority private barriers. So that's kind of a weighting factor that you look at when you're trying to balance both the need and the demands.
Yeah,
but it doesn't satisfy it entirely. There's
great. Thank you.
There's a real question.
Thanks for your work on it. It's got to be hard.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, Ken, thanks for skipping your dentist appointment to help us out today. Your history and your knowledge is commendable. So I don't know whether this is a question for you or for the ODOT rep, but when you mentioned that this, I'll call it the negotiation that was going on in December about the amount of money was prior to the federal infrastructure passage bill passing. And of course, Oregon's ODOT is going to get significantly more dollars. Was there any discussion of postponing this discussion until we knew what they had and see if there was I'm always trying to get more money to do good things on the ground. And so was there an opportunity to say, well, that 4 million was great in December, but now we're getting significantly more money. And I'm sure ODOT's got that spent hundreds of times over, but is there an opportunity here for us to jump in and say, maybe with the big shot of funds that you got from the feds, we could to work on this? And I don't even know if it qualifies or not, but can you answer that question, or do I need to ask that of the ODOT person?
To the extent that my response is that was brought up, but there wasn't a real answer because there was a lot of uncertainty at the time that we discussed it. There was awareness that the infrastructure package had passed. It was just, we didn't have any real idea of how that would affect things, but we recognized that there was an effect there. So I think ODOT has a lot better response than I do.
Okay, I'll wait for them. Thank you.
It also looks like Sean just came back on. Sean, were you trying to answer on this one as well, or?
Yeah, Chair, well, Commissioner Labhart, I think we should bring in Mac Lind at IDOT for this one.
Okay, let's go to Mac.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Wallow, members of the commission. Mac Lind, Oregon Department of Transportation, Interim Administrator for Delivery and Operations. That means I've got the portfolio of engineering, project delivery, and maintenance. So happy to be here today. In fact, I was just at our Oregon Transportation Commission meeting yesterday, Commissioner Labhart, speaking to exactly what you were just getting at, the federal infrastructure package. And I often start with a bit of here's what it is and here's what it ain't. Because I think there is some misconceptions around what that federal infrastructure package is doing for Oregon. And in this space, I'll probably take a step back and talk about the value of this repair programmatic agreement for culverts really impacts our maintenance. So what are we able to do to maintain and repair culverts, which really comes out of our state highway fund. So those are gas taxes, vehicle registration fees, not federal funds, primarily gas tax and state highway fund dollars. And that's a declining revenue source for us. Right now, we're predicting we're going to be $100 million short for agency operations in about 2025, 2026 time period. So we've got some significant challenges on that front. What the federal infrastructure package did was bring some substantial federal dollars to the state, but much of it is directed in its use to specific programs or areas. Bridges is an example. But there is a program in the new federal infrastructure package specific to climate adaptation, which is something we've been spending a considerable amount of time on in the agency, is how are we adapting our work to the effects of climate? And culverts is certainly one of those areas, as are vulnerable landslides. So that is one plus as we look our commission is wrestling with that policy decision right now of how to allocate those federal dollars. There is some directed funds towards climate adaptation work, and we see that landing in this culvert space. So it'll allow us to do more than what we're doing today to replace culverts. But specific to this agreement, it's really allowing us to repair and prolong that already stretched asset that we're already stretching the lifespan of these culverts, these 35,000 culverts, much further than we intended, much further than designed. And as you all know, we're starting to see some significant failure. So I appreciate Mr. Beerley's comments around, as unfortunate as our strategy has been in terms of the level of investment, it is one built around failure. And what are we doing to replace those culverts once they do fail? And I think this programmatic allows us to get at some repair, prolong the life of that investment before we do have the funding or are forced to replace those culverts. So hopefully that adds a little bit of context. I will say I appreciate both agencies' staff working on this, and we're standing on the shoulders of leaders before us who had thought about how to do this differently for the best benefit of not only the habitat and fish, but also for Oregonians who need to use the transportation system. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah, thank you. Also very supportive of the program, just trying to see if there's ways that we can work things to get a little more dollars on the ground, and totally understand where you're coming from. But appreciate it very much.
Thank you. It looks like Commissioner King would like to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. It's essentially about, it kind of piggybacks onto what Commissioner Laphart was asking. And I guess, is there any way to get more clarity on, I get that ODOT is spearheading the money for the positions, the money for the repairs, et cetera, but it all seems like, while I am supportive of this, like so many people are, it all seems awfully small. It seems like this is a drop in the bucket. And when I saw, what is it, like 30% are poor or failing, and we're fixing 15. I mean, it's just, there has to be, I guess here's hoping, there's more to it than this. And how do we find more of it than this? And it wouldn't be our effort and our commissioners, because we're not the ones who fix the road. So, I mean, I guess, how do we impact that or state that, like, hey, we find this a bit small?
So Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think on that front, I think that's probably a good question for one of the ODOT folks to answer.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner, specifically Commissioner King, I appreciate that question. That's exactly what the Oregon Transportation Commission is wrestling with as we speak. They were just meeting again yesterday. As an example, is the one I was talking about yesterday. We have over 6,000 bridges in the state. 3,000 of those are on ODOT's facilities. About 4,000 of those are on local city and county roads. We replace 3 bridges a year in this state. That's about every bridge gets replaced on a 900-year cycle. We would like to be at replacing 27 or more a year. So that's an example of a lot of our assets are in the same place that the culverts are, where we don't have the level of investment to put towards the replacements or the rehabilitation in a real way of many of our declining assets. And we're making some really tough calls at a policy level with our commission around how to spread the funding, the limited amount of funding they do have, to what areas. And certainly this commission, I'm sure, appreciates the pressures on all of those areas that our commission faces as well. I think it's also, as exciting as it is to have the federal infrastructure package. In 2017, some of you will recall, the state passed the largest transportation funding package in recent years. And it wasn't enough, but in that bill, it did recognize the investment specifically for culverts. So a carve out of funding specific to culverts. So I think as we continue to see funding conversations play out, this disinvestment that's currently occurring in our infrastructure is one that's front and center for our commission. And I know the Joint Committee on Transportation within the legislature is also paying attention to this as well.
All right, so I guess, yeah, I hear all of that. Everyone cries for, despite billions flowing, Like there still never seems to be enough money. It's something I struggle to understand. But I guess how then do we get any feedback as like if you do find more money, and then how do we say like, will you just inform us through our liaisons that this has happened and we're just going to up everything? Because again, 10 a year just seems like such a pittance. But I do understand, but it just seems so small when you think that we're talking about thousands.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I tend to agree with you, and I think that's the challenge we face as state agencies doing all the work that we're trying to accomplish. And I would say, how do we stay coordinated and working? It's the staff, and it's the staff that are already doing that. And potentially, I throw this out there: how are we connecting this commission with our Oregon Transportation Commission? Is you guys, as those policy leaders, wrestle with maybe similar or confluencing issues. So I don't have a great recommendation other than I think this is the policy space we're collectively all struggling with in the state right now.
I think we have another question from Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then I have a couple as well. Go ahead.
Okay. Couple questions. What happens in an emergency replacement where you actually have to replace, and this is relative to fish passage, you actually have a culvert fail. I don't know where that picture came from. It looked a lot like what happened in the state of Washington when they had flooding, and it washed out a bridge and killed a person that was driving on the road. But what happens with fish passage replacement when you have to do an emergency replacement?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. So when we have an emergency situation, ODOT staff will declare an emergency at that location. At that point, I work up an emergency fish passage approval. And basically that lets them do what they have to do for public safety and keeping that transportation network open. They generally get on those really fast, but it also requires them, it is a fish passage trigger. So at that point, they have a full fish passage trigger. We have a period of time that they have, and we do have some flexibility there for them. Sometimes getting the funding takes a little longer, but they either have to meet full fish passage, do a waiver, or an exemption, just like any other regular process. So the initial emphasis there is for public safety and keeping that network open. But they do have to address fish passage like any other project.
But they could potentially put in a bottomless culvert that at that location instead of a round culvert, say, and then deal with the fish passage afterwards.
And that's true. And they could potentially later come in and use the CRPA, but also keep in mind that sometimes they can put something in if they can put something in that can meet fish passage at the time it fails as well. Yeah, there's lots of options there.
Okay. And if it's a category 1 habitat?
Well, the emergency fish passage approval would let them fix it, but we would, it wouldn't be allowed under the CRPA. That would be a situation where they most likely would have to provide full fish passage.
Okay. And not a waiver or exemption.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And the other thing in interstate highways, doesn't the federal government highway department provide federal funding for interstate highways?
I will let ODOT handle that one on their funding sources.
Go ahead, Mac, if you
Yeah,
will.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Yeah, so our funding within ODOT is really 2 sources. It's the state highway fund, as I mentioned earlier, and then at the federal level through FHWA, which is part of the USDOT, allocates the federal gas tax revenue, if you will, or additional funding that the federal government allocates through those various programs. Nothing specifically is targeted at culverts that comes to my mind, but there is an investment in what's called the National Highway System, which largely would be the interstates and many other critical routes. US 97 is another great example of that, where we do use that funding to invest in the condition of that critical infrastructure. And we use that policy, if you will, from the federal level to help inform how do we manage bridges on those routes, pavements, and just the overall operation of those interstate routes, given that they're the backbone of our transportation system within the state.
And does any of that money qualify potentially for fish passage?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, absolutely. And that's part of the conversation with the Oregon Transportation Commission as they sub-allocate those federal funds to what program areas and goals are we going to achieve with those dollars. And fish passage, that's where, as you heard Mr. Bakey speak to, our fish passage program, we are investing those federal dollars in those improvements, in addition to what we're talking about here with how do we repair culverts under this program.
Okay. And then one more for, I'm not sure if this is our department or ODOT, but say if you have an ESA species and you have a culvert issue, either it fails or just needs repair, but it's an ESA species that used to be its habitat. Is there any issue that might come up with take if there's not fish passage provided?
So culverts, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, culverts that have ESA fish in them are allowed under the CRPA. When I've talked to the NIMS representatives, they are not claiming take if we're improving conditions. That's my understanding. I want to be real careful not to speak for NIMS or NOAA, but and again, there is passage at these CRPA sites. It's not that we don't have passage. It's improved passage off what was there prior to that event. So prior to a CRPA project, we are improving passage there. So there still is passage. It's just not full fish, like full ODFW fish passage criteria.
Okay, because they do have criteria for dams, for fish passage, and for other types of facilities. NIMS does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I have three questions, one for Mac first, if I could, and that is it the case that the priority for fish passage is changing within ODOT itself, not just because of this agreement, but is it changing? And especially with I'm hearing an echo. Is that happening to everybody? I'll try to just get through the question quickly then. And I think the echo went away. So with the money for climate adaptation, which could help us meet some of these culvert needs, is the priority within ODOT also shifting so that ODOT would have a net shift, if you will, of their own funds toward fish passage? And I know that it's just competition against other needs, but is that happening? Because that would say something about someday maybe getting ahead of this daunting task.
Chair Wall, members of the commission, I'll take a stab at that question. Also, maybe defer some of my other staff that are online as well that manage our culvert program. At a high level, the additional investment in federal dollars is going to help. It's going to help how we manage this declining asset. Is it a game changer? No, I don't believe it is. But I think it's informed by the work that we are doing with the department, within the department, as well as with ODF and W around those priority locations. So as we're able to accomplish a handful more culvert replacements a year, where are we doing them to meet our operational needs? And then where do those overlay with fish passage needs? So looking for those win-win moments of opportunity. But I don't believe it's a game changer. We're certainly appreciative of the additional funding, but it's not a game changer. Much to my bridge example, we're going to go from 3 bridges a year to probably 4, maybe 5 replacements a year, not 25. So it's not in that order of that magnitude.
And sure, I mean, Sean has also spoken to this several times, that that's part of the reason that with the climate change policy, we're trying to align what the agencies are doing so we can pick off the most important one. So I appreciate that. We're just looking for however we can get a net gain on this. My next question, so thank you for that. The next one is, if Ken Beerley, if you could speak to this one, how did the task force look at this question of the differential between the passage the amount of passage and how many species will be covered by it under this program compared to full passage? And you must have gotten comfortable with that differential, and that it would the differential stays in place, but it's a good enough level. Could you just speak to that a little bit?
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commission members. I think the most direct response is the limitations that are embedded in the agreement itself. There's a limitation on the amount of habitat above, and typical projects that we have seen, there hasn't been situations where there have been significant habitat above the partial barrier. The other requirement that's part of the agreement is improving passage at that location. And that's been a help in looking at what the alternatives might be. So the sideboards that are structured into the agreement have really helped limit what the effect of the selection of projects that might be eligible for the repair agreement are, and how those are then implemented in the requirements that they improve passage at that location. Really help relieve the concern about, as you expressed, the concern about alternative ways to full fish passage.
Thank you. That helps on that one. The last question I have is, Pete, you said something, I think, about that if we needed more money for the compensation projects, we'll find it. And I know there's no unlimited pot, but could you say a bit more about what you were meaning?
Chair Wall, sure. Basically what we're doing is as ODOT does a CRPA project, like under the current agreement, they were providing us with $50,000 for the fish passage compensation fund. With the inflationary factor that will go into this first initial payment, is really closer to about $59,000. And so basically what we're estimating the number of projects, or, ODOT's giving us an idea saying, hey, we're going to aim for 15 projects a year. And so that first initial payment would cover the first 5 years at 15 projects. So they may be under that. If they exceed it, then they need to provide more funds so that for each project, we're getting money into the fish passage compensation fund. And so that's what I was referring to. And so as we go along, we'll have an idea of how many projects we're doing. And if we're going to exceed that initial payment, we need to set up another payment.
So there is flexibility within the 5 years, as well as to change the inflation calculation, if you will, going into the second 5 years?
Yes, we had economists from our agency and ODOT's agency work on an inflationary factor. And so at the time that the second payment would happen, we would look at the inflation at that time period.
Chair Wall, I think just to clarify, I don't think there's the ability to change inflation year to year. That's at the 5-year mark.
Right.
I think what Pete's talking about is if we get to be doing more than 15 a year, more than 75 in the first 5 years, then ODOT would have to bring additional funds to qualify additional culverts in that year.
Okay, that helps. Thank you both. And I, like several people who have spoken before, find myself appreciating the task force work as volunteers and long-serving volunteers and staff for this approach. It's difficult seeing the daunting task and how many this gets at, and there doesn't seem to be a good answer to how to kick it up a lot. But don't let that diminish how much, or you should know that it's very much appreciated that we're looking for these solutions to try to change it, and particularly tying it to the climate change issues that are driving us and making it even more difficult for the fish. So that's sort of my summary. There's no great answer here, but this one is to be applauded for sure. So I don't see any other hands up. Are there any last questions or remarks from the commissioners? And we have one other task force person who's in the room. Were you hoping to make a comment?
Thank you, commissioners. Just a brief comment that that as a member of the Fish Passage Task Force, I'm also involved in fish passage projects directly. Excuse me. And the compensation fund has benefited two projects that I've been involved with personally. So while it's never enough money, the money that's available helps us get matching grants for other projects. And so while it's not enough money in its own, it helps us leverage other funds to get more fish passage barriers removed.
Good point. Thank you. And for your service on that task force. Commissioners, I think we're to the point where we can come to conclusion. And if somebody would like to sum that up or make a motion, it's time.
I would be happy to make the motion. I think it's a win-win program. The only problem I have at all is the word programmatic. My brain sees, I need to retrain my brain. My brain sees problematic. So anyway, and that's not where we're going. Anyway, I would be happy to make the motion. I move to approve the 2023 Culvert Repair Programmatic Agreement as proposed by staff in attachment 2.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink moved and Vice Chair Zarnowitz seconded. The motion is read into the record. Any last minute questions, comments? If not, those in favor, could you give a thumbs up? Then we have approval of this one, and our thanks again to the people who made this one possible in spite of the recognized issues that we're trying to deal with and the size of them. So thank you all, especially our task force members who are doing this for free. So thank you. Let's stop there with item C and go on to item D, which is shellfish mariculture transport. And give me 1 second and I will even, Matthew Hunter is ready to talk about this one with us, or it looks like maybe Steve Rumrill.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Steve Rumrill, and I'm the leader for the ODFW Shellfish Program. Direct that program out of our Marine Resources office in Newport. Commercial shellfish mariculture operations in Oregon require periodic transport of biotic materials into and out of the state. And ODFW has the responsibility to either issue or deny permits to allow that transport. New and emerging biotic threats to mariculture have created the potential for Oregon shellfish mariculture products to be restricted or prohibited from transport. And we're here before you today to present our recommendations to strengthen and enhance the biosecurity rules regarding the transport of mariculture products in Oregon. So Matt Hunter is our department expert on this issue, and he's going to present this exhibit to you today. Okay, Matt?
Thank you, Dr. Rumrill. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Steve. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now. And let me know if you can see this.
We can.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Matt Hunter. I am the Shellfish Project Leader with the department's marine program based in Astoria. I'm here today to present Exhibit D, Shellfish Mariculture Biosecurity, and to recommend regulation updates that will improve Oregon shellfish mariculture biosecurity. During this presentation, I will give a brief history of commercial oyster harvest and shellfish mariculture, the regulation history of the industry, the current status of the industry, and I will then present the current biosecurity issues as well as staff recommendations. Before I begin, the term aquaculture and mariculture are often used interchangeably, but I will use mariculture in this presentation as refined to the culture in marine environments. The history of commercial oyster harvest goes back more than 200 years and has a pattern of boom and bust. In the 1850s, the San Francisco gold rush had the city teeming with people, which created a demand for the native oyster known as the Olympia oyster. This created an industry which soon outpaced the supply. Harvest increased dramatically, and coupled with habitat degradation from estuary development, the diminutive native oysters population in San Francisco declined rapidly. New populations were soon discovered in Oregon and Washington, and harvesters migrated north to exploit the bounty and sent barges of oysters to hungry patrons in San Francisco. Oops. By the beginning of the 20th century, the large harvest and continued habitat degradation took its toll, and the population of the native oysters plummeted to near extirpation along the Pacific coast. The first attempts to artificially seed the native oysters had begun by then, but there was limited success due to the continued loss of suitable habitat and the fact that the native oyster had slow growth, taking 4 to 5 years to reach market size. Other oyster species were transported to fill the void, including the eastern oyster from Chesapeake Bay and the Pacific oyster from Japan. Neither of these species were sustainable, as neither could self-propagate in the cold estuaries of the Pacific Northwest. But the Pacific oyster had the advantage. It grew much faster, reached market size in 1 to 3 years, and by the 1930s was the primary species transported, grown, and sold. With the increase in transport of exotic species came the unintended species that hitchhiked to the estuaries. These include many we know today: the eastern softshell clam, the Japanese oyster drill, the Japanese eelgrass, and 2 oyster diseases. In the 40-year period starting in 1930, over 30 invasive species were brought to the Pacific Northwest from shellfish transport. From the onset, commercial shellfish mariculture regulations were limited at best. The earliest regulations had more to do with protecting cultivated or planted oysters from pirates, as that was the real scourge of the time. The first real regulations were enacted in 1966 when the Oregon Fish Commission was given authority of leasing submersible public lands and the requirement for a permit to transport oysters. That was the first of its kind. In 1997, leasing authority was transferred to the Oregon Department of Agriculture, while transport stayed with ODF&W. Shellfish mariculture in Oregon currently occurs in 6 estuaries. Coos Bay is the largest producer, and in most years, its production is equal to or higher than the rest combined. There are roughly 20 facilities operating in Oregon today, and they range in size from several hundred acres to as little as 5 acres. There's also a shellfish hatchery in Netarts Bay, which ships product throughout the region, as well as a shellfish research facility at the Hatfield Marine Science Center that works with facilities throughout the region. The majority of the facilities are on state-owned land, except for Coos Bay, which has a mixture of both state, county, and/or port-owned land. And the most common species cultured is the Pacific oyster. The number of mariculture transport permits is annually variable, but for the last 5 years, the average has been about 15 permits. 8 facilities account for the most of these permits, with Yaquina Bay and Netarts Bay having the most transport permits due to the hatchery and the research facility applying for and obtaining many of these permits. Transport permits mostly are coming from Washington, but we do have over 20% that are interstate or within the state of Oregon. And even though this isn't required by current OERs, it's requested by applicants. and I'll touch on that in a little later. Though the oyster species group account for 80% of the animals transported, several other species groups are annually permitted for transport, including mussels, bay clams, and other shellfish. So this brings us to the current biosecurity situation. In 2017, the department received an application requesting the transport of Pacific oyster seed from a nursery in San Diego Bay to a facility in Coos Bay. California Department of Fish and Wildlife became aware of the pending application and alerted the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife then contacted Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff and notified staff that Washington had prohibited transport of oysters south of Cape Mendocino, California, due to the risk of oysters herpesvirus, which had been observed in this prohibited area. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife informed department staff that if transport was allowed, the prohibition line would be moved into Oregon, possibly to the Oregon-Washington border. Department staff contacted the applicant, and after discussing the issues, the applicant withdrew the application. In 2019, routine testing in San Diego Bay detected a microvariant of this oysters herpesvirus. This was the first time this microvariant had been detected in the US. This microvariant has caused extensive mortality issues in Europe, with 100% mortality in most instances. Studies have indicated that cross-species contamination had been observed in other bivalves, both cultured and wild. But more troubling is that the microvariant has a latent stage that made it difficult, if not impossible, to detect. Due to this alarming detection, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife expanded the prohibition from Cape Mendocino south to all mariculture shellfish transport to control the spread of this deadly microvariant. This detection of the microvariant was very alarming to the West Coast shellfish mariculture injury, so much so that the dedicated breakout session was scheduled at the Aquaculture 2020 meeting. Members of the West Coast Commerce Region, which is made up of state and mariculture industry representatives from Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California, and Hawaii, met to discuss the microvariant and the necessary biosecurity measures needed to prevent the spread. Discussions with leading disease experts who were also in attendance helped determine potential spatial and temporal closure areas and mandatory health testing protocols. A Sentinel project was to be deployed in San Diego Bay to aid in early detection, and then each state presented their biosecurity protocols. It was also determined that regional communication needed to be improved. After the session, department staff identified that current OARs were inadequate to control the spread of disease or pests into and within Oregon. This would put the state's mariculture industry at risk of potential restrictions on exports to other states. This would have very large impacts to the shellfish mariculture industry. Not all biosecurity issues are from other states or even microscopic. Currently in Oregon, there are 2 recent infestations that jeopardize the biosecurity of shellfish. In Netarts Bay, there's an invasive polychaete worm called the mud blister worm. This worm burrows into the shell of the oyster. While the oyster attempts to sequester the invader with more shell, the burrow accretes mud and fecal matter, creating the blister. While this isn't fatal to the oyster, the blisters are unsightly, and if ruptured from cooking or shucking, have an offensive odor to them. This impacts the oyster in the shell market, which is how most oysters are sold. The other infestation is a colonial tunicate in the Umpqua Triangle of Winchester Bay. This invasive tunicate has a very descriptive name, the vomit tunicate. This tunicate is fast growing and has a propensity to smother cultivated shellfish, foul moray lines, and other water structures, including those used for mariculture. Currently, both infestations are isolated to these estuaries. Changes to the regional climate and ocean conditions will only increase the likelihood of more pathogens and pests that will impact mariculture biosecurity. Potentially, these outbreaks will become more frequent and more severe. They will last longer, impact larger areas. Increased water temperatures and ocean acidification have already impacted shellfish mariculture. An increase in water temperature has caused outbreaks of the bacteria Vibrio, which has caused large-scale oyster recalls. Ocean acidification has caused oyster propagation issues at the Whiskey Creek Shellfish Hatchery in Netarts, as larvae were unable to develop. Enhancing the shellfish biosecurity will contribute to increased coastal community resilience. The shellfish mariculture industry in Oregon is very important to several coastal communities. Enhanced biosecurity strengthens the industry against future pathogens and pests. A stronger shellfish mariculture industry in Oregon's coastal communities supports a diverse workforce and adds further resilience to coastal communities. The shellfish mariculture industry in the West Coast Commerce region, including Oregon, support improved biosecurity and have already taken steps to accomplish this. The Oregon industry is heavily reliant upon suppliers from Washington, California, and Hawaii. Since these suppliers ship to all other West Coast Commerce region states, they already meet or exceed the minimum health requirements. This is also true for the Oregon facilities that ship to other states, especially to Washington. To continue this business, the Oregon facilities already meet or exceed the minimum health requirements. As was presented earlier, over 20% of the permits issued are intrastate or within the state, even though they're not required. The Oregon shellfish mariculture industry understands the value in knowing where and when shellfish transport occurs and has requested these permits to reduce the spread of pathogens and invasive pests. So the take home is that the Oregon shellfish mariculture industry knows that to continue commerce within the West Coast Commerce region, biosecurity within the state needs to be improved or their businesses will be impacted. To improve Oregon's biosecurity, staff recommends the following Oregon administrative rule modifications. Revise the definition of species that would require a permit. By expanding the definition, this would include all species that have potential biosecurity risks and are currently being transported. Update the regulations to increase the information required of the applicant when applying for permits. This update would enable better tracking of transports by knowing from what facility and what estuary they would be coming from, but also where they will be going. Also require the department to identify shellfish pathologists authorized to issue health certificates. This would be concurrent with West Coast Commerce Region guidelines. And lastly, describe what mariculture activities require a transport permit. This would include both inter and interstate transport. These proposed regulation changes would increase the state's shellfish biosecurity for both the mariculture industry, but also for the state's wild shellfish resources. Staff recommends approving the biosecurity rule modifications as proposed in the revised attachment 3. That concludes my presentation, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm looking to see if there are hands up, and I don't see any yet. I do have a question while we wait to see if others have them as well. The proposals you're making make sense to me, and the way we're going about this and trying to protect our communities and these populations make sense. The question I have is based on what I read in the report that you gave us, which was that overharvest decades and decades and decades ago, and then bringing in other replacements brought, of course, some invasives and taking over in these areas. And my question is, if you can give some perspective on how much of the product in the industry is native species that are now in mariculture situations, and also what is left of the native species in the wild. Do you have any kind of even rough idea of the percentages or numbers on those two?
So Chair Wall, I can answer one part of that question, and then I'll defer to Dr. Rumrell for the other part. So as far as the transport of the native species, which would be the native oyster, the Olympia oyster. It is a very small component. Most of it that gets transported as broodstock to the Whiskey Creek Shellfish Hatchery in Netarts Bay, which are then spawned, and the larvae is shipped out to restoration projects. For the most part, there are a few of the facilities that still grow the native oyster. The problem is that it requires different habitat than the Pacific oyster. It's more subtidal than the intertidal. And so that's sometimes more difficult. Right now, the current one that it gets the larvae is in Yaquina Bay, which uses a long line technique, which they have docks and they have lines that go down and they have the oysters attached to that rather than a bottom culture. And they do propagate and grow the native oyster there for sale. But for the most part, the rest of it is for restoration projects. And then as far as the population of the native oyster, I can defer to Dr. Rumrell.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Regarding that second question, asking specifically how much of our original native Olympia oyster populations are still living along our coastline. So I would say that amount is way down in that 2%, 3% perhaps of our original populations. ODFW sport regulations have prohibited the recreational harvest of our native Olympia oysters for many years. And we're not in a position to open that up for recreational harvest at this time until those populations really would rebound. ODFW and other practitioners in the coast here, including the Nature Conservancy and the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve down in Coos Bay, we have been engaged in the restoration and enhancement of native Olympia oyster populations. And just this summer, we worked in cooperation with the Whiskey Creek Hatchery and placed over 3 million native Olympia oyster spat here in the intertidal zone at Yaquina Bay. That's to follow up on projects that have taken place down in Coos Bay and also in Netarts Bay. We're part of a whole West Coast network that is working to bring back native Olympia oysters in British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California. And I've just published a nice paper calling that conservation aquaculture. So we're trying to bring these back for the purpose of restoring the populations, but not necessarily to provide a source of food.
Thank you. And I'm not posing the next one as a question, but when I was reading this and listening to you all with your report, it does seem like there are some parallels as we struggle with systems like the Coquille, where invasive bass were brought in and have pretty much pushed out or made life hard for the Chinook. And so it seems like watching these programs for some lessons or some help in thinking about having this happen in other systems is useful. It's discouraging how few that we're down to 2 to 3% of the native Olympia oysters. And I'm just looking for, and again, it's not a question, it's just a concern as we try to figure out what to do with some of these other systems that are also facing pretty daunting problems. So thank you for your answers. And it looks like Commissioner Labhart has a question.
That's a process question, Chair Wall. So when we do amendments to OARs, we notice those and they have a certain time period. But when we do an amendment to that attachment 3, has this been properly noticed? I'm hoping the answer is yes. I just want to make sure that we aren't skipping a process here with because this is an amendment now from
Yes.
what we originally saw, as I think.
I think we
Who can
should
answer that
check
question?
the legal counsel on that one and maybe get an answer for that. Or Director Melcher, if you had something you were about to say on it, but between the two of you.
Well, I'm sure I'll just jump in and then hand it off to Annika. I think certainly any rule change or rule adoption, whether it's a new rule or an amended rule, requires the same notification. I'm not sure if you're referring, Commissioner Labhart, to the amended rule language that we provided to you as part of this packet. And so you're saying, yes, you are. And so that the notice for that was covered through the notice for the full rulemaking. So there's
Great.
no process issues.
That answers my question, and this, Annika's, okay, she's nodding yes, so I'm feeling better now. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff or comments? Seeing none, could I get a motion on this one?
I'll move. I want to say that a long time ago, I ate an Olympia oyster up in Olympia, Washington. I'll move to amend OAR 635 Division 005 as proposed by staff in amended attachment 3.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we amend OAR 635 Division 005 as read into the record by Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Are there any remaining questions?
So we're on the record that Commissioner Zarnowitz ate the last Olympia oyster. Is that on the record now? So just want to make sure we have that recorded. No.
I think there might have been 6.
Oh.
Those in favor, could we get a thumbs up? That one is approved. Commissioners, it's a little before 12. We have 3 agenda items and an executive session for the afternoon. Unless somebody objects, I think we should stop here and come back at 12:35. That'll give us about 45 minutes for a lunch break. And I don't see anybody waving their hands objecting. So I think we will come back at 12:35. And thank you all for your work so far.
Thank you very much.
How you doing, Tucker?
I'm okay. Thank you. So that's on, but and then my camera is also still on, right?
Your camera is on, correct?
All right. I'll probably turn my camera off for the presentation.
Okay.
So what are you looking at now, though?
Right now, I see you.
Just me.
Yep.
Okay, so okay, so that should work, I think.
Yep. I haven't seen. Are you sharing screen? Because
I thought I was.
I'm not seeing it. I'm still just seeing your camera shot. Okay,
How
now
about
it looks like it's taken it. Yep, now we look good. We've got the full presentation and
Okay.
view we need.
Thank you.
Looks good. Hello.
Hey, Chair Wall, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Ready for an afternoon session?
Yeah, I'm stocked up with caffeine and chocolate to make it.
Well, that should take care of us.
I'm a little disoriented. Something has happened to my government issue laptop, so this is a new one, and it seems to be doing all right, but always something.
Sorry to hear that. Just want to make sure that we have Troy back. Yes, he's back. Hi, Troy. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started, and we'll go right to the Exhibit E, which is Commercial Market Squid Management Measures, and Troy Buell, who's with the State Fishery Management Program Leader, is ready to present to us. So go ahead, Troy, and welcome back, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Chair Wall. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, let me just get my screen share up here.
Okay.
Everybody can see that okay now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Troy Buell, and I'm the State Fishery Management Program Leader with the Marine Resources Program based in Newport. And today I'm here to present our staff recommendations for management of the commercial market squid fishery. I'll start by reviewing some background on squid biology and ecology, as well as the fishery and our management of it. I'll go into some detail on our regulatory recommendations, and then report back to you on several items that the Commission asked for more information on when we gave our market squid exhibit last spring. Talk a little bit about where we see this fishery going in the near future, and then give a summary of our staff recommendations. So first on biology and ecology. Market squid are a single species of small squid, and they have an average mantle length in Oregon of about 5 inches. So that's just the body, and so that's pretty small. They can get up to a foot if you include the tentacles at the maximum size, and they're really short-lived. Their lifespan is less than a year, and their average age at harvest in the California fishery is 6 months. And you'll hear me reference California a lot throughout this presentation because that's where this fishery started and the main part of it still occurs. Market squid are terminal spawners, meaning they spawn once at the end of their lifespan. And the females can spawn multiple times during a single spawning event, and they usually die, when they die naturally, they still have eggs in their ovary tracts to lay. They form mating aggregations and spawning aggregations in the shallow nearshore ocean, usually in less than about 30 fathoms or 180 feet of water. In Oregon, these are kind of concentrated in the spring and fall time periods, but they do spawn throughout the year. They deposit their eggs on sandy bottoms or sometimes gravelly bottoms, and they hatch in about 3 to 8 weeks. Then the small squid, or paralarvae as they are known, move off into deeper water off the continental shelf as they grow and mature, and then they return to the shallow waters to start the whole cycle over. There's some evidence that mating and spawning can occur in deeper waters as well, but we observe them in the near shore because it's just an easier environment to observe. Market squid are part of the forage base for many predators, but most marine predators are generalists, and there aren't really any known market squid specialists. I'll talk a little bit more about the forage aspect of this at the end of my presentation because that's one of the things that the Commission asked us to report back on. They go through dynamic boom and bust population cycles that are heavily influenced by climate and oceanographic fluctuations. For a long time, we've known that during and following strong El Nino years, they tend to be more productive in the northern areas, meaning from Northern California up through British Columbia and even into Southeast Alaska. And they're less productive during La Nina and neutral years. The opposite's true in Southern California, where the main center of the population really is, where they tend to be less productive during El Niños and more productive during La Niñas. A recent publication by Brandon Chaska and colleagues used survey data to look at changes in the market squid abundance from 1998 through 2019 in the northern part of the California current ecosystem, which is Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. And they found a dramatic increase off Oregon and Washington, estimating a 25-fold increase over that time period. Most of that occurring since 2010. The authors of that paper linked the increase to both the gradual warming of the ocean as well as episodic events like marine heat waves and El Ninos. The graph here shows the market squid catch rates from one of the surveys that study analyzed. It's really a survey for juvenile salmon, but they get quite a bit of market squid when they're around. And you can see that increase towards the end of the time series here, although maybe not quite as dramatic as the model estimated. Another recent publication found that market squid are now spawning as far north as Southeast Alaska. They've been known to occur in that area for some time now, but observing spawning there is a recent phenomenon and probably also related to the marine heat waves in El Nino and changing climate conditions. Linking this to the Commission's climate and ocean change policy, goal 1 in there is understanding the risks and opportunities associated with changing ocean conditions. And we see this right now as mainly an opportunity. As warm water events are likely to get more frequent and intense, these periods of good squid productivity off Oregon will probably follow suit. And on the risk side, just how consistent squid production will be is highly uncertain, and fishermen and processors who invest in the fishery and come to rely on it could up facing periods of lower productivity because it is such a dynamic population. Moving on to some background on this fishery, as I said, it started really in California in the 80s and before, and there's a pretty long and consistent history, although you can see in the graph on the top right, which is the landed pounds of market squid in the blue line in California, it does fluctuate over time. They have a highly developed industry and established infrastructure in California, and that's where most of the processing capacity exists today. And they have a pretty robust fishery management system with restricted participation permit system, a cap on the annual amount of fish that can be taken, 2 days closed per week, area closures, and their plan considers ecological and social dimensions as well. In Oregon, we have a much shorter and more sporadic history of exploitation in the market squid fishery. And you can see our landings in the lower graph on the right. And note that how different the scales are here. They're in millions of pounds, but you're talking hundreds of millions of pounds in California and at most 10 million pounds in Oregon that have ever been landed. You can see we had some fisheries happen in the 80s and 90s that were small and short. And then we really entered a growth phase starting about in 2016. Our industry here is still developing. A lot of our infrastructure has really come from California in terms of the vessels that are participating in the fishery. We also have Alaska seine vessels that have come here, and a handful of what you might think of more traditionally as Oregon vessels that participate in ground fish or shrimp or crab fisheries that have gotten invested in the appropriate gear or bought squid fishing vessels and entered the fishery that way. Similarly, on the processing side and the buying side, started out with California buyers coming up here and setting up mobile buying stations or forming agreements with local processors to offload the catch, but then a lot of that getting shipped back to California. And on these graphs on the right, on the upper one, I have 2 lines, the California catch and the Oregon catch, and you can really see that even when we're on the upswing and California is in kind of a low point, we're really just a fraction of the total catch for both states. A little bit about the fishing gear. The primary gear that's used today is purse seine nets. And I have a little diagram on the right for anybody who may not be familiar with how a purse seine operates, but it has a float line at the top that keeps the net, top of the net suspended in the water. Usually there's a secondary small boat or a seine skiff that hauls the net out from the main boat and essentially circles the net around a school of fish. Then there's a line at the bottom that keeps the net suspended in the water. And they use what they call a purse line to basically, like a drawstring purse, purse up the bottom of the net, and then they bring most of the net back on board the boat, but they leave the squid in the water and then lower a hydraulic pump into the water in kind of this reduced pouch of net that's remaining and pump the squid aboard. That's how a lot of coastal pelagic species like sardine and anchovy fisheries are prosecuted as well. In Oregon, we require that the purse line is at least 36 inches above the lead line, and that's labeled as a rib line on this diagram. And that helps reduce habitat impacts and bycatch because it reduces the contact in the net with the bottom. Seine gear is really responsible for the vast majority of Oregon landings. We also have a unique aspect of this fishery called light boats, which are independent boats that don't make landings themselves, but they use powerful lights to attract squid, and then the seiners catch the squid that they're attracting. There's several other gears that are legal in Oregon, and they're used to capture squid in other regions around the world, but haven't really seen much effort from these gear types here in Oregon yet, and that includes trawl and braille or dip net, as well as hook and line gear. So in addition to our general commercial fishing rules, the Commission has adopted several new regulations in recent years specific to the squid fishery. And this is just a quick summary of the rules and management measures we have in place today. Not an exhaustive list, but really most of the most important ones. It is an open access fishery, meaning that any commercially licensed vessel can participate. There's a harvest guideline of 4.5 million pounds coastwide, or 3 million pounds if everything's landed north or south of Steelhead. And if that level of catch is reached, then ODFW has to hold a public hearing to evaluate the fishery. That's the result of meeting the harvest guideline. If you compare those levels with the landings graph, we've exceeded that often since 2016, and we've held public hearings, I believe, in every year except for 2017. The fishery is closed 2 days per week from noon Friday through noon Sunday to allow for periods of uninterrupted, undisturbed spawning, and that closure does include the light boats as well. There's several areas that are closed to squid fishing as part of our marine reserve and marine protected area system. And in addition to specifying what gears are allowed, we have that ribline requirement that I mentioned for gear regulations. We require logbooks for both the seiners and the light boats to help us track how much effort there is and where the fishing is occurring. There's bycatch limits on species such as sardine and smelt to protect overfished and threatened species. And there's also a number of prohibited species, and some of those have handling requirements. So it's prohibited to catch ground fish or halibut, salmon or crab with seine nets, and salmon have to be dip netted out of the net and released before they go through the pump system. On the right is just a picture of a frequently asked questions document that we put out every year because we do have quite a few new entrants and folks coming from other areas to participate in the fishery. So this helps give them an understanding of what the regulations and requirements in Oregon are when they're ready to start fishing. And in March, the Commission adopted several rules to help manage our market squid fishery. I'm not going to go over those in detail right now because we just talked about most of them on the previous slide. But the Commission also directed staff to consider a number of items, including forming an advisory body, establishing a control date for potential future limited entry, net size restrictions, a vessel monitoring system, if the 2-day per week closure was sufficient for sustainability, and what the impact on the marine food web might be. So that was a big list and a big job of work, but I think we've made some significant progress, and I'm happy to report back to you on that today. So that first request was to consider forming a market squid advisory panel, and we took that to heart and moved forward with it. And we sent applications out to participants and selected 10 members representing a range of participation types. So we considered processors and fishers. We considered out-of-state versus Oregon participants. We considered people who had recently entered the fishery versus those who had been in it kind of since that 2016 time period. And we considered folks who have light boats and use light boats as kind of trying to represent the range of participants in the fishery. We have a web page and the URL, and there's a screenshot of the web page on this slide where we provide publicly available information on the advisory panel, including the agendas and a summary for each meeting, the purpose and expectations for the members, and a list of the membership. We also announce these meetings through news releases, and we have had participation from both the public and media at our advisory body meetings. We really try to focus that on the input from the members, but we also provide a brief time for public comment at the end of each meeting as time allows. The purpose that we established was to provide ODFW with industry perspective on the effectiveness and impacts of the regulation proposals and help us identify emerging issues. The Market Squid Advisory Panel isn't a decision-making body itself, but they help us inform the recommendations that we make to the Commission. And in the case of most of the ones that I'm going to talk about today, we're pretty well aligned with what the recommendations from the advisory panel were. We've met with them twice in October and November of 2021 and focused on the issues that the Commission really asked us to address, including the control date, the net specifications, and the vessel monitoring system, although we did discuss many other issues that came up. The advisory panel reached unanimous recommendations for moving forward with a control date and for net specifications, including some limits on net size, plus a few other things that I'll get into detail here on in a minute. But starting with this limited entry control date, first I'd like to define some terms for the commissioners to make sure we're all on the same page here. A limited entry system is a permit system for limiting the number of vessels or people allowed to participate in a fishery. Permits are typically allocated to vessels or individuals once at the beginning of a program, and that sets the total number of permits available. New permits after that usually aren't available at all, or maybe through only tightly controlled mechanisms. The main goal of limited entry is to balance the number of vessels or people utilizing the resource with sustainable effort and harvest. When the amount of capital invested in a fishery exceeds what's needed to harvest the available resource, it's referred to as overcapitalization, and it can lead to excessive effort and overharvest as each participant individually attempts to realize a return on their investment. Limited entry systems have other benefits as well, such as limiting overcrowding on fishing grounds, reducing fishery conflicts, and increasing stewardship of the resource by fishers who are now invested in the long-term health of the resource through ownership of a permit. Initial permit allocation is usually based on qualifying criteria that has some sort of relation to historical participation in the fishery. That might include the number of years a vessel had landings, the number of landings they made, the weight of the landings, or a combination of these or other metrics. Some programs can use alternative mechanisms that allow entry without any historical participation, and a program can include permits that are allocated in more than one way. Examples of these include permits that are issued by lottery, by auction, based on having some proof of investment in the fishery, even if landings weren't made, and by allowing transfer of existing permits from one vessel to another. In Oregon, nearly all of our existing limited entry permits are transferable, and they can be bought and sold on an open market. Many of our systems also have options for a lottery if permit numbers fall below a certain threshold, for example, because not all of them are renewed every year. But this doesn't occur very often because there is a high market value on the transferability of permits. So most people will sell their permit before they allow it to expire, and we don't usually get to those levels where a lottery is required, although it has occurred sometimes. So that's what limited entry is and why it can be a valuable management tool. But what is the control date aspect of that? The control date's a cutoff date for considering historical participation in a fishery for potential future development of limited entry. In other words, any landings past a control date might not be considered in evaluating the qualifying criteria that are eventually set up when you're implementing limited entry. It's often the first step in considering a limited entry system, but it doesn't necessarily presuppose that one will eventually be implemented. The control date doesn't set the eligibility criteria by itself, but it does limit one aspect of what can be considered in the future. There's some examples of control dates in Oregon fisheries that have been set by both the Commission and the legislature, kind of depending on whether it's an administrative rule or a statutory type of program. Some examples of those are crab late season limited entry. So that's a program that hasn't been implemented yet, but we did set a control date in case we felt that there would be a need due to whale entanglement issues to limit the amount of participation in the summer or late season when whales are around in the crab fishery. There was a control date used in our crab pot limit program that was set as 2001, and then that program wasn't implemented until several years later, but the control date was still used, and so participation past that date wasn't considered when setting how many pots each vessel can use. A third example is our commercial nearshore limited entry program for black rockfish, blue rockfish, and other nearshore fishes. And for that, there was actually a control date set by the Commission that was later implemented by the legislature because the permit program itself ended up being implemented through the legislature, but they did stick to that control date that was set by the commission. So in response to the commission's request to consider this limited entry control date for the squid fishery, which was from the commission in turn response to some public testimony that came up in March, we evaluated participation in the fishery since efforts started to ramp up in 2016. The table on the left shows the number of unique seine vessels with squid landings, first by year, then cumulatively over time, and in the final column, the number of new participants in each year. So you can see that up to 40 participants have participated in a single year, and 57 unique vessels have participated in at least 1 year overall. The high year for participation was in 2020, which was also the highest year for new participants entering the fishery at 17 new vessels. The table on the right shows how many vessels have participated for each number of years. For example, in the top row, we have 25 vessels that have just participated in 1 year since 2016. On the other hand, the bottom row, we have 2 vessels that have participated in all 5 years since the fishery started, or I should say entered its growth phase in 2016. These graphs show another way to look at the levels of participation. On the left, we show pounds landed by each vessel from 2016 to 2021, ranked from highest to lowest left to right. The right-hand graph is similar, but shows the number of landings rather than total pounds. What you can see from both the tables on the previous slide and the graphs here is that relatively few vessels are responsible for a large portion of landings, and there's a high number of vessels with just a few landings and low total poundage. There's a couple things we can infer from these patterns. First, it would appear that there have already been more than enough vessels participating in the fishery to harvest the available resource. In other words, there's some evidence the fishery may already be overcapitalized. Secondly, it's likely that there's some level of permit speculation occurring. That means that there's vessels entering the fishery primarily with the intent to just build that record of participation in the hope that they may be allocated a permit sometime in the future. In addition to the data we present here, we've heard several anecdotal reports of vessels putting in significant effort and making a lot of sets that result in just a few small landings in order to get something on the record. This behavior can have negative implications since those relatively unproductive sets still have some habitat impacts and can take bycatch. In summary, staff feels that a limited entry control date could reduce speculative fishing and its associated impacts. Setting the control date by itself doesn't determine whether any individual or vessel would or would not receive a permit. That difficult work would be in the future and involve extensive additional public process and commission decision-making that would need to consider many competing factors while keeping effort at sustainable levels. Our advisory panel members unanimously supported the staff proposed control date of January 1, 2022. They wanted to clarify that it should only apply to fishing with seine gear, as that's really the only applicable gear that's used in Oregon to date. And there's really some mixed input on the need and potential timeline for moving forward with the limited entry program itself. Some supported an immediate move in that direction, and others felt that setting the control date now was sufficient for the short term. There was general agreement amongst the members that about 25 vessels or so would be an appropriate fleet size, given the squid production that we've seen off Oregon over the past few years. So our staff recommendation to you today is to set a control date of January 1, 2022 for consideration of historical participation in the market squid seine fishery. We're not making any recommendation to develop a limited entry control date at this time, and we think that would depend on how the fishery continues to develop over the next few years. If effort and harvest decline, it may not be needed, but if they continue to stay high or we continue to see growth, they could be a valuable management tool for us. Moving on to our second set of regulatory recommendations, they all have to do with how the nets are configured, but there's several pieces to that. Let's start out with some of the concerns that we heard from industry and others that led to these recommendations. So first, we're concerns that our current ribline rule language could be easily circumvented. So the way the rules read today is that you have to have a ribline installed 36 inches above the lead line, and you have to use it to purse the net. But it doesn't say that you can't have another purse line installed on the lead line or below the rib line. And so the worry is that that would be easy to just use the rib line only when, say, Oregon State Police is there watching your activity, and you might be able to switch to another line and circumvent the regulation that way when nobody's looking, which, to be honest, is quite a bit of the time. We also heard a lot of concern about the use of steel cable purse lines, which is something that happens in the California fishery, but no known use to date in Oregon. And the amount of damage to habitat, squid egg beds, and excessive bycatch that those steel cable lines can cause. Cable is, of course, a heavier material than rope, so it's more likely to sink and dig into the bottom. And it can be hauled back to purse the net a lot more aggressively than rope and faster, which is part of why it's more damaging. We've also been hearing concerns around the size of the nets, and the Commission heard public testimony on this in March and specifically asked us to look into it. The main concerns here are that very deep nets could potentially harvest squid before they ever have a chance to reach those shallow water spawning grounds. And that could affect the reproductive capacity and production of squid. Then very large nets could lead to overharvest or excessive concentration among a few vessels that have them. And in addition, some participants feel that very long nets could lead to increased interactions with commercial crab pots. There have been a few reports of crab gear being lost or moved due to the squid fishery, either by getting wrapped up in the nets or buoys being cut off by squid vessels accidentally running them over, especially at night. We discussed all these issues with the advisory panel, and the members reached a really quick consensus that supported changing the ribline rule language and prohibiting steel cable purse lines. And I'll just say that I don't think I've talked to any participants in the fishery that are against the ribline concept. They all feel that that's a necessary part of fishing squid in Oregon, and that's a very universally supported regulation here. There was a lot more robust discussion about net size, but over the course of 2 meetings, the panel managed to arrive at a consensus around capping the size of the nets, basically at the maximum length and depth that's been used in Oregon to date. Their input was really helpful in helping us figure out how to really write those regulations and what things needed to be specified to accomplish the goal. So a lot of credit to the members for helping us with that aspect of it. I do want to note that the advisory panel input on crab gear interactions was basically opposite of what you heard in public testimony in March. Most, if not all, the vessel captains on the panel felt that longer nets are actually a little bit easier to fish around crab pots because you can sort of bend them around the pots and still get the squid while leaving the pot kind of outside the circle of the net, where shorter nets have to be set in more of a perfect circle, and so that can be more challenging. At any rate, our staff recommendation here is to strengthen the ribline regulations and specify maximum net size to prevent habitat impacts, bycatch, including squid eggs, and overharvest while minimizing the cost to industry by allowing most, if not all, of the nets that are currently in use to continue being used. So again, it's a cap approach. It's capping them at the current size being used. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about exactly what we're talking about specifying here on net size. And this is just a little sketch that I made to help everybody understand the different parts of the net and what we're talking about. I think net length is pretty self-explanatory up at the top. It's the length of the net from end to end. And then there is the cork line at the top with floats that help float the top of the net. Some nets have a cork line strip of larger mesh just below the cork line. And then there's the main body of the net, which is made up of a series of panels of small mesh netting sewn together. The purse rings, or the rib line, which often is strung through purse rings or attached to the net with a bridle, are toward the bottom of the net. But again, here they have to be at least 36 inches above the lead line. And then some nets have a chafing strip of, again, larger webbing at the bottom that helps reduce and prevent wear on the main body of the net. Finally, the lead line is the heavy line at the bottom that sinks the whole thing into the water. So what we're talking about actually specifying here is on this slide. And again, changing the language for rib line so that no purse line or bridle can be attached less than 36 inches above the lead line, and prohibit steel cable purse lines. For length, we recommend specifying no longer than 1,800 feet and no deeper than 2,600 meshes in the main body of the net. And that is just the practical way to measure how deep a net is as by mesh. Oregon State Police is not going to have to count to 2,600 to enforce this. The meshes come in standard 200 mesh strips. So that's basically 13 meshes, or 13 strips of mesh. And we recommend specifying a mesh size no greater than 1 3/4 inches so that you can't circumvent this regulation by, for instance, putting part of your net at very large mesh that would help it fish deeper. We are also recommend specifying that the chafing and cork line strips can't be more than 25 meshes wide, again, to prevent kind of circumventing the intent of the regulations to limit the depth of the net. On the right of this slide, you just see a picture of a seine net in a parking lot. And so the black line at the bottom there is the lead line. There's a chafing strip of wider webbing, the white webbing. The yellow line is the rib line. In this case, I think it's just strung through the net. And then there's the body of the net, or the smaller mesh, and that's the black towards the top of the picture. So hopefully that helps you understand what we are proposing as far as these detailed net specifications and putting those in regulations. That wraps up our regulatory recommendations for today. So now I'll move into some of the informational items that the Commission asked us to evaluate and report back on. I'll start with the vessel monitoring system, which I'll refer to as VMS, which the Commission asked if that could help identify which vessels were around reported crab pot interactions and how many boats in the squid fleet might already have one of these systems on board. First, VMS is an automated reporting and data logging system for vessel location. The diagram on the slide shows one example of how these systems work, where locations are communicated from a boat to a satellite, relayed to an Earth-land station, and then transferred to an agency database. There is no state system under ODFW's control or requirement in state rules currently. There's a federal system that's required in some fisheries, mainly ground fish or fisheries that take ground fish as bycatch, like pink shrimp, and for a few large tuna vessels that fish in international management areas. The federal system does have significant installation and ongoing service costs associated with it. And we evaluated this and found that 11 of the 57 vessels with Oregon market squid landings currently carry a federal VMS due to participation in other fisheries that require it. So there's some, but it's not a very high proportion of the overall participants. ODFW is working on developing a state system for the Oregon crab fishery that would help us deal with several issues, including whale entanglement and biotoxins, but that's still several years out. We discussed this issue with the Market Squid Advisory Panel, and their input was that most of the boats are fishing really close to each other most of the time. They're targeting the same aggregations in short time frames, like of a couple days. And so VMS really wouldn't be effective for identifying which vessels were there when there was reported crab gear interactions. And frankly, you can really see where the squid fleet fishes from shore. They're pretty close to shore. They fish in shallow waters. And and we do get data eventually on their locations from the logbooks. But we recommend not adopting a VMS requirement now because we don't think that the benefits would outweigh the costs at this time. That calculus could change with the development of a cost-effective state system for the crab fishery, but as I said, that's several years out. Moving on to the next thing the Commission asked us to take a look at, which was evaluating whether the 2-day per week closure that was just adopted last March was sufficient to maintain sustainability of the fishery harvest. That level of closure was proposed as a proxy for 30% egg escapement. And 30% egg escapement means that 30% of the eggs that would be produced in the absence of fishing are preserved with fishing occurring. That 30% level is a goal that's set for market squid in the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan, and it's based on population models indicating that's a sustainable harvest level. So in responding to the Commission's request, we took a look at evaluating egg escapement in Oregon. And the bottom line is we don't have the data or resources to do that. We manage and sample squid under our existing programs that have many competing demands, and estimating squid egg escapement would take additional resources to collect data on the fecundity of harvested squid, which is harder than it sounds because they are continually developing eggs. So it takes lab examination of the ovary tract to determine egg counts. And you need to collect an index of mantle condition as well, which requires taking punches of tissue, drying them, analyzing them, and then analyzing and modeling all of the resulting data. It's all a pretty time and resource intensive process, and it's not feasible for us to do that at this time. And so but considering that the 2-day per week closure is a proxy for 30% egg escapement, we propose evaluating some alternative metrics that are based on that proxy. For example, we could easily look at how long no fishing periods are, or how many fishing versus non-fishing days there were before and after implementation of the regulation. But because this was implemented so recently, we really don't have much data to do that right now. We have less than a full fishing year, and the fishing didn't go on all that long after this regulation was implemented. So it's probably going to be a few years before we can really use these alternative metrics to take a hard look at how this regulation is impacting the fishery and the amount of days that squid are allowed to spawn uninterrupted. I want to point out that in California, where again, this is one of the most important commercial fisheries in the state, they've really pulled this together infrequently, only a couple times, and those efforts have relied on data collected by California Fish and Wildlife, but then analyzed by federal or academic partners who do the modeling of the data. It's really not suitable for any kind of in-season or active management, really only for these infrequent evaluations. And when those have been done in California, which includes a similar 2-day per week closure, if you recall, they found that the escapement goal usually is met. Finally, I want to point out that offshore spawning, which is known to occur in some cases, and additional days of no fishing that are due to weather, especially in the springtime when we have still quite a bit of storm activity off the coast, as well as spawning that we know happens in some of the closed areas that we have, are all additional sources of escapement to the 2-day closures. Also, one final point on this is that this is one case where we're not exactly aligned with the input from our advisory panel. The members on that panel would really like to see the weekend closures only in the summer because they feel that the weather gives squid enough breaks in the spring from fishing pressure when we still have those storm periods. But when we looked at it, there's currently far more non-fishing days in the summer than in the spring because there's really only a few boats that kind of stick it out through that time period, and most of them move on to other fisheries. So our staff recommendation here is that we simply continue the 2-day per week closure, and we will take another look and evaluate that when adequate data is available to look at some of those alternative metrics, which is likely to be at least a few years. Okay, finally, on food web and ecosystem impacts, in response to Commission's request here, we reviewed the current state of the science and provide some more detailed information in the agenda item summary, along with a list of references and online resources that folks are free to look at for themselves. Generally speaking, we found that market squid are in the top 5 forage taxa consumed by many predators, and that recent forage conditions in the California current ecosystem have been fair to good, not just based on market squid, but based on a number of factors. There is active debate in the scientific community around how to manage forage fish fisheries. You'll see some broad-based generalities like a third for the birds, while other scientists argue that you really need to look more at the time and the place where these populations are targeted by predators. For example, it might be more important to protect forage around a rookery during breeding season than to just make a broad-based set-aside. There are arguments to be made that eating fish lower down on the food chain is actually more efficient in terms of energetics because a lot of energy is lost as it moves up the food chain. And finally, the impact of losing a protein source from a fishery needs to be considered. If that protein production is transferred to land-based agriculture or aquaculture, those systems also have impacts, and it's not clear that it'd be an environmental win, so to speak. We also investigated some of the specific questions that the Commission brought up in March, really around Chinook salmon and whales. And from our literature search, we found that armhook squid are a really important part of Chinook salmon diets during their offshore phase. That does not include market squid. And the importance of market squid is a little more uncertain, largely because many diet studies don't actually get down to species. So squid's clearly important, but it's not totally clear how important market squid specifically are. And I think we have to think about the overlap question here too. During the time period where most of the squid fishing is happening, at least the Chinook fishery, if not the Chinook themselves, are more and further offshore than the squid fishery is really happening. As far as whales go, we kind of specifically looked at 2 species, gray whales and humpback whales. which are of concern due to interactions with the crab fishery, which I think is part of where the commission's questions came from. For gray whales, they're not generally piscivorous. They're not really fish eaters. The Pacific Coast Feeding Group, which is the whales that you might think of as residents along the coast here that don't go all the way to Alaska, they hang out here for the summer and feed. But they really rely on small crustaceans and amphipods and don't really have any fish component to their diet or squid. For humpback whales, they also primarily eat krill, but they are known to prey switch to a piscivorous diet when krill abundance is low and feed on things like anchovies and sardines. There was recently a critical habitat designation for humpback whales due to their ESA status that identified several small schooling fishes as primary components of their habitat, but did not identify squids. So we're taking that as that it's not a highly important part of the humpback whale diet either, at least based on the evidence that we have today. Our staff recommendation here is to rely on the ongoing external research on California current ecosystem status and impacts to forage fish fisheries. This is really an active area of research, and there's quite a bit of information out there, including many of the resources that we've cited in the agenda item summary. And so we will just track and keep up with the state of the science on this and how new information relates to the squid fishery. Making one more link possibly back to the ocean and climate policy, coordination and collaboration is one of the key parts of that. And I would put this kind of in that bucket where we are using outside science to kind of inform our knowledge base around the forage and ecosystem questions, but we're also providing data to those efforts in the form particularly of our fishery logbooks. That's a very exciting source of data for a lot of researchers, and so we get a lot of requests for that, and we provide it to those efforts, and that gets integrated in some of these examinations of the ecosystem and forage base. Looking forward, we'll continue to track catch and effort in this fishery like we do for all of our commercial fisheries. We'll also hold public hearings whenever our harvest guideline is approached or reached. And we plan to meet with the advisory panel at least once per year, if not more often. We see this as being folded into our ongoing activities of our responsibilities for all commercial fisheries. And we'll continue to address issues and recommend additional regulations as they arise. This is a way of saying that we think we're in a pretty good spot as far as the regulations that we have in place so far. We think we've taken a precautionary approach by doing things like the 2-day per week closure. And we'd like to kind of let this play out for a little bit longer and address issues as they come up. In summary, our recommendations for today are to adopt some additional management measures, which are in your draft OAR's attachment 3. In summary, those are setting a limited entry control date of January 1, 2022, specifying maximum net size regulations, and strengthening ribline regulations. We're not recommending, or we are recommending to not require vessel monitoring systems for the market squid fishery now, to continue our 2-day per week closure and evaluate that when adequate data are available, and to track ongoing external research on the status of the forage base in the California current ecosystem and the impacts of forage fish fisheries. And with that, I am happy to take any questions that commissioners may have at this time.
It looks like we have 2 questions initially. Thank you, Troy, for the presentation. It was very comprehensive, I think, and very useful to get. Dr. King, and then also Commissioner Spellbrink.
I think Commissioner Spellbrink was first. I'm happy to let him go first.
In that case, go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Troy, were you able to come up with the monthly catch rates and the number of vessels fishing on a monthly basis? I kind of hit you with that at the last minute, I know, and I just,
Yeah, sure. So actually, let me share my screen again real quick here, Commissioner Spellbrink. Sorry, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. I'll share my screen again in order to, I did was able to put together a quick graph on the catch rates, and I'll just describe the participation pattern. So here's your catch rates by month. This is just all years lumped together, 2016 through 2021. March through October, that's when we've seen the seine fishery. This is actually landings by all gear types, but everything else is just a minuscule amount. You can just look at this as seine gear landings. And so you see, April's been the most productive month across the whole time period, but we do see significant production in August and September. And I'll say in some years, that can be up to 20 to 25% of the total year. So it's a significant part of it. The participation pattern here is that everybody is, basically all the vessels are participating in the March, April, May time period, and then they start to tail off and leave for other fisheries. And then we just have probably, I would say 2 to 5 boats that have participated in this later part of the season. So it's much, much lower. I think they tend to be, the Oregon-based boats that are maybe participating in other fisheries in Oregon during the summer, not moving out of state, and then getting back into squid a little bit in the fall.
Okay, and we don't really have a handle on the population, the later population. I mean, it kind of looks like it's probably maybe a smaller population of spawners later on, but we don't really have a handle on the actual population, late population, do we then?
No, that's correct, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Is that it?
Okay,
Commissioner Spellbrink, was that it on your question, and we'll go on, or?
yes, that's I was interested in the breakdown by month, both of numbered fishermen and the production.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I have a question. Maybe you addressed this in the initial presentation. It sounds like it was a year ago, but with the purse seine nets, like who monitors what you catch in there? I realize there's going to be a huge amount of bycatch. So, and I guess, do you throw it all back? Can you explain to me a little bit about how those nets work? Because I imagine they're large and catching all sorts of things, not just squid.
So, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. Great questions. And yeah, we did address that a little bit more in the previous presentation, but I'm happy to go over it again now. We have a couple ways that we monitor bycatch in the fishery, but first I'll just start out by saying that squid, because they aggregate and they're pretty concentrated, the bycatch levels compared to the amount of squid that they're getting are actually pretty low. If you look at it in percentage terms, I mean, you're talking less than 5 or 10%. That said, our monitoring on that could be improved. We have 2 sources of data that we use to look at bycatch, and one of those is the landed catch. So they do bring in other things besides squid, and they have to report all that on their fish tickets, which are basically the receipts that they get from the processor when they make a landing. So we do evaluate that data on a regular basis every year. And we see a little bit of other coastal pelagic species, which are things like sardines and anchovy, maybe some mackerel. So that's the main component of the bycatch. Is basically other small schooling fishes, which makes sense. Seine gear is also used to target those. We also do get some groundfish bycatch, although that's prohibited. It's pretty hard to sort it all out at sea. So that does come in, and if there's not excessive amounts, they typically won't get cited for that, but they can't sell it. It has to has to be discarded. Probably the most concerning bycatch that we've seen or heard about is Dungeness crab bycatch, because again, the nets do reach to the bottom, and so they do pick up things that live on the bottom. And that's really a lot of what the ribline regulation is designed to try and avoid, because again, that helps, instead of the net really scooping into the bottom, it helps kind of pinch the net above the bottom, or at least above the bottom of the net, and it doesn't have as much habitat impact that way, or get as much bycatch of things that live on the bottom, like crabs. And the other thing that happens with the ribline is it kind of lifts the net off the bottom as it's pursed up, and so that helps reduce the bycatch crabs as well. So I think some of our recommendations today will address some of the bycatch issues, especially with the bottom dwelling animals such as crab. The other source that I mentioned, 2 sources of data. The other source of data we have that on that is the logbooks themselves. So the fishermen are supposed to report what they catch in their nets, anything that both what's landed and what's discarded at sea. So that's the main source of our discard data. And you know, that is self-reported, but we do you know, compare that to our fish ticket data and kind of see how that lines up. And I'd say what you see is the amounts are pretty variable and different between the 2 sources, but the kind of bycatch, the kind of things we see reported in both systems tend to match up pretty well. The one aspect where we could certainly improve on that with a little more resources, or we may be able to do some of this once our COVID restrictions are relieved, is to actually get out there on some squid boats and you know, do some voluntary ride-alongs and just take a look for ourselves at what's happening. Something I'm interested in doing, but we don't have the resources to ramp up a full-on observer program. But in a few ride-alongs by existing staff, including myself, I'd love to get there out there on a squid boat. I think could be helpful in kind of taking a look at that question. I guess, sorry to be long-winded about this, but I think it's an important question. And we did have, in the fishery that occurred in the 80s, we did send staff out on vessels. And that's where some of the information about how the bycatch levels that we have comes from. And they, again, saw when they're fishing on known concentrations of squid and they're using lights to attract the squid all together, the bycatch rates are really quite low in the fishery.
Thank you.
Troy, I have a few questions, and on the operational regulations that you put in front of us, I support those and appreciate where you're headed with those. On some of the longer term questions, it sounds like mostly the answer is don't have the data, can't get to it, and don't have the staff. And I can sure appreciate being in that position. On the question of, is 2 days off a week enough, and are we really sustainable in the fishery if we have that as our proxy? It sounds like it'll be at least a few years and maybe several years before we would have the data. What would even produce that data? So are we headed in the direction where we will at least be able to answer that question?
Thank you, Chair Wall, for the question. So what we are proposing to do is evaluate data that we do get currently. So we can look at our landings data from fish tickets. We can look at catch rates from our logbooks. So in the logbooks, we get information not only on how much is caught, but how many sets it takes to catch that, or how much effort does it take to get that amount of squid, which gives you a look at what the catch rates are. But you know, we do expect this to probably fluctuate over time by quite a bit. I would not be surprised to see additional years where there's very little fishing happening just because of the linkage to the oceanographic changes. And if we get into a cool phase, you know, we're potentially at the start of a little bit of a La Nina here. So it'll be interesting to see how much production there is this year, if that has a big impact. But because it's so tightly linked to the environment, you know, we will likely see those kind of fluctuations. At any rate, what we're proposing to evaluate in terms of the 2 day per week closure, again, based on data we already have, is things like how many days in a row does fishing occur or not, and using that as a proxy for what likely egg escapement would be during the spawning season. You know, it'll at least be 2 days per week, but there's going to be additional days where there's no fishing occurring. And so our evaluation would consist of comparing what those kind of levels are before and after we implemented the regulation, how many fishing days versus non-fishing days there are. We're not proposing at this time to collect additional sampling data from the squid themselves or from the fishery to try and evaluate that, because we just don't think it's feasible with our current resources. But I do think that there's a lot of reasons to think that the 2 day per week closure is pretty precautionary. In other words, I think that there's additional sources of spawning, and it's highly likely that that 2 day per week closure is giving us at least 30% egg escapement, which again is a goal that's been established based on modeling and data from the California fishery.
Thank you. The other question I have is on Director Melcher, did you want to comment on that one?
No, Chair Wall, I just wanted to alert you to the fact that Commissioner Labhart was having connectivity issues, so he is now on via phone. So,
okay.
so
Thank
he
you.
doesn't have the ability to raise his hand, so I wanted to just alert you to that, just in case. I don't know if he has any questions. And then also just remind you that there is at least one public commenter to come, so.
Yeah, thank you. The other question that I have is on the advisory panel. I think I appreciate that you put that together, and wanted to check a little bit more on the decision to have only industry people be on the actual advisory panel. And that's a critical voice, but it seems like we have the public in the position of being able to comment or being able to attend, but they're not members. Is it possible, especially when we're starting to look, if we get to some of these longer term issues, is there a reason that we would not have public as well as industry representatives?
Thank you, Chair Wall. So first, yes, you're correct. We made the decision to have industry representatives to help inform us about that perspective on our regulations. And, we, as an agency, we have a responsibility to look out for the conservation of the species, certainly. But in particular, the things that the commission had asked us to look at, we felt were primarily would benefit from input from the industry. We'll say this is how most of our fishery advisory bodies that we use in the marine program are structured, with members from industry and public able to weigh in at commission meetings or at the meetings themselves, but really try and focus on the people that the regulations are going to impact and what those impacts are going to be, and help us design the regulations in a way that are going to be practical and effective. There is not a reason that we could not add to the advisory panel. We left it open to being able to add members as other issues may come up and arise. So that would certainly be a possibility.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink, do you want another question now, or do you want to wait until after the two people who are ready to testify?
No, Chair Wall, one thing I would like to ask Troy is, do we have a handle on the number of light boats that have been involved in the fishery so far? I'm talking to, fishermen involved in the fishery. It sounds like it's been minimal up to this point.
We don't have a great handle on that because, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, thanks for the question. We don't have a great handle on that at this point. That was one of the reasons that we wanted to implement the light boat logbook. But like I said, the fishery didn't last a lot longer after those regulations went in place. And so we're still working on that logbook, and we don't know, they don't make landings, so we don't have a great way to track them. I do know of at least, I would say 5 or 6 light boats that have been active. Some of those have been boats that have been brought up by the seiners working in California. There have been some, my understanding is there's been some local boats that have invested in making themselves into light boats essentially, and participating in that way, but I don't have a number for you right now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, anyway, talking to the fleet, it sounded like it's kind of been minimal. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and just before you start, Commissioner Labhart, if you can hear us, and if you do have a question, if you could just let Michelle know, that would be terrific. I don't see any hand, but of course, but if you do, let us know. And go ahead, Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I guess he could use the chat. Well, I don't know. He's on the phone. I can't use the chat. The question I have is 36 inches for the float line or the purse line enough if the bottom of the net might still drag on the sea floor and pick up crabs or something that it shouldn't?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. So if you recall, last year, we actually had recommended a 18-inch ribline regulation based on what was being used in the fishery at that time. The commission decided that that should probably be raised up to 36 inches. And so that's where we landed on for that regulation. Again, there was some kind of back and forth with the public at that time. People who had testified, participants in the fishery, that felt that that was a kind of a reasonable, a good spot to have it. I would say the intent of the ribline is not actually to keep the net off the bottom per se, but it's to kind of change the way that it's pursed so that the lead line and the bottom of the net kind of skirts out instead of being pinched into the bottom. And again, the ribline also causes kind of a little bit of lift on the net to pick it up. And so the part of the intent of that also is to maybe help with the crab pot interactions, and 36 inches I think is enough to, you know, get over a crab pot essentially. But they do change depths, and they can't change the depth of their nets that fast. You know, you have to go through quite a process to reconfigure a net to change the depth of it. So I think there will still continue to be times where the nets are touching the bottom, kind of regardless of where you put the rib line at, because it has something to do with the depth of the net. But the rib line really changes the way that the net is pursed, and yes, it will still drag across the bottom and probably pick up some bottom bycatch, but it reduces the impacts a lot over having the rib line like on the lead line, where it kind of, again, will dig in and scoop into the bottom.
Okay, thank you. And I had a similar concern to Chair Walls on opening the advisory committee to additional non-industry people.
Thank you. We have 2 people signed up, and I see at least one of them in the room. So the 2 people who are signed up for testimony are Joe Mulkey and Greg DiDomenico. So the first one is Joe. Are you available?
Chair Wall, we do not have Joe in the room at this time.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Michelle. Then let's go to Greg DiDomenico, and we'll hear from you.
Great, thank you so much. Chair Wall, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm not sure if you can see me, but you don't have to.
We can also see you.
Ah, well, sorry about that. I'm going to be really brief. You guys have had a very long day, but it is an important topic to us. Let me just brief introduction. My name is Greg DiDomenico. I work as a fishery management specialist for Lund's Fisheries, which is headquartered in Cape May, New Jersey. But today I'm speaking on behalf of one of their subsidiary companies called Suncoast Calamari from Oxnard, California, and one of their vessels, the fishing vessel Ocean Leader. Because this is the first time I'm speaking with you, I just also wanted to mention that you've made this a very efficient process and a very open process, and I've enjoyed the whole day. So thank you very much for giving me some brief time here to talk about an important topic. I'm a newcomer to this fishery and a newcomer to the commission, but the people I'm speaking on behalf of today are not. In fact, the Suncoast has been operating and employing people since 1994 in Oxnard. So they would like to remain in this fishery and remain as an active participant. I'll make my comments, the specific ones to today's actions, very brief. At this time, we do not support establishing a control date for the fishery today. We believe this is premature at this time, and we really hope that the expansion of the resource continues and a sustainable fishery develops over time, which we hope, of course, is not only sustainable, but of course, larger than it is today. I'd also like to say that if the commission does adopt a January 1, 2022 control date, we submit a few things for the record. California's market squid limited entry plan has not excluded Oregon fishermen from the fishery. The California market squid processors have benefited from the participation of Oregon fishermen in the California fishery, and we really depend upon that. We expect that the Oregon squid processors would similarly benefit from the continued participation of California fishermen in the Oregon fishery, and we really would like to maintain that. Lastly, I'd say we request that any future management actions do not include landing thresholds or other requirements designed to shrink the fleet or limit participation. We feel strongly that the future management should not exclude any of the vessels currently permitted in this fishery. And lastly, I would also like to support the staff recommendation for limiting the size of the nets and the other gear modifications that were discussed today. In closing, I would just again like to say thank you and to tell you that this is an important fishery for us, and we'd like to maintain an active and positive participation in this fishery. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony and staying within the 3 minutes. That was a great job of getting it in under the wire. So thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? None at this point. So commissioners, can we figure out what your pleasure is on moving forward? We can either ask more questions or have comments, or we can go straight to a motion on this one, if anybody is ready. Commissioner Spellbrink, you have your hand up. Is that from before, or are you ready to make a motion?
No, I'd be ready to make a motion on the staff proposals as they are, but then I also, going forward after we do that, maybe I might suggest another, going forward, something that wasn't in the staff report, or, that the public didn't have time to examine. So anyway, I'm more than happy to make a motion on accepting the staff recommendations, but I'll see if someone else has any other questions.
I see no other hands up, so why don't you go ahead, and I think it is appropriate to do the motion, and then if you have another issue you want to bring up, that would be extra, and we could do that after.
Okay, I move to amend OAR 635 Division 004 to adopt the commercial market squid fishery management measures as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Spellbrink and seconded by Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde to approve the staff recommendation on commercial market squid management measures. Are there any other questions, or is there discussion? Seeing none and hoping that Commissioner Labhart can hear us, let's do a roll call since we can't see thumbs in this one. Michelle, would you mind calling the roll?
Hatfield-Hyde,
I vote yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Wall,
Yes.
and Labhart.
I think we'll have to get his vote later. We do have a majority already, and so that one passes, and we can move on with thanks to Troy for the presentation and all the work leading up to it. And Commissioner Spellbrink, do you want to mention one other thing that you'd like to have considered, or do you want to bring that up later after you've worked through some of the issues on it?
No, I think I should probably bring it up. It was just, I was going to suggest that we make a motion that staff develop a proposal for a moratorium on the use of light boats in the Oregon market squid fishery while we evaluate the impacts of the current fishery. To date, there's been minimal use of light boats, so recent experience shows us that Oregon market squid can be caught at high catch rates by the current seine fleet without the use of light boats. I think you saw in the summary on page 4 there that 10 vessels have landed over 1 million pounds and 1 vessel has landed over 4 million pounds. Page 5 in the summary discusses the potential for overcapitalization in the fishery that, we might even be close to it already. The addition of widespread use of light boats will raise that potential for overcapitalization in the current seine fleet. I talked with 5 different vessel owners from the current squid fishery, including one that had a light boat, and they all agreed that the competition factor would encourage more vessels, most vessels to make use of light boats, as they can produce a definite advantage to the catcher vessel using them. They have the light boats are, of course, are used to attract squid at night with their lights, but they're also very useful in searching for squid because it allows the catcher vessel working with that light boat to cover twice as much area when they're looking for squid. Light boats can also, while a seine is deployed from a seine vessel, then the light boat can run around and look for other schools of squid also. So, there's advantage there. I think a moratorium on the use of light boats excludes no current producers in the Oregon fishery, but it would hopefully slow the race to overcapitalization we've experienced in so many of our other fisheries. Trawl, shrimp, crab, black cod all have limited entry programs. We have the trawl permit and vessel buybacks that we've experienced, trip limits in a lot of fisheries, crab pot limits. Those are all examples of reactive responses to overcapitalization of our fisheries. And they were necessary conservation measures, I think, that we had to take. And I just kind of believe we have an opportunity here to be proactive rather than reactive. It seems like most of our regulations that have, we've put in force like that have been reactive. I just think this might be an opportunity to be proactive. And, since that wasn't on the agenda and wasn't up for public comment, I would, like I say, if to make a motion, it would have to be for a consideration at a later commission meeting. And like I say, I'd be happy to hear the response from the other commissioners.
Okay, we have one hand up, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I just want to say I support what Commissioner Spellbrink is trying to do here. And I think on so many resource issues, if we were preemptive like this, we would be better off today in Oregon. And, now is the time to make these sort of changes at the beginning, not later. And I think we did do that last year, trying to deal with the, I'll use the wrong term, but the, how many inches up we were from the bottom of the floor so that we weren't, we did try to bump that up. And I just think now is the time to do that. And I appreciate the idea and that you're watching this.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz, Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I support the staff bringing that forward to us to make a decision on in the near future.
Thank you. The one thing I'd like to mention is I think that this sounds like a good idea. I think it's an important thing to look at. If you would accept a friendly adjustment to what you're suggesting, I'd like to, we have asked staff for a lot of pieces lately and a lot of work groups, and I wonder if we could wait 1 month to make this direction, just so we can check and see how possible it is and how it would fit with work right now. I'm just particularly sensitive to how much we've asked for lately. Commissioner Spellbrink, any response or?
Right, I was waiting for Director Melcher. I see he had his hand up.
Go ahead, Director.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Wall. I just wanted to say that, we don't need a motion and a vote per se to direct us to work on developing an option related to the future use of light boats in the squid fishery. We can do that by your direction without actually a vote. And And then I would just also add that I appreciate the sensitivity to the workload, and I would just say that when Commissioner Zarnowitz mentioned in the near future, for us in the near future would probably be in time for the 2023 fishery,
Okay.
as opposed to in the middle of the 2022 fishery. And then the last thing I had was just a clarifying question for Commissioner Spellbrink, and you referred to it as a moratorium on new light boats. And I'm wondering if you actually meant a prohibition on the use of light boats.
Okay, yeah, if I said on additional light boats, I was wrong. No, I think it would, I guess the moratorium, I would use that word. Originally, I had to prohibit light boats, but then I thought, well, this might be something we might want to look at after a 2 or 3 year moratorium, see how the fishery is developing, where it's going, and then maybe change our mind. But and that was the only reason why I switched to the wording from prohibit to moratorium.
Yeah, I think prohibit's more direct, and frankly, every rule can be amended at any time. So if you all prohibit the use of light boats for the 2023 fishery, that doesn't mean that in 2029 that you couldn't change your mind, or your successors couldn't change their mind and change the rules. So, all right. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. And
Sure.
then,
and I think that would be fine. It would be just, I guess it would put people on notice that there may be, before you go out and spend $200,000 on a light boat, that you might want to think about it.
yeah, I agree. And then just a side note, and I think we heard it alluded to perhaps by, I think it was by Troy, but there's always in all of these issues in fishery management, whether we're talking about selectivity in a commercial salmon fishery, or we're talking about use of light boats in a squid fishery, or you name the fishery, there's always these trade-offs, which may not always be intuitive and obvious. And one that I think Greg mentioned, or not Greg, Troy mentioned, was that there could be some relationship between use of light boats and the essentially the bycatch in the fishery, in that if you're concentrating the squid, you actually might be lowering your bycatch percentages. So it's just something that we'll think about. Obviously, we don't need to talk about that today, but it's just something for consideration. I see Michelle has her hand up, so I guess Chair Wall, we should see what she's in the queue for.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Before we concluded this, I wanted to into the record, Commissioner Labhart is on the phone and listening. He's not able to communicate with the technical problems that he's having, but he sent me a message that he voted in favor of Commissioner Spellbrink's motion, the previous motion.
Great, then we have that one on the record and finished, and don't have to go find that answer later. Thank you.
The motion that wasn't a motion.
No,
Wait,
this was for the formal motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was just to finish off the vote we already had. Yeah.
See.
Thank you. So I think we're finished with both parts of this, but Troy also has his hand up. So is there one more piece of this one, Troy?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wall. And I was hoping maybe to get a little more direction in the types of things that you might want us to consider in evaluating this and developing a proposal, to make sure that we are aware of the questions that we should be trying to answer as we attempt to develop a proposal along these lines.
And now you're talking about the light boats, right?
The light, yes, for the light boat prohibition.
Commissioner Spellbrink, is there more specificity you can provide?
Oh, no, I mean, I guess just look at, we do have the California fleet to look at, but like I say, so far in Oregon, it looks like the fishermen have been able to prove fine without them. And there are other aspects of it too that you could look at. There is the claim staking, basically it can go with light boat. You're someone anchored on a spot and, okay, this is my spot. I know one of the fishermen I talked to mentioned that he was, they were fishing an area, 2 or 3 boats, and 2 or 3 vessels there seining and all catching fish. And then all of a sudden, like 3rd day into the fishery, a light boat came and anchored on the spot and basically claimed it for, his boat spot from then on. And they said they had to move on. They basically had to leave the spot. So there's things like that, we can look at.
I think, Troy, also from a couple of the commissioners, you heard some agreement in order to be in front of some of these issues if there are problems created with the light boats and the conservation aspects that would be possible. I heard both of those from other commissioners. So correct me if I'm wrong, the others who spoke on this one. Okay.
I would say that, what I heard Commissioner Spellbrink say was this was to be proactive in if we're already thinking that we might be over allocated on the squid fishery or getting close to it, that it would be proactive because light boats would make it so much more effective to harvest the fish or the squid. And it's just taking a slower approach to a brand new fishery.
Well said. Thank you.
And it definitely also will add to the fishermen I talked to basically all said that if light boats are allowed, they will end up getting light boats. So, there's no question it will add to the capitalization of the fishery, because pretty much everyone I talked to said that if one person had a light boat, then everyone needed one to compete.
Okay, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then we will move to the next item since it's pushing up against 2 o'clock. So go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is that I realize then now that we'll be bringing this back a year from now. I do think that we would rather send some sort of a message to the fishery now than later, so that people don't run out and spend. I mean, what's it cost, Commissioner Spellbrink? $100,000 or something?
Yeah, I heard a couple $100,000 for one setup well.
$200,000. I mean, it's probably, since it's allowed in California, it's probably just kind of anyway, what I'm just trying to say is I hope that message gets out there that we're seriously looking at this right now before a decision gets made a year from now. So people don't invest in something that is really expensive and may go away.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that that's quite possible in our communications that we're having with these groups. So I'm not getting a nod, but tell me if I'm wrong on that assumption, and we'll move on.
Chair Wall, we can certainly include that this prohibition was discussed at the commission when we send out information about the regulations that were adopted.
I think that would be really helpful, and that's a good way to put it. Thank you. Then let's close that one and move to the next one, which is Exhibit F, and is the Lower Columbia River white sturgeon population and fisheries update from Tucker Jones. So Tucker, would you like to go ahead, please?
Thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Tucker Jones, and I'm the Columbia River Ocean Salmon Program Manager. I'm going to talk to you about sturgeon. We're going to see how adept I am today at sharing my screen. There's the one I think I want. Right.
Yes.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
All right. So, like I said, talk a little bit about white sturgeon in the Lower Columbia River, both population status and a fisheries update from this past year. Let's see if I can. Oh, sorry. There we go. All right. roadmap before we get launching into things today. I'm going to provide a brief, I promise, brief overview of white sturgeon biology and distribution. Then I'll cover current status as determined through our stock assessments and performance of fisheries last year. I'll also talk a little bit about pinniped predation and where that is, and then I'll wrap up talking about plans and projections for 2022. So, white sturgeon generally they can range from Alaska to California. There's 3 primary spawning populations with access to the ocean: the Fraser, the Columbia, and the Sacramento from north to south. Within the Columbia Basin and in Oregon, sturgeon are managed in sort of distinct separate units, though technically considered one species management unit by the Native Fish Conservation Policy. And in addition to being present in the main stem Columbia River, they're also in the lower Willamette and all the way to our eastern border in the Snake River, as well as nearshore coastal waters and bays. With that, of course, they also extend north into the coastal and nearshore areas and estuaries of Washington, including Puget Sound. Sturgeon are broadcast spawners, so they don't build a nest. They're long-lived and late maturing. They can live to over 100. Don't start spawning until they're 20 to 25 years old. Unlike most fish, they have a real variable growth pattern where they grow fast in their first year, growth slows down. It expands up through until they reach sexual maturity, and then they slow down in growth again once they start devoting more energy to gonadal development. And then, unlike salmon, they can access saltwater like salmon, but unlike salmon, they aren't sort of obligate anadromous fish. They can go back and forth at will, but that ability to osmoregulate is size dependent. Talk a little bit about past management. Between the late 80s and early 2010, fisheries management targeted about a 22.5% exploitation rate, though in some years, based on just the way fisheries were structured and the way that the stock assessments were structured, which were fisheries dependent at that time, it could be as much as 30% or sometimes even a little bit higher. When we did our conservation planning, we did some population viability analysis modeling, and that let us know that those rates were too high. We needed lower rates for sustainability purposes. We did establish a new rate of 15%, was thought to be sustainable over the long term when all cylinders were sort of firing for the population. We did see declines in certain size structure or size classes of the population, especially the adult and subadult populations. In 2014, and we closed all retention fisheries, so both commercial and recreational. In 2016, there was a big increase in the number of those fish, and since 2017, we've had a limited recreational and commercial harvest in the lower Columbia River. Although, in recognition of ongoing productivity issues and sort of trying to reset the bar and really be as conservative as possible, when we reinstated fisheries, we went with much reduced exploitation rates, looking at 5% or less. So here we're looking at sort of a frequency distribution by abundance by size class. Each one of the bars in the figure is the number of fish in an individual centimeter increment. Taken together, this overall estimate for 2021 was about 312,000 for fish greater than 21 inches fork length. In addition, like I said, to generating an overall population estimate, the framework we use for our stock assessment allows us to generate these size specific estimates, and it allows us to sort of track these size classes that we're interested through time. Juveniles, these are fish, less than 38 inches, typically are not able to access marine environments yet. They're not able to osmoregulate. It was about 174,000 in 2021 was our estimate. The legal size, and again, this is sort of for historic references, just because fisheries were conducted for a long time on a broader size class, 38 to 54 inches fork length. What we're doing now is more in the 44 to 50, so a much narrower band. But in this 38 to 54, that estimate's 122,000, and then adults are those fish over the over 65 inches, sexually mature. That point estimate for 2021 was about 6,700. So here we have the estimated and projected abundance of that legal size slot, the 38 to 54, the historic legal slot, in the lower Columbia River from 2010 through 2021. The error bars here are 95% confidence intervals over the estimate of the abundance. Like I said, our legal size population estimate using those standard marker capture techniques was 122,000 in 2021. This, basically continues a slow decreasing trend from about 2016. It is a big decrease from 2020, but as you can see, the error bars around that 2020 estimate were really large. There were a lot of COVID-related sampling constraints. We could have fewer crews, which meant less effort, or fewer people on the crews, which meant less effort, which really just wound up meaning that our estimate was, with a high degree of variability around it and difficult to use. Because there was so much uncertainty around it, and we used sort of a weight of evidence approach when using these management, we did not use that abundance estimate when conducting our 2021 fisheries. We instead used the projection, which is the red dot on there for 2020 based off our 2019. So as I said, we like to use a weight of evidence approach when thinking about these fisheries. One of the additional metrics we like to look at is the catch per unit effort. There's really a pretty strong relationship between CPUE and abundance. And here we're looking at the catch per unit effort in our set lines in the river from 2010 to 2021. We look at, the CPUE of this group in our set lines. We see, last year's estimate, 2020, had a pretty similar catch per unit effort to 2021 and a decline from 2019, but it sort of broke from the regular relationship. But that was one of the main things that let us know that maybe we didn't quite have as many fish in 2020. But in 2021, this lines up pretty closely with what our abundance estimate is. So it gives us a little more confidence in that estimate this year. Another major thing we're looking at with regards to the sturgeon population is what is going on with the adult abundance. Those are the mature fish, the broodstock fish, and they're sort of, the foundation of what any future productivity will be. They live like I said, they can live to over 100. So protecting these fish is really important. They start spawning at 20 to 25. They can spawn every 3 to 5 years. So there's a lot of productive potential, and we really want to protect those fish. Our management structure is generally designed to do that. This is a 3-year running average of these fish of this size class. We look at the 3-year running average for adults because these estimates can be quite variable. We don't capture many adults. They're sort of at the edge of what our gear can do. And so they're really sensitive to captures in our stock assessments. For example, if we caught 4 more adult-sized fish over the course of our stock assessment in 2020, our point estimate would have been 1,000 fish higher, but would have barely moved the catch per unit effort on our sets. So, one of the reasons we're just trying to smooth out some of the ups and downs and capture this. We look at this, the point estimate was about 6,800 fish. The 3-year running average is about 11,000. Both of those, the running average is still in the desired status. The point estimate still well above the conservation status level. Again, we also do like to look at multiple metrics for this. So we look at the CPUE again here, the catch per unit effort, and we see that, maybe in 2020, again, the catch per unit effort was not quite, maybe didn't quite line up with what we saw in our estimate, but that in 2021, this does definitely line up a little bit more. And just for reference here, right, the catch per unit effort of adult fish in and 2021 was about 0.07 fish per line. If we'd caught those 4 more hypothetical fish, this would have been about 0.08, so about 1/100th of an increase there. So like I said, it's highly sensitive to captures of those adult fish in the gear. But we're going to shift and talk a little bit about productivity. For those commissioners who've heard me talk about salmon survival and recovery, you'll remember that when looking at population status, it's important to look at productivity as well as abundance. Sturgeon, I think, are almost infinitely more complex than salmon. Salmon, we use smolt to adult return rates to assess productivity. Calculating or developing a metric like that for sturgeon has not been possible to date and may not be possible. But that doesn't mean that productivity isn't important for sturgeon as well. So instead, we look at a couple of surrogate metrics: the percent of the population that is juvenile, and then the next slide, an index of young a year or age 0 recruitment. So here we're looking at just the proportion of the population that's either juvenile in the blue bars or not juvenile, so bigger than juvenile size in the yellow bars. Our desired status would be that your population was more than 95% juveniles. This would be indicative of a population that was having strong annual recruitment every year. When it starts to drop down, then that's a sign that there are some productivity issues. You can see that for the third consecutive year, we're below that 60% line. Based on the current size distribution, and based on that size distribution, we don't anticipate this reversing itself or correcting itself in the immediate future. We have that look at what the size structure looks below the population. We have that look at what the size structure is above the population. We can see how things are probably going to grow over the next couple of years, and it's just not gonna do that. But because of how productive white sturgeon are and can be, when environmental conditions get right, when things sort of turn around, they have the capability of replacing themselves really quite quickly and can reverse that trend rapidly. So that's sort of what the current size structure looks like. We also look at a recruitment index. In this case, this is the catch per net of age 0 white sturgeon or young year white sturgeon. This is not an estimate of abundance, but just a first look at spawning success in any given year. Of note, you should not look at these, you should only look at these and compare within a river or an area, not between. So compare blue bars to blue bars, and red bars to red bars, but don't compare blue bars to red bars. So this young a year work was actually the first fisheries independent sturgeon work we conducted in the lower river, which we started in 2004 in the main stem using methodology that we developed in our longer running work upstream of Bonneville Dam. We did expand this work into the Willamette in 2010 after detecting spawning there downstream of Willamette Falls. Again, this is just our index of recruitment success, but because of the complicated and variable growth pattern in sturgeon, we don't have that direct relationship between this index and later abundances. Levels have generally been lower since that high mark in 2009 in the Columbia, you can see. And for the size structure to change, we likely need to see recruitment that looks more like what we saw prior to 2009 and prior. You'll note that there was no sampling in 2020. Reductions in sport fish restoration dollars just did not allow for that. However, we did some reprogramming of work and funds within my program, and were able to reestablish this important monitoring tool and effort in 2021, and should be able to continue it moving forward, I think. So that's it for population status. Now we're going to talk about how fisheries in 2021 went. Per the current policy, the total catch guideline in the river is split between sport and commercial fisheries 80-20. That total guideline was 6,160. That translates to about 1,200 fish for the commercial guideline and about 4,900 fish for the recreational guideline. Commercial fisheries currently harvest sturgeon in a couple different fisheries. One in those off-channel terminal fisheries, often referred to as select area or safe fisheries, and then in the fall main stem fisheries, both coincident to salmon seasons. There haven't been separate sturgeon only seasons in quite a while. Because not all fishermen participate in both fisheries, the preseason plan is generally to split that available guideline between the two fishery types. So, half to the main stem and half to the select areas. How did they do? Well, in 2021, I should say 2021 up there. Not sure why that says commercial harvest 2020. It wasn't quite equal. It was shaping up to be that way. And then we noticed in those fall fisheries that they were not catching enough fish to meet their 50%. So we allowed harvest to continue in those off-channel areas. In general, the total harvest was pretty close to the guideline in 2021, about 1,200 fish, but about 2/3 of that harvest came in the off-channel areas. The recreational fishing allocation is split into 3 areas. The lower estuary, downstream of the Wana power lines, is the marker we use. It's a big set of lines going across the river, easy for fishermen to see. That's near Puget Island and about river mile 40. Then we have a separate allocation for the main stem between Wana and Bonneville Dam, and then a smaller separate allocation again in the Willamette River downstream of the falls. So 2,900 fish, 2,960 to the area below Wana, 1,260 from Wana to Bonneville, and about 750 in the Willamette. I guess of note, there is no sub-allocation for either the Oregon or the Washington coastal populations at this time. So the estuary fishery is typically a spring fishery, and as you might guess, based on how much of the guideline is allocated to it, it's typically our biggest recreational fishery, both in terms of effort and in harvest. Last year, we had 13 open days between May 12th and June 12th, generated about a little over 19,000 angler trips and harvested about 2,500 fish in that fishery. Angler participation in the other fisheries is also, they're also popular fisheries. We had 6 open days in the upper main stem area from Wana to Bonneville that generated almost 9,100 angler trips and harvested about a little over 850 fish. And then we had 2 open days in the Willamette with 2,800 angler trips, but only 87 fish harvested there. This Willamette fishery, despite low catches, has been well received. This is only the second year it's been open, even any days since about 2013. The Willamette has the potential to be a highly volatile fishery for sturgeon. If you don't time it right, you can get a huge amount of effort and a very high catch rates and really shoot past. So we've been trying to tweak this fishery. I'm sure we'll make some other changes again to try to line up a little more, hopefully, meaningful opportunity and higher catch rates. But still, the most important thing is that we stay within these guidelines and stay within a sort of harvestable or our conservative harvest rates that we've got set. So that's how fishing went in 2021. As I said, pinnipeds have also been a significant issue for white sturgeon in the lower Columbia River. We're looking at, this is information from the Corps of Engineers observation program up at Bonneville Dam. We only have information through 2020. These reports are generally not finished until later in the spring of the following year. So information for 2021 won't really be available for another month or 2. But what we can see is that stellar sea lions have largely taken the place of California sea lions at Bonneville Dam. Stellar sea lions are generally more prone to predate on sturgeon than California sea lions. And that area of Bonneville, just below Bonneville Dam, that sort of about 5 miles below there, up to there, is probably the most important spawning area in the entire Columbia River. So that's That's not great. And the lower figure here just shows predation events. And although this is dropped off significantly, we think sea lions still appear to be having a negative effect on the population, maybe just not at the lethal level. We're looking here at just a plot of minimum daily abundance of sea lions and age 0 catch per net. And there's as you can see, a significant negative relationship just between the presence of sea lions in that area and white sturgeon recruitment. Direct predation at Bonneville doesn't appear to be the primary driver of the relationship. Remember that previous slide, that predation had really dropped way off. So what's going on? Well, one explanation is that the predation estimates are incomplete, and that is, that's only the predation observed at the concrete. And so there's definitely, almost certainly more predation further down the river. And we don't know what the magnitude of that predation is. But we know that we're still seeing substantial numbers of adult white sturgeon out there. So it's unlikely that that's like the sole cause of what's going on here. Another potential explanation is that the predation metric may be failing to capture the sublethal effects of pinniped harassment of white sturgeon attempting to spawn in that area. Either they're just moving out entirely, or the stress of avoiding predation events is inducing egg reabsorption. I will say in 2020, ODFW and our regional partners were granted approval to start managing that stellar sea lion population. So I'm hopeful that there may be some changes in the near future with regards to sturgeon recruitment. This is just showing you how many sea lions have been removed in these areas over the last decade or so. You can see, we just got approval at the end of 2020, and then these efforts sort of kicked off more in 2021 for stellars. And like I said, I'm hopeful that, if that relationship is really going to hold, that as we get a handle on that stellar sea lion population, recruitment of sturgeon may increase. Willamette predation events with stellar sea lions are also an issue. You can see we have had, just in the sort of study area, which is I think the 6 hectares right below the falls, we've seen, predation that's ranged from, the teens up into the hundreds. Even though the maximum number of sea lions has not been that high and it's been coming down. This is also just the number of sea lions, stellars observed in that observation area by the falls. The actual number of river inhabitants is almost certainly higher. I think the last count I saw for 2021 was that there were 21 stellars from the falls down to the mouth of the Columbia. So seem to be hanging out a little bit below the study area this year. There's a lot of really great information about the sea lion program on our website. I encourage everyone to go there. So I guess trying to sum this up, if we think about what we just talked about in terms of a stoplight sort of type analogy, we have a mix of signals, so to speak. Our legal abundance is, still on a little bit of a downward trend, but really quite a bit above the conservation status level. The adult abundance is still high, both in the point estimate and in the 3-year running average we look at. But the proportion of the juvenile abundance that's, the proportion of the population that is made up of juveniles is too low. And if that's, there are long-term productivity issues there. Our recruitment index in 2021 was in the main river, I think the lowest we've seen in that area. It's, 2021, the summer was a pretty hard year. Recruitment was down, though it is, persistent recruitment, which is not true of all sturgeon populations. And I guess on a bright note, our sampling was restored, so at least we're not blind to that as we move forward. Sea lion abundance, high abundances are problematic for sturgeon, but I'm hopeful, like I said, with recent changes that may be something that we're getting a handle on. And then with regards to fisheries, the angler trips and the participation is quite a bit lower than when we turned harvest off and we had higher exploitation rates, but it's still it's still a popular fishery with lots of interest in there. I will say that season setting is challenging with these low guidelines. So, if we look, if we try to look forward now, we have our earlier abundance estimates. If we take our 2021 estimate and project it forward for a couple of years, we grow that out using our PVA models. We basically see that under any management scenario that we might consider, whether we have no retention fisheries or up to a 5% retention fisheries, there's really probably going to be very little change in the adult or the subadult and legal size population during that time frame. In closing, I think it's important to remember that right now, despite some metrics being below the conservation status, the lower Columbia River population segment as a whole is not at a conservation risk. Would we like things to be better? Definitely. But unlike some salmon populations, and in large part due to their unique life history strategy, we're not talking about a group of fish or a population segment of fish on the brink. That's not to say that these productivity issues aren't real and persistent and concerning, but what they put at risk are fisheries, not the population. We still have substantial juvenile, legal, and adult abundances. And although productivity is our biggest issue right now, and we need to figure it out, we still have low but persistent age 0 recruitment every year. And that is not true for all sturgeon populations everywhere. Remember, sturgeon life history is specifically designed to protect against periods of environmental downturns. Their longevity combined with the spawning every 3 to 5 years means that even a long-term 10 to 15-year down cycle is not especially dangerous to persistence, because when conditions do get right, you have an adult population that is capable, it's highly productive, highly fecund, and capable of replacing itself really quickly. Sea lions are problematic, but hopefully we're getting a handle on this. And I believe, that the population is sufficiently robust to support fisheries similar to what we've had and at a level that we've had the last several years. But if that legal size abundance, continues that downward trend, it's going to be really difficult to prosecute retention fisheries in out years. We're just it's already difficult. We're at the edge of our models. If that continues to drop, it's going to be hard to continue to have those retention fisheries, which would be unfortunate. I think retention fisheries are really important, actually, to the conservation of the fish. But that's just the facts of how things are right now. We are monitoring this population closely, so we should be able to see anything dramatic coming at us and be able to react and take additional actions when and if necessary. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tucker. And we appreciate very much the department bringing this back and keeping us kind of current on the lower Columbia sturgeon. So thank you for that. Vice Chair Zarnowitz and then Commissioner King, questions.
Yeah, thank you. I always like to hear about the sturgeon. I have a couple of questions. Has there been any tagging or radio tagging done to see movement of the adult sturgeon between Fraser River and Columbia River and how that might affect populations?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, no acoustic or radio telemetry that I'm aware of that's been done looking at that. We do both our stock assessments. We put pit tags into every fish we get, so passive integrated transponder. So it's not an active pinger, but when you scan it, it shows up, and that's a 12-digit alphanumeric code that's unique to that fish for the rest of its life. Pit tags are actually a fantastic mark for sturgeon, just because they last forever, and sturgeon should hopefully last forever once they, escape the fishery slot. In the Fraser, they're also using pit tags and marking. They do a little different style. They employ their guide fleet that mostly targets adults, and so we do see some interchange of fish, but to my knowledge, no real adult fish that are moving back and forth between those areas.
Okay.
One interesting anecdote, we used to have a program called Trawl and Haul, which was a mitigation effort for the Zone 6 pools, where we would gather fish from the lower river and take them upriver to deal with some of the productivity. We pit tagged a couple of those fish. They hauled them to the Dalles Reservoir. They were recaptured in the Fraser River like 10 years later. And then another 5 years after that, they were recaptured in the lower Columbia River. So there is some movement, but not a lot.
Okay.
And most of the movement tends to be north. So most of the fish, caught in, say, the Puget Sound, tend to be actually Columbia River fish as well, even though geographically speaking, the Fraser is quite a bit closer.
Okay, thank you. And then I have, you kept talking about when the right conditions happen, then things will turn around. And what are those right conditions?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a little bit of an unknown, right? We know that sturgeon generally like the area in Bonneville Reservoir, or not reservoir, in the downstream of the dam. They want for their spawning habitat, really sort of violent, almost water, turbulent, lots of flow, lots of volume. Their eggs are slightly negatively buoyant. And so when they spawn in the water column, that sort of upwelling and mixing that's going on with those areas with lots of structure, keep the eggs afloat. They then drift down and then adhere to cobbles or boulders or bedrock. And so that sort of high flow, turbulent water area also helps keep fines off of those rocks and areas. So that's there. And we don't have a lot of look at this. We get that one course measure with the age 0 recruitment each year. So we're still trying to figure out all the things that might be going on, but I'm hopeful that negative relationship between stellar sea lions and age 0 recruitment is the best relationship we have and have seen towards spawning success. Again, with the course measure, we get basically one data point a year, right? So it's tough when you get one data point to build relationships. It takes some time, but that's the best relationship we have, and I'm hopeful that will be something. And I know that managing on hope is not the best strategy, generally speaking. But that's the answer, the best answer I have right now.
And one more thing, I brought this up to you earlier in the week. There was a study of sturgeon being entrained in dredges back, it must have been in the late 80s, early 90s. And they did find, and these were juvenile, young, this really small sturgeon, maybe 0 to 1. And I don't know if that information's still around, but ODFW had observers on the dredges that were keeping track of that and trying to find ways to keep that from happening. Is there any possibility of either finding that or figuring out if dredges, I don't know how often they dredge, but dredges are an issue with juvenile sturgeon?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. So dredging and disposal of spoils is identified in our conservation plan as a limiting factor and a little bit of an unknown data gap, right? We know that sturgeon, you're correct, we do know that sturgeon are entrained in those dredges. We don't know the exact magnitude and we don't have the resources. It's one of those things we would like to be able to get a handle on, but we don't have a way of doing that. I do know that the department typically doesn't look for or ask for mitigation damages from Federal Navigation Channel maintenance, but that's not to say that they're not having an impact on the sturgeon population. We don't have a great sense of what that is right now.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So my question for you, Tucker, thank you for the presentation. It was lovely. And so is your little sturgeon, I don't know, stuffed animal or whatever that thing is on your shelf. My question, yeah, that thing. Yeah, that's quite cool. So my question is, our friends, the pesky sea lions. Now, when humans are involved and they potentially are over-harvesting a species, we would be putting all sorts of regulations in place to make sure that doesn't happen. So the sea lions have come close. I don't think, from what you're describing, the species isn't under threat yet. But can you explain to me specifically, what are we doing about those darn things? And we all know that they're smart enough to just come right back if you just relocate them. So what exactly is happening? Because this is such a hot button issue. And, you don't want people kind of taking things into their own hands. And you always kind of hear of stories of that happening. So could you specifically, and is the department involved as to what exactly is happening with those things? Thank you.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, the department is now actively starting to manage sea lions, and that does involve lethal removals. You're correct, sea lions are social, smart animals, and they learn from each other. And the Stellars, up until a couple of years ago, were also listed. So really balancing that. Now we're talking about a very small number of animals relative to the overall sea lion population. And if you can remove those individuals from the problem area, and by remove, I don't mean translocate, I mean a permanent removal, then they stop being able to share that knowledge. And so you can actually, in the Willamette with the California sea lions, that removal program went on, and I don't believe, according to the numbers from last year were much lower, and this year they haven't seen a single California sea lion there. And that's had a big positive impact for wild winter steelhead in the Willamette. So if you can reduce that population and they can stop sharing that knowledge, then that local population, not the overpop, the local population, and they can stop sharing that knowledge with each other, then you can sort of, it's a long ways out of their way. And sea lions are not, not historically known to have been in the Columbia River. They've sort of figured it out. But so yeah, that's the goal. By removing a few problem animals, you can not impact the overall population, but have a really positive impact on the fish resources that are getting hammered by those. So.
And how are you doing? Like, for example, do you tag the sea lions and know which ones, or the people that spot them can tell which one is Bill and which one is Bob? That sort of thing. Like, are you specifically targeting those ones with, lethal action? And is it us? Is it ODFW or Oregon State Police? Who exactly is doing this?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So I'm not directly involved in that sea lion. I'm reporting other people's information here. But changes to the Marine Mammal Protection Act have now allowed us, it used to be, as you said, you had to, mark them as, Bob and Leslie and Becky, and then find those people again. And then you can do it. But now, if they're in a certain area, they're known to be it's my understanding that they're known to be problematic and can be removed. And the removal efforts, it's a joint state tribal effort. Oregon, Washington, the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission are all working together on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tucker, I have just one question, and then commissioners, I think we'll take a 10-minute break again and then do our last two items. Tucker, the question I have is, I've heard you mention sanctuaries for the sturgeon in order as a place to try to have some regrowth. Could you just say where they are, or just a little bit more about those?
Sure, Chair Wall. So we have established spawning sanctuaries that are in place in everywhere in the Columbia and Lower Willamette that we know that these fish spawn. So in the Willamette River downstream of Willamette Falls, and in the Columbia downstream of Bonneville, the Dalles, John Day, and McNary dams. Those are the areas left. I mean, the dams were created as sort of natural fall lines. There was most likely, spawning habitat there. So, and those are both spatial and temporal in nature, those sanctuaries. So, each of them is trying to protect the majority of the spawning habitat, and then they're in place from May through the end of August to try to capture the beginning of the spawning season all the way through the post-spawn. Spawning is really, really stressful for sturgeon, right? They've devoted a huge amount of energetic resources into developing their eggs. And then when they spawn, that's also stressful. You're losing maybe 100 pounds in a big female of eggs. So protecting them afterwards at a time when water temperatures and water flows are high and low, respectively, is also really important. So doing our best we can to protect fish in those areas during those times. Really, really in general, trying to keep people off of those adult fish. I would prefer that nobody fished for adult white sturgeon.
Thank you. Thank you. That helps a lot. And again, great presentation. So let's come back at 10 till, that gives us 9 minutes. And then we will do the dry ditch maintenance, which is Exhibit G, and then we have an executive session. So thank you all and see you in a few minutes.
So Michelle, are you there? This is Mark.
I am here, Mark.
Okay, the internet's still down here in Sisters. It must have been a deer ran into the barbed wire phone line or something, but
oh no,
it's still down. So I'll stay on, and then I got your code for the executive session, so I'll plug
excellent.
in then. So
Okay,
thanks.
sounds good. Thanks, Mark.
Hey, Michelle, are you there?
Hi, John.
Hey there, I'm going to try to share my screen real fast to make sure I've got this working.
Sounds good. I think we're going right into your exhibit. So if you want to share screen and leave it up, you're welcome to. I'm seeing your email right now.
That's not what I want to see. All right, let's how about that one?
Oh, that's looking real good. That is showing the presentation how we want to see it.
All right, you want me to just leave it there?
You can just leave it there because we're going to go right into this one as soon as we get back.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
You bet.
Michelle, I just want to check that you're ready to go again, if I.
Yes,
bring it
Mary,
back.
ready to go.
Perfect, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and get started again, and we are on the agenda at Exhibit D, and John Germond is ready to present to us on dry ditch maintenance. We do also have two people who would like to testify on this one. So, and just so people who are listening know, at the end of this one, we'll adjourn the regular meeting and open another meeting for executive session. And then we will close the executive session, come back into regular session. But if you are listening, the only thing we will do when we come back into regular session is officially adjourn. So at the end of this agenda item, the meeting, unless you're in executive session, is essentially over. So just wanted people to know that. And I think we're ready to hear from John Germond then. Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name is John Germond. I'm the Habitat Resources Program Manager in the Habitat Division. Nancy Taylor is attending to a family emergency, so I'll be pinch hitting for her today on this agenda item. I want to acknowledge the tremendous work that Nancy put into this effort, the contributions from the department's district fish staff, Management Resources Division staff, as well as the invaluable assistance and guidance from Roxy Borish and Kevin Blakely in the Wildlife Division. Let's see if I can make this work. There we go. Over the next 15 minutes or so, the topics I'm going to cover will include some background information on the legislation, which will provide context for the proposed rulemaking, the biological rationale behind the proposed dry maintenance time periods, the process we went through to develop the time periods, outreach efforts with the tribes, state agency partners, and constituents. And then I'll highlight a subset of the proposed regional dry maintenance time periods that demonstrate the ecological diversity within some of these ecoregions across the state, and how we use the data and input we gathered over the last roughly 2 years to develop these regional dry maintenance time periods. So the legislature passed House Bill 2437 in 2019 to create a simple regulatory program for maintenance of agricultural drainage channels and to improve awareness and compliance with the Department of State Lands Removal Fill Permit Program. The two primary policy statements in the law are to create a workable process for maintaining traditional agricultural channels and to protect the ecological and life history functions of fish and wildlife that inhabit the channels. The legislation transferred regulatory authority for these activities from the Department of State Lands to the Department of Agriculture, created a free notice-based system which allowed removal of up to 3,000 cubic yards of material per mile, was valid for a 5-year period, and included mandatory provisions aimed at minimizing impacts to ecological resources. The agricultural channels that qualify for this program include ditches, intermittent streams, and perennial streams. The channels must have provided drainage within the past 5 years. They're not listed as essential salmonid habitat by the Department of State Lands, and they must be dry when the maintenance activities are performed. The legislation included 15 mandatory conditions that each notification must include, which are aimed at protecting or minimizing impacts to ecological resources. The department is charged with reviewing the Department of Agriculture's notifications and requested variances from the mandatory conditions. So mirroring the approach that the department uses in its in-water timing guidelines, we evaluate proposed variances based on the short-term weather forecast, the size of and extent of the proposed activity, and the proximity of the project to sensitive fish and wildlife habitats, such as spawning grounds or other habitat that supports critical life stages of species. Again, the legislation directed the department to establish regional dry maintenance time periods. This is the subject matter that we're considering today. We worked with our local biologists to tailor the time periods we're going to share with you today to minimize potential impacts to the most sensitive life stages of the specific fish and wildlife that reside in those regions, while providing operators with an opportunity to maintain their channels. These time periods generally range from 30 to 45 days or longer during a calendar year. It's important to recognize that traditionally maintained channels in this program can provide habitat to fish and wildlife species for spawning, rearing, and migration. The legislation also provided funding for the Oregon State University to evaluate the effects of this program on ecological resources. So OSU researchers started by sampling a small subset of Willamette Valley drainage ditches and seasonal streams from late fall 2020 to early spring 2021. The species they found using these channels included stickleback, rough-skinned newts, speckled dace, sculpin, coho salmon, northwestern salamander, red-legged frog, cutthroat trout, rainbow trout, Chinook salmon, Oregon chub, and red-sided shiners. So the starting point for developing regions for the dry maintenance timing periods was the department's district fish administrative boundaries. Each of these departments' fish districts has a unique set of hydrologic, geologic, and biological conditions. Since this is how we've managed the resource over time, it made sense to use this model for this program. We started with lumped broad areas of the landscape, the department's fish districts, and based our proposed dry maintenance time periods on the most conservative ecological needs of the local species. As you'll see in the next several slides, many of the regional dry maintenance time periods were amended as we worked through the public process with our partners and our constituents. The department is concerned about both direct impact to the species in the channels and the effects of sedimentation on species downstream of the channels. Our district wildlife biologists told us that the most critical time periods for amphibians and reptiles is in the spring when the channels are usually wet, and the work in these channels is not allowed under this program. Therefore, we focused on the potential impacts to fishery resources, and particularly in the backside of the normal dry season. We integrated data on the timing of the vulnerable life stages of migration, spawning and rearing in these traditionally maintained channels and adjacent waterways into the proposed time periods in the rules, which are designed to avoid or minimize impacts to fish. The specific dates of the time periods are based on the following information. For the front end, we utilize the National Weather Service data on the average date that the streams in the region typically go dry and the expectation that fish and wildlife species have left the area. For the end date, we focused on the watershed-specific life history functions of the fish in the agricultural channels and adjacent waterways. We also considered the 40-year average 1/2 inch rain event provided by the National Weather Service for each watershed. The National Weather Service tells us that a 1/2 inch rain event can cause soil movement, and this soil movement has the potential to impact sensitive life stages of the fish downstream of the channel maintenance activity. For example, the first 1/2 inch rain event can create a cold water freshet that triggers adult salmonids to move upstream and stage for spawning. It can also trigger juvenile salmon to move downstream. Now, this program is mandated in statute to be an adaptive process, so these dates can change as we learn and evolve over time. We commit in the rules that a statewide review of the regional dry maintenance time periods rules would be conducted on a periodic basis as warranted, based on new information, adaptive management, and the effects of climate change. This review could include measurable changes in the dates of the first 1/2 inch rain and or the start of the rainy season that cause a fish and wildlife response, depending on how climate change affects us down the road. The Oregon Department of Agriculture rules for their agricultural channel maintenance program were adopted by the Board of Agriculture in September 2020. Shortly thereafter, the department adopted temporary regional dry maintenance timing period rules. We had been working with our biologists to draft the temporary rules for several months prior. The temporary rules reflected time periods that our biologists expected to have the least risk to sensitive life stages of fish and wildlife. We emailed these temporary rules to representatives from the Department of Agriculture's Rules Advisory Committee, which we felt best represented the constituency most affected by the temporary rules. We received several comments. I'll discuss those comments and our approach in the next slide. We coordinated with each of Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes through tribal state coordination meetings, phone calls, and emails. We held a Zoom work group meeting on June 15th in 2021. It included representatives from the Oregon Farm Bureau, Oregon Water Resources Congress, Oregon Cattlemen's Association, Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, Water Watch of Oregon, the Nature Conservancy, American Fisheries Society, Association of Northwest Steelheaders, and a representative from the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. We conducted a Willamette Valley site visit on September 28, 2021 with constituents and partner agencies. We examined the presence of water in the channel in late September. Now recall that 2020 was a pretty severe drought year. The water we observed in the channel was a result of the first half-inch rain event of the season, which occurred the week before. The picture on this slide was taken during that site visit. We discussed the longer regional dry maintenance time periods in several basins in the lower Willamette watershed and discussed life stages and vulnerabilities of the federally threatened fish species in the waterways that feed into the Columbia River and the Clatskanie, Sandy, Clackamas, Molalla, and Pudding River basins. We posted the draft rules with the Secretary of State in December of 2021 and emailed the draft rules to constituents, partner agencies, and the tribes with a request for comments. So the comments we received during this roughly 15-month timeline that was on the last slide fell into the 4 categories that you see on this slide. The agricultural community requested that we extend the time periods so that they could conduct the work after their farming practices were completed and when the equipment was available. The Department of Agriculture requested longer time periods in several regions so that it would reduce the number of anticipated variance requests. Water Watch of Oregon fully supported the proposed time periods as proposed. Based on this input, we re-examined the rules for opportunities to lengthen time periods in some regions while protecting vulnerable life stages of fish and wildlife that live in those channels. Where feasible, we lengthened a time period or split a region into several subregions so that areas above dams, for example, that blocked anadromous fish, or areas with less vulnerable life stages of fish and wildlife would have less restrictive or longer time periods. The Oregon Association of Conservation Districts submitted the only comment letter we received on the final draft of these rules prior to publishing the commission agenda packet that you have in front of you. That comment letter is included in the commission packet. They recommended that we explicitly state that the department may issue a variance for up to 5 years, depending on specific project conditions. The department considered this suggestion, but opted not to incorporate it into the proposed rule. The Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Channel Drainage Maintenance Program Memorandum of Understanding between the Department of State Lands, Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife explicitly states that variances for the regional dry maintenance time periods will be for 1 year. Establishing the proposed 5-year variance in this set of rules could set a precedent for how our regulatory partners incorporate the department's in-water timing recommendations into established planning and regulatory processes, such as the Department of State Lands Removal Fill Permit Program. The department's practice to date has been to coordinate with applicants and the regulatory agencies on variance requests as the need arises and not recommend multi-year variances. This allows district staff to evaluate site-specific conditions and other considerations, such as the short-term weather forecasts, because we cannot accurately predict what the weather is going to be 1 month from now, let alone 1 year or 5 years from now. The Oregon Association of Conservation Districts request for a program review is duplicative of the biannual review report that Department of Agriculture, Department of State Lands, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife is required to do every other year as directed in the Agricultural Channel Drainage Maintenance Program statutes. The department did insert a sentence into the purpose section of the rules that says, quote, "A statewide review of the rules will occur on a periodic basis as warranted based on new information and adaptive management." Now, Nancy talked with the OACD's representative about this, and he seemed satisfied with the approach that we're taking. At least that's what she told me. Lastly, Water Watch of Oregon and Trout Unlimited submitted written testimony earlier this week in support of the rules as we're proposing to you today, and I think you have those with you. So the department made a concerted effort to revise the time periods to address concerns raised while protecting the most vulnerable life stages of fish and wildlife in the maintained channels and the adjacent waterways. The red circles on this slide highlight where we made changes to the initial proposed time periods from the first set of temporary rules. I'll illustrate the rationale and changes we made to a subset of the regions in the next 6 slides. Again, the regional dry maintenance time periods are typically 30 to 45 days in length and are going to be somewhat different in each region due to differences in hydrologic, geologic, and biological conditions. So the green area here depicts the North and Mid-Coast region. The proposed regional dry maintenance time period for this region is July 15 to August 31. The start date of the time period is based on when the maintained channels are expected to be dry and the fish and wildlife are expected to have left the area. The end date was selected to protect the spawning salmon and their eggs in the channels just downstream from the maintained channels. In addition, we considered the average first half-inch rain event in the region provided by the National Weather Service. In the North and Mid-Coast, the first half-inch rain event creates enough of a freshet, which increases flow volume and reduces water temperature, that it triggers the adult Chinook to move upstream from the estuaries and stage for spawning. The first half-inch rain also triggers juvenile fish to start moving downstream. Chinook salmon typically start spawning in September with an average start date of September 15. The farming constituents requested that we lengthen the time periods in the Willamette Valley. During the June workshop meeting last year, we discussed splitting the Willamette regions into east and west since the hydrology of the east side is dominated by snowfall and the water is cooler, and the streams provide more suitability and use by salmon species such as Chinook and coho. Conversely, on the west side, the streams are dominated by rain. They're typically warmer and the channels are less likely to support Chinook and coho, but more likely to support winter steelhead and trout, which are hardier species. So working with the district fish biologist and his expertise on the fish species life histories in his district, we agreed to split the North Willamette region into two subregions. The green subregion includes the Lower Columbia, Sandy River, and a large portion of the Lower Willamette River Basin. The pink subregion includes the Tualatin, Yamhill, and Rickreall basins. The proposed time period for the green subregion in the North Willamette is August 1 to August 31. The average spring Chinook spawning or salmon spawning start date is August 28. This region has multiple cold water streams where adult salmonids are migrating upstream every month of the year. Additionally, juvenile coho and spring Chinook begin to move downstream. The green highlighted area downstream from the mouth of the Willamette River supports the Lower Columbia River stocks of salmon. In late summer and early fall, adult coho and fall Chinook are entering these systems to spawn. Also, the potential exists for Upper Columbia River salmon stocks that are migrating upstream to duck into the cold water refugia provided by the lower reaches of these streams to seek refuge from the warm water in the Lower Columbia River. The proposed time period for the Tualatin, Yamhill, and Rickreall subbasin, which is shown in pink, is August 1st to September 30. The channels in this area support rearing and migration for winter steelhead, but potential impacts are expected to be minimal during the proposed time period. We split the Rogue Basin into three subregions based on life stages of salmonids and the opportunity to extend one of the timeframes above a dam. In the green subregion, the end date is based on the average fall Chinook salmon spawning start date of October 1. In the blue subregion, the end date is based on the average spring Chinook salmon spawning start date in late August. The pink subregion represents the area upstream of William and Jess Dam. This time period is extended an extra month because this area is above a dam that does not provide passage to anadromous fish. The agricultural channels in the Deschutes region are heavily influenced by irrigation and may have water in them all summer. Therefore, the proposed time period for the Deschutes region is October 15 to November 15, after the irrigation season is over and the channels are expected to be dry. This proposed time frame should help protect the fall spawning fish species, their eggs and fry, and that includes spring Chinook, fall Chinook, bull trout, and coho salmon. In the Klamath region, the proposed time period is August 1 to October 15. These channels are typically dry by August 1. By the end of July, spring spawning red band trout, Lost River sucker, short-nosed sucker, Warner suckers, and Klamath large-scale sucker fry and their juveniles have emerged from the gravels. They've grown a little bit and they've dispersed to downstream rearing environments. This time period is proposed to end prior to the early winter storms that can occur in mid-October. Once it gets cooler and the streams start increasing in volume and velocity, the fish move back upstream and into better habitat. The Malheur Basin is another area where we created subregions and lengthened the time period for the southern portion of the region since it provided less habitat for vulnerable life stages of fish and wildlife in the agricultural channels and the downstream waterways. In the green portion of the Malheur Basin, the proposed regional dry maintenance time period is October 1 to November 15. Channels are expected to be dry at this time. It's after the irrigation season, but generally before winter precipitation. This time period is prior to rain on snow events that could mobilize sediments and impact red band trout fry and their spawning habitat. The pink Malheur subregion includes the Malheur River and its tributaries upstream of Wolf Creek, and the North Fork Malheur River and tributaries upstream of Beulah Reservoir. The proposed time period for this subregion is August 1 to August 31. Most channels are dry by August 1st, and the end date of August 31 was selected to protect bull trout that are migrating to spawning habitat and holding and overwintering habitat. The bull trout spawn in this region in September and October. So this is my last slide. In summary, we believe that we have met the legislative intent of House Bill 2437 by proposing regional dry maintenance time periods that, to the best of our ability, protect the critical life history functions of the fish and wildlife that inhabit the agricultural channels and the downstream waterways, while creating a workable process for landowners to maintain their traditional agricultural channels, which is a 30 to 45 day or longer window when the channels are dry. In addition, if needed, the proposed rules provide landowners with a variance process for consideration outside of the regional dry maintenance time periods and a commitment to conduct a statewide review of the rules on a periodic basis as warranted based on new information and adaptive management. Therefore, the recommendation is that you adopt OAR Chapter 635, Division 148 to establish regional dry maintenance time periods as proposed by staff. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, John, for the report and for stepping in when Nancy needed to be away. It was very informative, actually. And it looks like Commissioner Labhart has connection again and is back and has his hand up for a question. So
Yep, I'm back. Thank you, Chair Wall. John, the amount of work that's gone into this is just yeoman's work. And sounds like, from my perspective, you've done the due diligence and talking to the groups. So kudos to staff and to those stakeholders that participate. My question is, because this is such a big deal to a lot of farmers and ranchers, so we didn't, tell me who commented again, because I didn't hear you say Farm Bureau. I didn't hear you say steelheaders. Who commented and, is supportive of where the staff's going with this? It just seems like there would be some more comments that we could incorporate into this. And I'm surprised that some didn't weigh in.
So the people that commented were OECD, Water Watch, the agricultural community in general, and Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
But a lot of those entities, in fact, all of those entities that you mentioned did participate in our meetings.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions to John? You'll have one more chance because we do have two people to testify. So without more questions right this minute, let's go to those two people and then we'll come back and ask a few remaining questions to John. The first one is Kimberly Priestley and the second one is Marianne Cooper. So
Chair Wall?
Yes.
Chair Wall, Ms. Priestley is not in the room at the moment.
Okay, was she earlier then?
No.
Okay. Then let's go ahead. Marianne Cooper, are you here?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the commission. I apologize for not being on camera. I am dealing with what feels like my 300th COVID daycare closure and managing a toddler while I testify. And I think I was the last time I spoke with you all. So I apologize that you haven't seen my face in probably 2 years. But for the record, Marianne Cooper, I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. And Commissioner Labhart, thank you for your question. I am in the middle of session and missed the written comment deadline, but figured I would catch you all here in person today. And largely echo a lot of what John had said. We were pretty closely involved and engaged with the department as they were starting to explore these regional the dry maintenance time periods, and had a number of conversations that, as he noted, resulted in some extension of some of the timeframes where possible to accommodate the fact that farmers need to do this ditch maintenance work during our fall season, which is also coincides with when the channels are more likely to be dry. And I will, just as kind of bigger background for this bill, we were one of the main proponents of the bill to deal with longstanding issues and longstanding disputes that we had with the Department of State Lands about whether or not permits were required to maintain drainage ditches. There's an express exemption in Oregon law, but the Department of State Lands over time had started to say, well, what you're cleaning is not really a ditch, it's a channelized stream, and therefore we recapture it under the program, and you have to get this expensive permit and pay a lot of money to do this maintenance activity that you've done for a couple hundred years. So this was kind of the legislative response of creating a program that was still regulatory in nature, but streamlined enough that hopefully producers would use it. And you know, one of the big features of the program is engagement with ODF&W to make sure that fish and wildlife species are protected. And as John noted, the work exclusively takes place when the channels are dry. So we're not having conversations about fish entrapment or anything like that, but more making sure that, you know, streams are revegetated, or the channels are revegetating before winter rains come and things like that. And before fish species may or may not utilize them, depending on what region of the state we're in. So with all of that in mind, I will say I think our producers would still love to see extensions of some of those timeframes, but I also want to acknowledge and you know, tell you all that I think we went down that road to the point of exhaustion with the department, and I understand the rationale that they have and appreciated the changes that they were able to make. We would also like to see the variances last for 5 years, just as a matter of certainty for the farmers, and because there is that added level of protection of, you know, this work's never going to take place when the channels have water in them. And so, you know, we don't see considerable risk in a longer term variance. But again, as John said, because of extensive early engagement, we have had those conversations and kind of exhausted those conversations. And so I do think we will see in some areas a lot of variances. And I think my ask at this point would be making sure that our ask for the commission would be open, would be hoping that you all are open to rule revisions over time. If there's a place where basically every single farmer comes in asking for a variance, and we grant those variances and see over time that maybe we can stand a little adjustment to the time periods in certain regions, and there's not going to be a risk to aquatic species from those adjustments, we'd like to see those potentially reopened and able to occur over time. And so I think that's our biggest request here, because again, I think we did have a lot of engagement with the department and appreciated the concessions and willingness that they did make to accommodate the time periods where the farmers do need to do this work. I don't think we got it perfect, and I think we would like to see, again, some certainty around those variances. But my hope is that we leave the door open to those conversations in the future. As this program really gets up and running, we see what utilization looks like, and we see how many variances are requested and what the effects of those variances are in regions as the program gets up and going. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have on the program. I was one of the architects of it. I think we're still very much in a initial rollout phase, and I don't think we have quite the level of data and information we need to say whether it's going to work as intended or not. But I think we are still willing to be partners and work every step of the way, and appreciate ODF&W as well as Oregon Department of Agriculture and Department of State Lands for the engagement they've had with the ag community over this. And again, we are hoping that there might be some adjustments in the future, but understand the need for some more data and information before we get there. So with that, I will conclude, and thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Marianne. And you must have a very calm toddler, since we haven't heard a peep. So commissioners, are there questions to Marianne? Marianne, I'm not seeing any. So if you wouldn't mind just hanging around though, while we go back and ask John any remaining questions, that would be great if you have a few minutes.
Absolutely.
We do have one question. Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Whoops, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you. First of all, I'm pleased that the stakeholders were engaged from early on in this process. It seems like that was a good thing. I guess my question is for John on this idea of variance and flexibility, and the draft motion that we have in front of us today. Does that allow for that? What would be the process for us to be adaptive? if we find certain areas of the state are really not quite fitting.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, we are bound by statute to do a 2-year review under the Department of Agriculture's statutes for this program. And we are very open to looking at everything. The concern again that we have with multiple year variances is we have no idea what the weather's going to be like a year from now. And under the 17 years or so that I've been leading this program, we haven't gone down that path. We work with our regulatory partners to address these on a case-by-case basis as they arise. It kind of originated with transportation projects wanting multi-year variances and finding that they would purposely wait, the contractors would purposely wait until kind of the end of the work period, and then suddenly they would be doing their work, and it resulted in impacts. I mean, not that this program is going to do that. It's just, it's a consistency thing. It's a precedent setting thing that we're concerned about.
So can you walk me through the variance process under this?
So the program came to us, the legislation came to us with dedicated staff. We have a permanent FTE, that's Nancy Taylor, who this is her job. And her role will be to receive the variances from the Department of Agriculture when a notice comes into them. And the Department of Agriculture has been really great to work with. They get their information to us very quickly. We coordinate almost daily on this program. Nancy will get the variance request. She'll look at it and she'll work with our district staff, whether it's the fish biologist or the wildlife biologist, depending on what the issues are, and get a sense for what they feel. And so it's a quick response within ODFW. Nancy is, I'll call her the bottleneck, so that everything goes through her. And in Nancy's absence, it would be my position that would work on this. Let's say she's on vacation or something. You know, the relationships that we have with our district staff, with the Department of Agriculture, and with everybody involved, Department of State Lands, it's pretty solid, and we can process these things pretty quickly. We're pretty comfortable with that.
Okay, I might have a follow-up in a minute, but let's listen to Commissioner Labhart first.
Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I have a question after we take a vote. It's see where the vote goes, and then I think I know where the vote's going to go, but I have a question afterwards that's going to pertain to that.
I have one question, and it's along the lines a bit of what Commissioner Hatfield Hyde asked. With the fish species that might end up being in these streams or creeks or ditches, diverse life stages are one of the key factors to make the species more resilient to environmental changes, and especially with low flows and drought. Can you talk a little bit about how that's factored in? And I completely agree with what Commissioner Labhart said, that we have done a great deal of work to try to really hone in on the, you know, the best option for all of these different places. But could you talk a little bit about how sure we are we've captured things like diverse life stages that tend to be at the start or the end of some of these seasons?
So I guess you start with an assumption that when a channel goes dry, the species that are going to survive have moved out. So then you have the dry period where the work is done. And then you have the wet period, that first rain event that waters up the channel. And we have identified, working with our National Weather Service partners, that first half-inch rain typically is when the channels will water up. Now, there's some debate about, how soils work and, the specific geology of a localized area, that maybe it's a little bit longer period of time, maybe it's a little bit shorter period of time. One of the beautiful things about this program is the adaptive management approach. We're going to be looking at these things regionally, and if we have to, go in with a surgical knife and carve out even additional places, we're going to come back to you with that request to accommodate a need. We're doing this on a 2-year basis. It's mandated in statute. We're all in on it. So I guess you kind of have to look at Darwin, survival of the fittest. If the fish are there or the wildlife are there when the things go dry, they're probably not going to survive. I don't know if that fully answers your question.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is a full answer to these questions until we've tried it for a couple of years. And I do appreciate your answer and the way this is set up, because I think we'll have a chance to look at it no matter what the issue is that comes up. So let's go back to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I guess I'm just trying to understand process here. So would this come in front of the commission again in 2 years when you do that every 2-year review? Or is this something that just, doesn't come before us again unless there is some big change?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, through the adaptive management process, through the program review process, we would identify these things. And if this rose to the level of, hey, we need a change, yes, we'll be back.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, since this is a new program and there has been good involvement, it sounds like across the board, but it is, being piloted as we speak, because we're going out there with it officially. I guess I would just like to see us maybe do that 2-year check-in, if we could, and maybe add that to the motion. That's just a thought I have here.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. This in-water work periods with DSL has been going on for years, and was part of the fill removal permits and other work, in-water work or potentially in-water work. So this is just a revision basically of something that was going on for years with the new legislation. And I think probably is much more refined and easier to manage than what was around previously, because that was more project by project action related to DSL. So that's just my comments on that.
Thank you. Any last questions or comments from you, John?
Chair Wall, yeah, you're going to see in water timing guidelines in the near future. The Department of Justice has told us that we need to bring those to you for rulemaking as well.
Say it again. We're going to see what?
We have guidance on in-water timing right now that we provide to our agency, our regulatory partners, as recommendations for minimizing impacts to species, which allow for some activity to occur. Department of Justice, when they looked at this legislation and told us we needed to do the dry maintenance timing rules, they said, oh, by the way, you get to do this other thing too.
Yeah, I think that falls in the punishment for good work sort of thing. It's just going to keep coming. But we do appreciate the way this one was handled and that it's been in front of us now. And commissioners, any final comments, or do we have a motion? And then I know Commissioner Labhart would like to ask one more question. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I would like to make a motion, and I would like to make it correctly. So if legal counsel is around, or Kurt or anyone to help correct me if I do something wrong here, but I move to adopt OAR Chapter 635, Division 418 to establish regional dry maintenance time periods as proposed by staff. And that we have a check-in in 2 years just to see how this is going.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Should we check in with legal counsel to see if there's any issue with what you just heard on the motion before we move forward?
Yeah, I think that that's just fine. And also just to say that outside of a motion, you could also direct staff to bring something to you. And so I think that you've covered it.
Okay.
Thank you. Maybe not very elegant, but get her
No,
done.
it's great.
We have it. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the OAR Chapter 635, Division 418, as read into the record by Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, with the addition to the original motion that says, and that we have a check-in in 2 years, and it's now moved and seconded. So are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, I think we can have a vote on this one. Those in favor of the motion as you heard. 1, 2, 3. Looks like everybody is a yes, so this one passes. And Commissioner Hatfield, Commissioner Labhart, you had another question. And Director Melcher, did you want to speak before we get to the next question?
Either way, I just wanted to note with regard to the check-in in 2 years that it may not be 2 years to the date. It may not be 2 years to the month. I think not only as we manage our commission meeting agendas, but also just keep in mind that this is something that has a very strong nexus with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of State Lands. And so we'll want to be coordinating with them as opposed to bringing a check in to you, in a vacuum, so to speak. So I just wanted to mention that on the record.
Would you or legal counsel like us to either split off that part and make it direction to staff, or add approximately in front of 2 years? Or leave it alone and know that it could be off by a few months?
Chair, well, I think it's okay unless Aaron feels otherwise, but I just wanted to, just for the record, I wanted to make it clear that it may not be in February of 2024. It could be in April of 2024, or it could be in December of 2023. Just because of the coordination amongst multiple agencies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate the clarification so that we don't forget that piece. So at this point, we are adjourned for our regular meeting so that we can go into Commissioner Labhart, sorry. Go back.
Okay, thank you. So,
yeah.
Thank you. So John, by us just approving this, it doesn't just happen. And there are literally thousands and thousands of property owners out there, districts that are going to be implementing this, and it's extremely detailed. And it could be, well, I didn't know about it. I'm sorry, nobody told me. What is the success of this is going to be to make sure that we get the word out to folks through our various avenues to make sure that people know and understand this, and who do they call, how do they do this, making sure that, what's the date again, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure you've thought about this, but help me to make sure this thing is going to be a success. What is the rollout process to make sure that this goes as we have directed?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, we're, as Kurt suggested, we're not doing this in a vacuum. We have a lot of partners that have been involved over the last 2 years, from agencies to tribes to private landowners to non-governmental organizations. Farm Bureau has been a great partner in this. SWCDs are engaged. We're all working to get the word out. We can do what we can do. And to some extent, it's going to be based on how successful all of us as a large team are in getting that message out, but we are trying.
Okay, so are we coordinating that to put together a question and answer sheet so that Farm Bureau can send it to their members and cattlemen's and, water district? Do we have anything there? Are we just saying, yeah, we're all going to work together? I mean, I want to push a little bit here.
We're working, Department of Agriculture is the lead agency on this. And so they're kind of driving the truck or the train or the boat.
Okay.
And we are working very closely in support of their efforts. I won't say that we are taking the lead because I don't know that we are. Okay. Certainly we're working with our partners to propose these time periods. And now that they've been adopted, we'll be working hard to get that message out. So again, I'm pitch hitting for Nancy. I don't know if I'm going to be saying it exactly right, but I'll just say we're trying really hard. Okay,
good. That's what I needed to hear. Thanks.
Yeah.
And I would just add, Commissioner Labhart, Chair Wall, thanks. I would just add that, if you think about it, these ditches, and they've been being cleaned for decades or perhaps even a century. And of course, in the modern era, those prior to this legislation, every one of those actions, required a separate permitting through Department of State Lands. And I'm sure a lot of that permitting never occurred. Landowners just did it. So at least what we're talking about here is actually, it's streamlining, it's kind of providing some programmatic coverage during these during these dry ditch maintenance periods that actually makes it, obviously it makes it easier for landowners to comply, and it doesn't make it harder. It certainly doesn't make it harder for them to comply. So just didn't want that to get lost, and appreciate the interest and the work on this. And it's been a long process. I mean, we've been working on this for a couple of years.
Yep, I just don't want it to be, and I fully agree with what you just said. I just don't want to be some property owner. We had the same, Mary Ann could relate to this in Tillamook County. We had farmers doing dry ditch maintenance, and the thing's full of water. They were in the wrong time period, and so just making sure that we get the word out to some of these folks that may or may not. They do it every year, but now there's a date that they need to make sure that they don't mess it up. So yeah. I just don't want to see people get in trouble, and it's a great process. And I just can't thank the groups that worked on this and the stakeholders in the department enough. It's going to be, I think, pretty positive.
Thank you. Now I think we're ready to adjourn this part, and we'll open the executive session. I will read from the script like a robot, so we have this in the record. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will meet in executive session. The executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192.6602F and ORS 192.6602H, which allow the commission to meet in executive session to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection, and to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed or likely to be filed against the commission. Representatives of the news media and designated staff are allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision will be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open the public meeting again. And in this case, we will return to open and then immediately close the general commission meeting. So we are adjourned from our general one. People should, actually, I'll let Michelle tell us the logistics of this because I don't want to get those messed up. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So I'll have would like for you to close out of this Zoom meeting, and you would have received a link for a Teams meeting. It would have come to you in a calendar invite. And go ahead and join the meeting from that link. And when we conclude the executive session, close out your Teams meeting and return to the Zoom meeting with the same link that you entered the meeting this morning.
Thank you, Michelle. See you all in a minute.
So Mark, there we go.
Well, I think we're unanimous for Zoom after that. Okay, do we have 4 commissioners? 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we are back in session for the February 18th, 2022 commission meeting in order to adjourn, to officially adjourn. So let's declare victory and officially adjourn. And thank you all for coming back.
Thank
See
you. Have a good weekend.
You too.